Good advice is like news. It's where you happen to find it. And I want to start this talk with some of the best advice I ever got. I did not get it in my 60 years as a reporter on the job. I did not get it at a journalism school. I got it at an art school. Second only to my love of journalism is my love of art. And back in the day when I was struggling to find my artistic style, an art instructor gave me some of the best advice I ever got on anything. He said, look, stop worrying about your style. Just find an artist that you really like and copy him. Copy everything he does. And he says, as you do that, you will understand how he resolved the problems and your own style will evolve out of that. So I want to tell you this morning, if there are any aspiring reporters, if there are news executives who are wondering what is it that a reporter is supposed to do, what is the role of the journalist, I say this. Get the story that David Fahrenthold wrote about how he covered the campaign and copy every single thing that he did. If you do that, you'll be just fine. And that's the best advice I can give you this morning. I really enjoyed the discussion. I thought the previous panel was one of the most pertinent of the morning. And I thoroughly enjoyed hearing Brian Stelter and his crew there. It was quite good. I want to try, and I've actually been asked to try to put all of this in some context. This was my 14th presidential campaign, and I will say this, it was not like the others. Normally, a campaign has some slogan or something that always comes to mind when you think of a campaign or that reminds you of a campaign. I like Ike, Nixon's the one, all the way with LBJ. But the question I was asked most often, and the thing that always comes to my mind that will make me remember this campaign was, have you ever? And I want to tell you the answer to that is no. I have never seen anything like this campaign. I said that so often on television during the campaign, it became a drinking game among my younger colleagues at CBS. Every time I said, old Bob just said, hey, he's never seen anything like that, they had to take another drink. Luckily, we had a lot of designated drivers, so it all came out fine. This was truly a campaign like no other. It was a campaign where, for the first time in a long time, money didn't seem to matter. Just ask Jeb Bush about that. A campaign for the first time in modern history, the two parties nominated candidates that a majority of people neither liked nor trusted. Where body parts got more attention than foreign policy at times, and where attitude often counted more than facts with voters. It was a campaign that provoked the former Speaker of the House, John Boehner, to brand candidate Ted Cruz as Lucifer in the flesh. And the Devil Worshippers Society challenged that and said, no, not true, he's not one of us. It's true. You can look that up. Strong letter to follow, but this was, in my opinion, the worst campaign I ever covered and perhaps the first of my life. Donald Trump won the presidency, but the biggest winner was this massive cottage industry that's grown up around our political campaigns. Once again this year, a lot of people made a whole lot of money. I don't know what the voters got out of it, but they did very well. Some of us were pleased with the outcome. Some of us were cast in despair. But I think the overall emotion felt by most people on election night was one of surprise, even among the Trump people, who I am told on good authority that their own pollsters gave them a 20% chance of winning. They were surprised too. Those of us in the press were roundly criticized by all sides. We should always take criticism seriously and learn from it, and there were lessons to be learned this time. But we must also keep in mind that this is nothing new. Every campaign has all the fault of the media phase. We were the nattering nabobs of negativity during the Nixon administration. We were the pointy-headed intellectuals who couldn't park our bicycle straight when George Wallace ran. And this year they hung some less clever but really nasty names on us. This is all part of the job. It is something that we all know about and expect. It's not, that part is not to be taken seriously. But let's talk a little bit about this year's criticism. First, the press was accused of electing Trump because we gave him so much exposure. Then we were accused of missing the story because we did not take him seriously. Finally, we were said to not really make much difference because Trump used social media to go around us. Well, as my boss, David Rhodes, said, you can pick your own adventure here, but all three of those things simply cannot be true. And they're not. My own belief, opinion clearly stated, is that Trump won because he played by new rules. He broke all the old rules, and his opponent played by the old rules. He understood, and this is sort of obvious in retrospect, but as Sherlock Holmes said, most things are obvious in retrospect. He understood that if he offered himself to enough television programs, he would be invited to be on some of them. And that is precisely what happened. I disagree with those who say the host didn't push back. They pushed back many times, but he was going on so many programs so often that the exposure overwhelmed the pushback. While people were pushing back on something he said yesterday, he was already on another program laying out new allegations. Whether he knew it or not, he was practicing the political strategy that was first identified by an Australian political consultant named Lyndon Crosby. He called it the dead cat theory. And the way that works is, no matter what the conversation people are having at a dinner party, if you throw a dead cat in the middle of the table, the conversation immediately turns to the dead cat. Donald Trump threw cats dead and alive on the table every time the narration went this way, and suddenly the attention was back on what he was talking about and was on him. I think in contrast, the campaign of his opponent Hillary Clinton did it the old way. It concentrated on fundraising and controlling the narrative, as they say in politics. In other words, never leave your candidate in a position of having to answer a question that does not fit the theme of the day. Limit live interviews. Respond to all questions with well-rehearsed, focus group-tested answers. After Trump had been on Morning Joe a number of times, I called him up and I asked Mika Brzezinski, I said, why don't you ever have Hillary Clinton on? And she said, getting an interview with Hillary Clinton is like getting an interview with Mother Teresa. And I think, in a way, that sums up this whole campaign and what happened. That was the story of the campaign, and by the time that the other candidates understood what was happening, it was simply too late. People were disgusted with the gridlock, with politics with usual, with both parties. The number of people who now identify themselves as Democrats and Republicans is at an all-time low. People didn't like the choice, but they wanted change. Maybe it was no more complicated than what former First Lady Barbara Bush had mused early in 2015 when she was urging her son Jeb not to run. She said, maybe it is that people are just tired of Kennedys and Clintons and Bushes. She may have been right. I found many people last year who either really liked or really disliked both of these candidates, but I found no one who said they needed more information before deciding which one to vote for or to vote against. In that sense, and I believe that is some evidence, that perhaps those of us in the press did our jobs. Even so, there are some really serious lessons to be learned here. I think too much information made its way onto the national conversation, And once it got there, it was difficult to remove. We have to be quicker from now on and more vigorous in challenging what we all came to know as fake news. Only now are we beginning to understand the danger that it poses. And only now are the big distribution companies, we heard the discussion about Facebook, only now they are recognizing that they simply have to take some responsibility to what the information is that they are distributing. They are news media companies, just like CBS News and the Washington Post and the New York Times. We take responsibility for what we distribute. They are going to have to find a better way to do that too. In an effort to show balance, I think too many so-called surrogates and strategists made their way onto television and were given far more credibility than they deserved. I kept wondering. I'd see somebody on television and say Republican strategist or Democratic strategist. What did that mean? That they put out yard signs in the previous campaign? I mean, they clearly, and it didn't take long to listen to them to understand they had no understanding and really no contact with either of the campaigns, but there they were. I think for whatever reason, perhaps to add drama, to increase the horse race tension, we tended to make, I think, too much of slight changes in the polls. We talked about one candidate or another leading by a single point, when in fact the shifts in those polls were well within the margin of error. There's no such thing as a one-point lead in any poll. I think we also place too much faith in general in polling. The truth is polling is simply not as good as it once was. Where respondents were once honored to be part of polls, now people want nothing to do with pollsters. Fewer than 20%, or I beg your pardon, fewer than 10% of the people polled now are willing to actually talk to a pollster on a phone. That raises really serious questions. I don't care how you weight these polls. What did the 90% of people who refuse to talk to a pollster, how do you determine what it is they had to say? Jill Lepore, the Harvard historian who writes for The New Yorker, told me something that I found fascinating. She said, we are tending to look on polling data as some sort of higher truth. And she brought up an interesting point. With the closing of so many newspapers and shrinking staff, she says that too many times we are replacing a lot of beat reporting and man-on-the-street interviewing simply because news organizations don't have the people to do it anymore with polling data. We're replacing it with what many news organizations used to do. They'd go to the local PTA meeting. They'd go to the local bar. They just talk to people and say, how do you feel about this? What do you really think about it? Surprisingly, the dean of polling in America, Peter Hart, who heads the Wall Street Journal, New York Times poll, I beg your pardon, the Wall Street Journal ABC poll, I guess it is, Peter said that he agrees with what Jill Lepore said. He told me that we have started thinking in statistics and dynamics and analytics, and that just doesn't work. Because analytics will tell you certain things. They will tell you where people shop. They will tell you what movies they like. But he said they don't tell you what is in people's hearts. That is something that I think we in the media need to take to heart. We need to get back to knocking on doors and asking people how they feel. Yes, we want polling to back it up, but we need face-to-face participation and checking with people in these various communities. What really complicated this whole situation was that all of this is being played out, this campaign, which was the most unusual I can recall, in the midst of a technological revolution that is having a profound effect not only on how we get news, but on our entire culture. The web gives us access to more information that any people who have ever lived on this earth at any one time have ever had access to. But are we just overwhelmed with information, so much we can't process it, or are we wiser? I think at this point we're probably just overwhelmed. So much information, we can't deal with it. The web gives us this unbelievable access, but there are some downsides. For one thing, the nuts can all find each other now. I don't care how bizarre your attitude or your feeling is about something, you can find somebody out there that agrees with what you're thinking. False news, some of this news false by design, can go around the world in a millisecond, and it is simply going to have to be dealt with. The coming of digital has also thrown local newspapers into a downward economic spiral from which many are not going to recover. We lost 126 newspapers in this country over the last 10 years. Other newspapers are down so thin that your water bill is probably thicker than the local newspaper some people are getting in their communities now. This has had a huge impact on politics, how politicians campaign, how people are finding out who is running. I think unless we find some entity that can somehow do what we have always expected of local newspapers, we're going to have corruption in this country, not just in politics, but just corruption in general at a level we have never seen in this country. This is the great crisis in journalism right now. The good news is that some of the bigger news organizations, especially the New York Times and the Washington Post, are finding ways to exist in this new and very different communications landscape. They are no longer just newspapers publishing a paper newspaper every day. They have become 24/7 multi-platform news organizations, companies that provide breaking news, video coverage, running commentary, websites, newsletters, podcasts. They are looking for more and more ways to reach people. The good news is this is working. While circulation of the paper newspapers is down, during November of last year, both the Times and the Post in 1 month were reaching as many as 70 million viewers. 70 million people were reading or finding some contact with those news organizations. The news organizations' executives will tell you that while this technology is giving them this great reach, their viability will still depend on whether they are giving news that people need to improve their lives. If you can do that, if you can make your news organization relevant by providing information that people have to have, then they will survive. And there must be new concentration on that by all news organizations as we go forward. But at the local level, many of the things that these big newspapers have figured out how to do, they can be a pattern for news organizations at the local level. At CBS News, for example, we now have inaugurated a 24-hour all-news streaming network that you get on your phone or your laptop or your computer. You don't get it on your television set unless you go through Hulu or one of those organizations like that. During both political conventions last summer, we would sometimes have more people looking at that than were watching CBS News on the television network. So there are ways, and we will find a way to accommodate. But this is just like we're in a place here now where the world was after the invention of the printing press. Martin Luther said it was God's extremist greatest gift, but it took a while for the world to work its way through that. It was also, there were 30 years of religious wars after the invention of the printing press. Eventually, equilibrium was reached. We're in another period much like that. Equilibrium has not yet been reached, but we have to recognize where we are. I want to close by just talking about, in this new and very different world, what is the role of the individual journalist? And quite simply, it is what it has always been. We are not the opposition party, as some would have you believe, nor do we believe we are, nor is it our place to sit down and shut up and let the world pass by, as some have wished that we would do. The politicians, government officials, and journalists all have very different roles. The politicians are there to run the campaigns. Government officials are there to run the government. They are there to deliver a message. Our job is simply to check out the message, determine if it's true, and if so, what will be its impact on the governed. In a totalitarian society, there is only one source of news, and that is the government. In our form of government, an independent press gathers accurate information and provides it to the citizens, and they can take that information, compare it to the government's version of events, and then decide what to do about it. Those who would underline our role are, quite honestly, and I mean this directly, undermining the foundations of this country and what it was founded on. We must always remember and never hold ourselves out to be the exclusive source of wisdom or morality. We are not. Our job is simply to ask questions and to keep asking until we get an answer. That will not always be easy, nor will we always be the most popular people in the room, but that is what the founders intended, and it is as vital to our form of government as the right to vote. I've been a reporter for 60 years, and I have never been prouder of my profession than I am today. Thank you.
Bob, thank you so much. That's a very hard act to follow. I would like to thank all of you for participating in this session today. It's been 82 days since Donald Trump was inaugurated. It'll be 1,302 days until the November 3rd, 2020 election. I therefore think that this symposium fulfilled our original hope of trying to evaluate what's happened so far and think about how we could do even better. I was heartened by many of the reporters who said that they had access, that they were reporting, that they were doing their job, that the initial fears perhaps of intake, that we wouldn't get the information, have not, or have not yet, depending on your views, been realized. At the same time, I think many of the reporters and the government officials repeated over and over again that we were having problems digesting all the information that was not now available to us on all of these different platforms, and that we had to do better, how to do better to go beyond palace intrigue, how to do better to understand the long-term policy implications, and as we heard several times, and as David Fahrenholt led off, how to do better to take advantage of all these new platforms that we have available to us. I know that you believe that the First Amendment is not only the responsibility and privilege of the people who have been on the stage today, but really of all of us. That is the foundation of our democracy and something that we need to celebrate and defend at all times. I hope that you'll join with the museum in the months and years to come to participate in these discussions as we continue to evaluate how freedom of the press and the other freedoms that are so essential to our democracy are faring. We hope that you'll participate in more programs like this. We hope that you'll follow our social media platforms. We hope that you'll support our mission. And most of all, we hope that you'll be part of this conversation that Bob laid out so well on how we all must discuss what is happening to our country now and in the days to come so that we are a truly informed citizenry. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Knight Foundation and the Kovler Fund for their support. And most of all, thank you for participating in this wonderful morning of interesting and important conversations.
All right, so that wraps up the live feed of this event, The President and the Press, the First Amendment in the First 100 Days. We're now going to take you to Sean Spicer, who spoke at this event just moments ago. Sean Spicer speaking at this same event on the role of the press in Trump's administration.
I think in sort of the obsession with some of the process, which I always understand. I've been doing this for a long time. I understand process and I understand ups and downs, but I think when you look at the issues that our world and our country are dealing with, sometimes the obsession with, who's up and who's down in 1 week or who said what in a meeting versus the substance of what's being taken to improve the lives of the American people or protect us or to deal with world incidents is sort of intriguing.
Do you have a sense you work for the president, for the White House, or for the American people? Who do you think you're working for?
Well, to some degree, it's all. But
and how do you reconcile that? Because sometimes you're in a position of advocating for.
Right. At the end of the day, the president won an election by that the American people voted in, and so it is his. I ultimately answer to him. It is his agenda that is being pursued. As that's the case of anyone who's in elective office. That you are elected by a group of people, and you pursue an agenda that you feel that you communicated to those people or are accountable to those people, whether or not you brought it up during a campaign or not. So first and foremost, it is the president that my job is to go out there and help amplify and discuss what he's doing and why he's doing it, and the accomplishments that he's having.
How much access do you have to the president?
Plenty. That's not a problem.
I mean, you talk to him every day, spend time with him every day?
Every day.
How does your day start?
I get up around 5:15. I start reading email and then usually try to do some kind of exercise. And then, again, we're kind of monitoring the news of the day, the issues of the day, going over what the events are. We have meetings early in the 7 o'clock hour. And then we basically are just trying to figure out what we're advancing, as well as what the incoming is, if you will. What are the issues that are playing hot? What are the issues that we think are going to overtake the day? What are the events that are happening, and how we're going to communicate those?
In terms of dealing with the media, I assume you get complaints from the media, right?
One or two.
All right. What are the complaints you get from the media?
There's always going to be an issue with access. They want more
access to you or access to the
everything.
president?
I mean, it doesn't matter what to the parking lot, to the front lawn, trees. I mean, there's nothing that they don't want access to. So that's probably first and foremost. What they want, and then obviously administration officials, the president, you name it.
And other complaints in the press?
I think there's been one or two.
All right. In terms of, I'm trying to sort of see, how to facilitate a better relationship between the press and the White House.
Look, I think it's naturally combative because no matter what the administration is or what the party is, the press is, always going to want more of what it is, and that's the nature of the relationship. But I think that there are some things that, to your question, I think the advent of social media, and I know Ari's talked about this a lot, Dana Perino's talked about this, the most recent Republican press secretaries that sort of were at the advent of this on the Republican side, that there is an element of being first and trying to get things into the ether on social media, et cetera, that has really changed the dynamic by which that room and the relationship exists.
One thing, people would much prefer not to have anonymous sources. Yeah. Much prefer. Yet when you...
Well, I think there's a difference, just so I'm clear. Like, there are people on a policy level, right, who are implementing, that are helping to shape policy. And because of the nature of what they do, they don't want their names out there, not because they're hiding, but because they're there to serve the people in the government, and it's not that they're hiding it. But I think when the press you can bring someone into a briefing room and say, this this briefing's on background, but everyone can see who they are. They're talking that's a much different thing than where we'll get a phone call and say, hey, we have 5 background sources that say that, you crossed the street the wrong way. And the question is, there's no accountability. We don't know who they are. Are they inside the White House? Are they outside the White House? Do they breathe? There's a lot of that is very difficult to respond to because you're shooting at almost a ghost. I think we try to minimize the use of and I wouldn't say anonymous sources, but background sources, to make sure that people can see the individuals, that they know they're real, that they're there reading stuff. But I think for a lot of folks in government, they're there to serve the American people, to work really hard, to work on a particular issue, and they don't necessarily want to have their name and their family particularly exposed to some of the.
But I've heard the complaint coming generically from the White House, from people in the White House complaining about the overuse of anonymous sources by the media. And then I see members of the media sort of rolling their eyes thinking that some of the people who are saying this are the very people who are making statements and wanting to be anonymous.
Well, again, I think there's a big difference. We get hit with a lot of this. There's 18 people that said the following, and we won't tell you who any of them are. So we have no idea if they're. And again, what I think a lot of times happen is somebody will say, well, I know someone who knows someone who lives next to 2 people whose brother Jimmy is friends with them on Facebook. That's not really a source. And when you're basically defending, that's not somebody in the room. Sometimes we'll have an event, in the Oval Office or in a particular room, and there'll be 4 or 5 people there, and I'll get a call from a reporter that said, we have 6 sources who said, and I'm like, well, there weren't 6 people there. And so it's very hard to imagine, like, well, we talk to people who talk to people. And it's like, we've all seen the game of telephone. If you just do it among children, you'll get clearly the reason that we actually, teach them sometimes the game is to show how a message will vary by the time it gets 2 or 3 people deep. And I think the question is, how reliable is that source? And when you can get 4 or 5 people that say, we were in the room, that didn't happen, and they go, yeah, I know you have 4 people who were actually there willing to go on the record, but we're not going to accept because we have 2 people who knew 2 people that follow them on Twitter, that you have to weigh that difference of who the sources are. And I don't think that that's getting as much of a play as it should.
Isn't that sort of a two-way street, though? Because even the president will tweet things, and he will tweet things like, for instance, that he's being surveilled, or he was surveilled by President Obama, and it's like, we don't get the sources on that. And yet, the rather dramatic assertions.
Well, I think that there's a question, though, about how this happens. We have asked for an investigation in that front through appropriate channels that were classified. I mean, a lot of that material is at a classified level. And so
after the bomb was dropped.
Huh?
Essentially after the tweet. The tweet came first from the president.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that there's also how a classified information gets handled is a whole separate discussion. Because, again, I think that we've seen, and you've seen both very bipartisan outrage on this, there is a level to which classified information is being shared with journalists and others who are not cleared, and that presents a danger to our country. And I think while journalists sometimes want to toil in this and people want to read the sensational story, there's a reason it's classified. It's because it threatens the safety of the United States and that there are sources and methods that are being protected. I think that we shouldn't be applauding the leaks of classified information. I think the president is right to call this out as a major concern. And I think that you've seen people on both sides of the aisle who've been involved in this world to call that out, that it is concerning when we have classified information and sources that are being used to perpetuate a narrative. And again, if you think about it, it ties your hands when you go to respond, because you can't, just because you claim that you know something classified and you call up, we can't then fight back on it because it is classified. So us engaging in that conversation puts us in a very difficult spot.
Well, and I'm not to belabor a point, but this is a city where virtually a lot of things get classified that probably don't need to get classified.
I don't know
for decades there's been an overclassification in this city, which
protects. But that's a whole separate. To your point,
but not an insignificant one. I mean,
I think on matters of national security, when you are talking about sources and methods and the use of certain things for inappropriate purposes, that is not an overclassification.
The president tweeting. I mean, he says he's going to continue to tweet, and I imagine it complicates your job somewhat.
Well, I think that's the default narrative, but I also think that when you realize that he has an ability through all the channels that he has, well over 100 million people that he can reach out to. And I think some of the media's frustration is that he does have this direct line to the American people where he can communicate accomplishments, thoughts, and push back to false narratives and false stories that frustrates people who want to control that narrative.
I think another way to look at those, he drops some stink bomb essentially, and then in 140 characters or less, and then leaves, and there's no sort of follow-up, so there's no sort of give and take. So
well, again, but I think that for a lot of people, especially outside of Washington, they have yearned for an authentic voice that is not trying to script everything perfectly, as a lot of politicians have done. And the president, even if you disagree with him on policy, I think one of the things that people give him high marks for is keeping his word and being authentic. And I think that is something that has been missing a lot of times in Washington.
But again, not to belabor it, but if you don't have the give and take, if you can't do a follow-up, that's
but
the
we
problem.
do. I mean, but I would argue that if you look at our engagement, the president, in terms of myself and him and other members of the staff, we are engaging with the media and with outside groups and coalitions and individuals and unions and members of Congress on an extremely robust way, so that there is follow-up, there is a discussion. It is not sort of in a vacuum that's occurring.
Last night he gave an interview, and it was that I read this morning, in which he said that the U.S. is not going to go into Syria. Did you see that?
I did.
Okay. One of the things he has also said is that he's not going to telegraph his plans. He has now just telegraphed to Assad and ISIS that he's not going to go in. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I think that's specific to ground troops. I think there's two issues. One is that doesn't mean, how we're going to deal with ISIS as a whole. So if we have to deal with ISIS and it moves into Syria, that's one thing. I think going in and occupying Syria for the express purpose of regime change is something that the president's been very clear on that throughout the campaign. So I think to sort of try to extrapolate that, I mean, this is something that he talked about well into the campaign, that the use of force and the use of military troops and something like that. So that shouldn't be a shocker. That's been something that he's been talking about for a while.
So Assad should not take it, his comment, that we're not going to go into Syria, to mean that he's not going to do another airstrike necessarily.
Oh, absolutely not.
So
no.
that's still on the, that's still.
100%. And I think the president said that in the same interview, that should they continue to use gas, especially against children and babies, that the president, all options remain on the table. But make no mistake about it, I think the president showed last Thursday night that he will use decisive, justified, and proportional action to right wrongs.
Secretary of State Tillerson is in Russia today, in Moscow, and do you know if he's going to meet with Putin? Has that been confirmed or not confirmed?
It has not been confirmed.
Okay. Do you know if he's going to meet with Putin?
It has not been confirmed.
All right. I'll leave it at that then. I won't give you another follow-up. Assuming he were to meet with Putin, hypothetically, if he were to meet with Putin, what would be his mission? What would be the mission? What's the message to Putin?
Probably, I mean, I think that there's going to be two folds at the front of the agenda, whether or not he's going to meet with Foreign Minister Lavrov, and he will communicate the same message, which is, number one, I think there is a shared interest in defeating ISIS in the region, that we have a national security concern that should align with their national security. And then with respect to Syria in particular, we've all been party to an international agreement on the use and possession of nuclear weapons, of chemical weapons, and that Russia should live up to its obligations. Remember, Russia right now is an island. It's Russia, North Korea, Syria, and Iran. That is not exactly a group of folks that you want to be associated with. Russia is, among that group, the only non-failed state. So if you're Russia, you are really isolating yourself by aligning yourself with Assad and not calling out the actions that both you and he specifically said that you would not engage in.
So, but what are the consequences? I mean, suppose that Putin...
I think we had a consequence Thursday
Some
night.
consequence, but suppose today that Putin, should this meeting occur, hypothetically, suppose Putin says, okay, I get it, no chemical weapons, but I'm going to help Assad with his barrel bombs and everything else there, because I like my base in Syria, and I'm going to do everything to prop this guy up. Meanwhile, Assad just continues to annihilate civilians and push refugees out of the country.
I think, first and foremost, we have a shared interest in not only defeating ISIS, but stability in the region. I think that is something that we can talk about. Russia is in Syria. I think we can all agree that defeating ISIS should be, and stability there is important. And then I think with respect to regime change, we can't possibly see a stable and peaceful Syria in the future with Assad in charge. So we can have that discussion with them. I'm not going to, I will let the Secretary of State have that discussion with his counterpart at this point. But I think we have projected our interests and concerns to Russia very clearly.
All right, the USS Carl Vinson is steaming its way towards the coast of DPRK of North Korea. Kim Jong-un has had his provocative words, which he has done before, but they've had 5 nuclear tests and they've had multiple missile tests recently. What's the end game on this? Are we just waiting for Saturday to see if Kim Jong-un does something, has another missile launch on the birth date of Kim Il-sung, his grandfather, or what's the program?
I think we need to get the world community in agreement, particularly China. I mean, we've had very productive talks with both Japan and South Korea, but China can play a very important role, and it's something the President discussed with President Xi last week, Thursday and Friday, about, again, this is almost like Russia with ISIS, but we have a shared interest with China of making sure that we don't have a nuclear North Korea.
We do have a nuclear North Korea. We do. I mean, they have a nuclear weapon. They have 20,000 artillery weapons on the border facing its soul.
They have short, medium-term missiles. Again, I'm not going to get into discussions about their nuclear capability. I would just say that it is in our shared interest to not have them have the nuclear capability to fly and launch rockets with nuclear capability. And I think that the President had very productive talks with President Xi last week. And I think we need to continue to make sure that the world community stands strong with us, which they have, to make sure that we all understand the threat that North Korea poses.
I don't pretend to have the answer to North Korea at all, but that's the same thing that we heard from President Obama before President Trump, President George Bush, 43 before that, President Clinton before him. Nobody's been able to in any way deter North Korea, and it keeps inching forward.
Yeah, well, I would...
What's different now?
I would just say that I'm not... One is, I would go back to last Thursday night. We also had, 6+ years of the last administration drawing red lines and saying that they weren't going to do anything. This President took very decisive action. The world community, a bipartisan domestic group here applauded the President's action. I think with North Korea, as I mentioned, the President's had very productive talks with President Xi. Those... we'll see where those talks land. But again, I think...
What could China do? What do you foresee China doing?
This is not a discussion that is one that you have in an open setting. I believe that the President and a lot of the Cabinet had very productive talks with China. There's a lot of stuff that can happen diplomatically to continue to isolate North Korea and to undermine their ability to possess and launch nuclear capabilities that threaten us.
Well, we have historically had very little intelligence about what's going on in this hermetically sealed nation.
And I'm not going to.
But let me just go a little bit further. That if China's the purse for North Korea, if China were to cut off money to it, I think, and I don't know, it's just a guess, but I think is that the Kim Jong-un has had no problem just starving his people.
Well, I think that China plays a both economic and political role of influence in North Korea, but. We'll see. Again, I think this President has clearly shown both the country and the world that there's going to be a change in how the U.S. interests are pursued, and we'll have to see how that shakes out.
All right, tax reform. Are we going to get it this year?
I feel I know that the President and a lot of members of Congress want to do this on two fronts.
Why aren't they doing this now? I mean, why can't they multitask?
Well, they are multitasking.
Congress on this?
No, but respectfully, I don't think that's true. I mean, we've actually talked about this for the last couple of weeks, the meetings that we've had internally and externally. We've met with the Ways and Means and Finance Committee and leadership. It's interesting how a couple of weeks ago it was we're rushing too quick on something, and then we talk about the other day on multiple occasions how we're laying out a very systematic plan to engage folks. I mean, tax reform hasn't happened since 1986.
I'm not saying that's easy.
But
I'm
you're
just asking where are we on it?
But I think that we've been talking about this, and so I've literally probably been asked about this multiple times in the briefing and laid out where we are in the process. We've had internal discussions. We're starting to engage with stakeholders. They've started to engage with members of Congress, but we've gone 30-plus years without comprehensive tax reform. There's a lot of people who have a lot of ideas on two fronts. One is on the corporate side, we have a big problem with our corporate tax rate maintaining and growing businesses here in the country. They are fleeing our country. And I think this president is committed through both tax reform and regulatory reform to create a better business climate that allows companies to stay here, to want to start here, and to grow here. And you're seeing the progress on a lot, especially on the regulatory front. The president's made tremendous progress.
He can do those by executive order, though.
Yeah, and he has.
But the comprehensive tax reform has got to get this thing up Capitol Hill to move.
Absolutely. But I think on the regulatory reform, and I think that gets overlooked a lot, one of the things, whether it's the automotive sector, the steel sector, the coal and mining sector, and a lot of other manufacturing sectors, that we're seeing a lot of progress. Companies coming back to the United States talking about investments they're going to make, because I think the president's accomplishments and actions on regulatory reform is creating a better business climate for them to be here. But there's the other piece of this, which is the tax piece. It's going to take some months to get this done.
And believe me, I actually am more critical of Congress on this. The president just said we're going to have it, and he's the leader, but Congress is the one who's the engine for this. Congress has got to do this.
And we're engaging with them.
So we'll be by the end of the year.
That is clearly our goal, and I think we've got to look at both the corporate side and then making sure that we really give some relief to middle-class Americans.
In light of the fact that by the end of the year, and if there is comprehensive tax reform, there's going to be a huge revenue shift one way or another. And do you expect that it'll be effective as of the year 2017, or do you think, are we talking sort of prospectively the tax?
Well, that's going to be part of the discussion. So to get ahead of when that reform would go into place, whether it's fiscal year 2017 or fiscal year 18, again, that would be probably part of a lot of the discussion.
President Trump also spoke about Steve Bannon last night, and about it appears that there's some sort of feud going on in the White House, or maybe feud's a strong word, but something between Jared Kushner and Steve Bannon, at least by the president's remark. What's going on there?
Well, I think a couple things. Number one, I think a lot of it is overblown, what you see in the media. The president has brought together an unbelievably talented team of successful individuals, whether it's in business, academics, government, and there's a lot of opinions. But that's, frankly, it's the same team in a lot of ways that had a very successful campaign. I think sometimes you see some of that spill over into public, and that's unfortunate, because there's going to be on policy issues a very spirited debate. But I think that's very healthy for the president, that he's not getting a monolithic group of advice that says you only should do this and here's how this is. He gets a lot of opinions and ideas and policy shifts that help guide his ultimate decision making. That's a very healthy thing. And I think that what we bring together is a lot of really talented individuals, whether it's Mick Mulvaney and his service in the Congress and his understanding of the budget process, or Steve's understanding of where the policies that the president campaigned on and how to enact them, or Jared's business acumen. There's a lot of things that are being done to help improve the government, to help enact policies that I think both keep us safer and help grow the economy. But there's obviously, going to be spirited debates. I think that is a healthy way for the president to get guidance and ultimately make decisions.
Does the media get in the way of the White House doing its job? I mean, do you feel is this a distraction?
In what way?
I mean, in terms of we report about the feuds. I mean, we're all we ask questions about those things. But in many ways they're important, because these are important people in the White House. We've got the president's two top aides seemingly having disagreements, and we don't know the extent of it, and whether it's just an ordinary course of business, two people with two different ideologies, or if it's something more.
Well, I think from a process standpoint, whether or not someone's getting along or not getting along, or whether or not one idea is getting floated or another, doesn't make anyone's life safer or better, right? And I think, to your question, I think the more that the focus is on what are we doing, right or wrong, to make the country better, to strengthen it, to make it safer, is where I'd love to see the focus, right? Is that, what are we doing on tax reform? Where is it? How are we getting done? Who's being involved in the process? What are we doing to make our country more competitive and to grow jobs? Because I think whether or not you live in California or Connecticut, your focus right now is, am I doing okay? Am I able to help my family? Am I able to help my kids? Am I saving something for the future? Is my job safe? Is the business that I work for growing? Am I going to be able to get a raise? Am I able to contribute to my 401k? Are my streets safe? Is my country safe? Those are, I think, the issues that most Americans worry about and plague, that concern them. What am I doing about health care premiums? How am I going to keep up? Can I actually go see a doctor anymore? My guess is that that's whether or not you live on the East Coast or the West Coast, North or South, those are the issues that most Americans, I think, are waking up, not whether or not 2 individuals or 3 individuals are, going back and forth in the White House. So I understand that there's always going to be a little palace intrigue, but I think that the proportion that I've seen of palace intrigue versus policy is a little out of whack.
All right, what's your wish list? If you had your wish list about the media, I'll give you a chance. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want to change? Well, how can
we only have a minute and 50 seconds left? I will look. It doesn't really matter. In all honesty, the media's got a job to do. We've got a very robust media in this country, both right-leaning, conservative, left-leaning, and so I think as long as we have a healthy and robust media, I'm fine. I wish more people would focus on the policy and get it right. But it is what it is. This is the beauty of living in a free country. And so while I may want a lot of things, I think what we all should want is a media that takes their time, gets the stories right, doesn't worry about being first, but rather being right.
All right. How much do you like the job? 1 to 10?
I love it. I know that people, the funny thing is, that is probably one of the things that people say all the time, like, oh, I truly do believe it's an honor to have this job. It is a privilege. And if you don't believe it so, then you shouldn't be here.
All right, let me ask about the White House Correspondents' News. We only have 52 seconds left. Nobody's going. The president's not going, and the members of the White House aren't going. Your thoughts? What thoughts?
Look, I think that it's, we're just, this is not the appropriate year to go.
Why?
Because I think there's, let's go back to a question before that. I think the relationship and the coverage that we've gotten, I don't think that we should fake it. Going to a dinner where they sit around and you pretend that everything's all hunky-dory is probably not an appropriate year to be doing this. I think that they should go have their dinner, and I know that I know they put a lot of time into it, and that's great. But I don't think that just sitting there and watching a bunch of celebrities walk by is somehow an indication of how much you care about or respect the press or the First Amendment. I think they should have their dinner, but I think we have a right, in the same First Amendment gives us a right to say this isn't appropriate to go, and it sends the wrong signal. And if things get better, maybe we'll attend next year, but this is not the year to do it.
So next year you'll go as my guest. And the time is up. Nice to see you, Sean. Thank you very much. Sean Spicer.
Thanks very much, Greta and Mr. Spicer. That was great. Every day, our next guests go to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to tell the world about what is going on there. We're honored to welcome an exceptional group of White House correspondents and our moderator, Brett Baer, hosts a special report with Brett Baer on Fox News.
Everybody. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. We have a great panel for you, and they're coming out ahead of cue. So I'll introduce them all together. We're excited to talk about covering the president, covering this White House. First, on the end there, Jim Acosta, senior White House correspondent for CNN, spent 2016 covering the Trump administration, the Trump campaign, during the primaries, the general election. He previously covered the Obama administration from the White House and around the world. He has been on the receiving end, obviously you may have noticed, of more Trump tweets and more than one heated exchange with the president. We will talk about that in our panel here. Julie Pace, Chief White House Correspondent for the Associated Press. Since the beginning of President Obama's second term, she joined the AP White House team in 2009 after covering Obama's 2008 campaign, and she has been churning out scoops with the AP ever since. She also serves as a board member of the White House Correspondents Association. Next, we have Charlie Spearing. He's the White House correspondent for Breitbart News. He came to Breitbart from the Washington Examiner in 2014, got his start in covering politics working for conservative columnist Bob Novak. He started covering the White House during the Obama administration. Next, Kristen Welker. She's the White House correspondent for NBC News. Since 2011, can be seen frequently in the front row of the briefing room, going back and forth with the man you just saw up here, Sean Spicer, numerous times. Her reporting appears on all NBC and MSNBC platforms. She spent 2016 reporting from the trail of Hillary Clinton's campaign. And finally, Glenn Thrush, White House correspondent for the New York Times, has a long history going back to his days at New York's Newsday, covering and interviewing Donald Trump, has some history there. Just last week, he and his colleague Maggie Haberman conducted a headline-making interview in the Oval Office with the president. He joined the Times just a few months ago from Politico, where he was their chief political correspondent. So this is the panel. Let's give them one round of applause. All right, Glenn. So obviously the press briefings have been pretty interesting. The fact that you have a Saturday Night Live character already is a factor. But talk about covering this particular White House and the challenges in doing so.
By the way, I'd like to congratulate the Newseum. Whatever they put in Sean's coffee this morning, I think calmed things down considerably. I would recommend.
It was a little low tone.
I would definitely recommend that every day. Look,
do you really, Glenn?
I say this with great affection, of course. Look, I think the tone, and Jim and I were talking about this before we came on, the tone was set the day after the inauguration when Sean Spicer came out and decided to berate the media about the crowd size at the inaugural. And the thing about that, as bizarre as that wasn't the salient issue for me personally. My problem with that is he came in, shouted at everybody, and refused to take questions. And to me, that was a fundamental violation of the purpose of that room, which is not about questions, it's about answers. I think I've heard Sean in a lot of different venues, and I think he was, again, very subdued and contrite today. But I have seen a diminishment of that room over the last 3 months. I think the Obama administration had sought to cool it down after Robert Gibbs was the press secretary, who'd make news from the podium with great regularity. I don't think President Obama really appreciated that. But I think what we have seen is a series of missteps. I think it is entirely appropriate and unbiased to say that the level of information and the quality of information we're receiving during these briefings is, I believe, not up to the standard of what we believe ought to be in the briefing room. So I think in terms of, I would put this out for Mr. Spicer and his staff. We have been on the receiving end many times of lectures about what we need to do professionally in terms of dealing with our process. I would encourage him and the communication staff of the White House to do the same.
Julie, let me just ask you, when I was White House correspondent, a lot of the information came from outside the White House. Same logistics?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that I think you learn when you cover the White House over time is that there's information that you get from inside the building, but the information you're really after often comes from outside the building. And it was something that took me a while to grasp when I first started covering the beat. And it was actually coming back to the beat this year, after being off on the campaign most of last year. Two of my sort of resolutions for the beat were to go to the briefing less and to spend more time outside of the White House. And you find that you just, I think, get a lot more depth in your coverage when you're talking not just to the communication shop or the policy shop at the White House, but to who's talking to them on Capitol Hill, who's talking to them in the lobbying world. And one of the great things about covering President Trump is that he talks to a ton of people. The traditional people in Washington that you would expect him to, but also this really wide range of people who are his friends and associates from New York, from Mar-a-Lago, from his business world. So as reporters, I think it actually gives us this great advantage to not just get to know the people who are surrounding him every day inside the White House, but to really get perspective about him from outside.
Kirsten?
I
agree with everything Julie's saying. I think that some of the best information and insight that I've gotten into this president comes from his friends who don't necessarily live in D.C. I think one of the things that makes covering this White House really striking is the sheer amount of energy that this president has, and that sort of requires, I think, a 24/7 news cycle in a way that is on a whole new level. He's tweeting at 6 a.m., he's tweeting at 11 p.m., and we are often reporting out our stories overnight. I mean, literally until midnight, 1 a.m. in the morning. And I think that you always have to be prepared when you're walking around that White House, because obviously he sometimes invites reporters into the Oval Office. I was invited in for an impromptu meeting with him. And so you always have to sort of be on your toes to make sure that you're, getting the best information, pushing the headlines forward.
Jim, I mentioned some of that back and forth. Has that evolved since that first exchange and those early tweets?
I have not been invited into any private meetings with the president at the White House. Perhaps you could have figured that out. We had that news conference where he and I had that back and forth back in January, which, by the way, was the only news conference during the transition. We should remember that. The president-elect only had one news conference. It was on January 11th. But 9 days later, during the inauguration, I was positioned on the north lawn of the White House, right in the middle. President and First Lady walked right past me, and I threw a question at him, and he answered it. So I think, to some extent, the president knows, he knows television. And, he is not going to miss a moment if it's going to serve his purpose. And I think, to some extent, that's what happened on January 11th. He and I had this back and forth. And just to quickly go over that, my feeling is that our news organization was being attacked on that day. We were being called fake news and so forth. And I felt that I deserved, and our organization deserved, a question to challenge him on what was being reported at that time, which is this idea that the Trump campaign was having contacts with Russian officials, Russian intelligence operatives, perhaps, during the campaign. And so, things have evolved since then. You'll notice there was that one news conference where he and I went back and forth for some 8 minutes, and he asked me if I was related somehow to Alexander Acosta, who's going to be the labor secretary. So I think to some extent, that did happen. You can go back and look at the tape. So I think to some extent he enjoys the sparring back and forth. And the one thing I do want to say is, and we'll probably have time to talk about all of this, is that, we're told that we live in this nothing matters world, or we're in this post-truth world. I think that couldn't be further from the truth. I think now more than ever, speaking truth to power means everything. And so I think that is what I was trying to do on that day back in January, and I think that's what we at CNN, and I think my colleagues here, try to do every day.
Would you do it the same way again?
I would, yeah. I would do it the same way again. If our news organization is being attacked, my sense is that cannot go without any kind of response. And really quickly, that night, I heard from a news executive from another network who said, hey, you did a really great job today defending your network. And I said, I texted back to him, I said, I was defending all of us, because it could be your network tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Charlie, you covered in the Obama administration inside the White House. You came from the Washington Examiner to Breitbart. Breitbart is obviously a different organization in that you have previous ties with somebody who's inside the White House, Steve Bannon. You have to kind of separate that, I suppose, in how you cover the White House. Talk about the unique challenges for you.
Well, absolutely. And during the campaign, the president made a lot of promises to our readers, to conservatives in general. He made a lot of promises that, we at Breitbart feel it's important to hold him accountable to those promises. He talked a lot about immigration. He talked a lot about building a wall. He talked a lot about helping our vets. He made a very long list of promises, and we were one of the conservative outlets that, took him at his word and really just sort of published everything that he said as it was. We didn't, suggest that maybe he was lying or fake on these issues. And I think so we have a bigger responsibility to tackle his work here and hold him accountable to the promises he made to our readers.
So is it unique, this White House, in trying to get information for you? Do you have more access?
Yeah, that's really funny, because the frustrating part, I think, is when readers, or when people read the Breitbart News website and just assume that everything is coming from a Steve Bannon dispatch. I certainly don't get phone calls from him. He's now a source, and he's pretty much a useless source in many cases. He probably talks to the New York Times and other outlets more than he talks to Breitbart News. But I feel like, you know, Steve Bannon is pretty open on who he is, and certainly we're going to cover him as a member of the White House, and we're not going, if he strays from anything that, you know, our readers believe in, we're definitely going to hold him accountable.
You heard Sean Glenn talk about the coverage of policy and policy decisions versus the process. And here in Washington, obviously, we get a lot of behind the scenes about who's up and who's down and what's going to happen. And there could be many things that happen inside this White House very soon, personnel-wise. How do you balance out that as far as coverage?
Well, first of all, I dispute the notion that process isn't policy. Process is policy, and I think that really manifested itself very clearly in the whole, and Sean first started making the argument, if I'm not mistaken, most forcefully having to do with the Devin Nunes midnight visit to the campus of the White House, where he kept saying, as we were asking questions, really important questions about who Nunes was meeting, who authorized those meetings, did the president know about these things? Sean would reduce that to us asking questions about how people were dressed, right? What gate they came in. So it behooves him, from his perspective as being a flack, to make a differentiation between process and policy. But I will tell you, I started off my career, as crazy as this might sound, in policy. I ran think tanks, and I covered poverty in New York City for 5 or 6 years, and it's been an interest of mine for a long time. I would like to engage members of this administration in serious policy discussions, and I find it difficult sometimes to find people to engage at that level. So I think, in general, the process with this particular administration is important because they have violated issues of process, and in some instances, I believe they don't fully understand what the appropriate process is.
Were you surprised when the president called and has done interviews with Maggie and you, and picked up the phone and called?
No, and I think he gets props for this. I think this is, to me, I think, something I don't think he gets nearly enough credit for. You know, it was funny, again, Maggie and I, Maggie Haberman, my colleague, and I, and a bunch of other people who cover the White House right now, come out of the crucible of New York City Hall. And I've said often that this is, to me, having covered the Obama administration tail end of the Bush administration, this seems almost more like a national mayoralty than a White House. And covering Rudolph Giuliani and Ed Koch was not dissimilar. So when he had that amazing press conference, his first press conference as president, a lot of my colleagues who had covered sort of the White House as the White House were like, what the hell is this, right? And I was like, this is an Ed Koch 1987 press conference. And I think he gets a lot of credit for that. Remember, Barack Obama, we talk about how Trump is cracking down on the press. Barack Obama had a neat little piece of white, 8.5 by 11, and he had the names of 6 or 7 reporters that he was going to call on, and he never diverged from that. And you'd ask him a 30-second question, and I recall once being in Charlotte, where he was asked this in a forum, and he gave a 28-minute answer, much like I'm giving right now, by the way.
It's okay. We have plenty of time.
But I mean, but I think in general, he is much more willing to engage people, and I think he deserves enormous credit for that.
What about access? I mean, do you see that, Kirsten?
Well, I think that Glenn is right. There's this perception that our access is being taken away. The reality is, because the president does reach out to reporters at times directly, in that sense, he sort of differentiates himself. I mean, I've never experienced that, you know, in the 5 years that I covered the Obama administration. At the same time, I think the challenge becomes trying to delve more deeply into some of the policy issues, trying to get direct answers to our questions. And you talk about the issue of process, and that really speaks in some instances to the very underpinnings of the White House itself. I mean, we've been following this back and forth, for example, between Steve Bannon and Jared Kushner. And the reason why that type of a back and forth matters is because you look at the debate over Syria, for example. We know that that's something that Bannon, someone who considers himself as a nationalist, doesn't necessarily support. So that's why those types of discussions matter and go beyond just process. And that's why I think it becomes to some extent dangerous to downplay the significance of it.
Yeah, listen, I'm a guy who covers process, and I get that. I was just going off of the Sean Spicer comment as he was leaving with Greta. Jim, I want to talk to you about the campaign and if that factors into your mind about how to cover the White House, because a lot of us missed a lot of what was happening on the campaign. And didn't see it at the very end that it was going to happen. And does that factor into how you cover the White House now?
I think it does, and one of my regrets from the campaign is I did not take our anchors out with us out on the campaign trail, or some of our executives out on the campaign trail. And, you know, and perhaps I have a little post-campaign stress disorder. But, you know, President, you were talking about access. I'm not sure access is the issue so much as it is attitude towards the news media. And the President, to some extent, has an unhealthy attitude towards the news media, and I think I'm being diplomatic when I say this. I was out on the campaign trail time and again when he referred to the news media as the dishonest news media, the disgusting news media. He called us liars and crooks and thieves, and I can't think of all the other names that he called us. There were chants of, you know, going after CNN that he would pause for and allow the crowd to continue those chants. And, you know, I did ask him during that news conference where he did take my question, are you concerned that you are undermining American confidence in the news media? Because at the end of the day, when he leaves office, we need Republicans to believe what's being said in the mainstream news media just as much as we need Democrats to. And I think that the President has to understand that he is doing real damage to what we do. He's doing real damage to the First Amendment in this country when he refers to the news media as the enemies of the people. Now, I know some of that is production. It's, you know, it's the, you know, he's from Fifth Avenue, so there's a little bit of Broadway there, I guess, or something like that. Maybe Glenn has more insights to that than I do. But, you know, I think words matter, and those kinds of attacks have to be taken seriously. I've talked to people inside the administration, you know, why can't the President lay off of some of this fake news and enemies of the people stuff? And they say, well, you know, what are you guys doing? They sort of throw it back in your face. I think at some point we're going to need a, you know, détente between this administration and the news media, or else it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. We need people to trust us, and I think that we have been acting in a way that garners that trust. But the President doesn't like bad stories about him, and this is how he responds, and we've got to figure out a way around it.
Well, I think what's so striking is that there's the public perception, the public comments the President makes, and then what actually happens behind the scenes. And I think most of us would agree we have pretty good working relationships with Trump officials. I think it's so critical to underscore the point, though, it's not just about the back and forth between the media and the President. It's about protecting our democracy and the point that Jim makes about our First Amendment. And so I think that sometimes that gets lost in the public debate, that it becomes a fight between two sides, the press versus the President, and that's not at all what the debate is about. It's about making sure that we're protecting the First Amendment.
Julie, in the campaign, there was always this talk, well, this is where he's going to turn. This is where he's going to be different. Do you sense that President Trump is going to somehow evolve in the way he handles some of this? Or do you think it's who he is?
It's who he is. I mean, there are things about Trump. He's a 70-year-old man who has lived in the spotlight for decades. There are things about him that are never going to change. And we shouldn't keep expecting that that's going to happen because he moves on to a new phase of his political career. At the same time, I do think that you are seeing a process inside the White House where they are, I don't know if they're fully accepting at this point, but they are learning that you do get treated differently as president. You know, Trump has these long relationships with the media that come from being on reality television, that come from being in the business world, that come from having these relationships with the kind of gossip pages in New York tabloids. That's different than how you get covered as president. You are held to different standards, and that's okay. And I think that has been a learning curve for them. Sometimes I am surprised when I hear from White House officials about what actually bothers Trump in his coverage. Often it's not that stories are negative, it's the tone that a question was asked with that bothers him. It's this feeling that he doesn't have the relationships with the Washington press corps that he maybe had with the New York press corps. But it's not necessarily that the headline was wrong or that the policy context was missed in it. I find that striking. But if you're waiting for a policy evolution or a personality evolution with Trump, get over it. It's not going to happen.
Get over it. Charlie, does the Syria strike change the dynamic, and how is it received at your organization?
Well, certainly the Syria strike was kind of a surprise for a lot of our readers, but I think that we covered it, in a way that made sense and focusing how it was a little different than the America First sort of campaign message that he shared. But, I think in hindsight, and, the president even said, reassured people who were concerned about our foreign policy, he reassured them that we're not going into Syria. And if I just want to mention, refer to, his comments about the media, the president made these comments about the media and the biased media and the fake news, mostly because he didn't do it to sort of denigrate the press. He did it because it was popular among his base. His base loved those applause lines. His base has a real problem with the way the media is perceived. And I think that he was, in a large way, playing to the crowd on this one, and something that conservatives have complained about for a long time.
But do you think that he has gotten to the point where he knows he's the president, he won, he doesn't have to keep going back to the election, to the campaign's over? I mean, do you sense that? No. But do you sense that he's fighting that PR battle still day to day?
Well, we have an armada off, what he calls an armada off the coast of North Korea, so I certainly hope he does. Look, I think Charlie is 100% right on the whole issue of it being something that works with the crowd. Trump refers to people as customers, and I think he views it as a different mindset than we have had for a president ever. And I think it's fascinating because we think of him, and he sold himself to the base as being a businessman. What he in fact is a salesman. And having covered New York real estate, I can tell you, you got to sell the hell out of that stuff. So he is somebody, I think, who has a remarkably sophisticated ear for the electorate that he was able to win over. So he understands his capacity to sort of calibrate the kinds of this balancing act that Charlie was describing between what the base wants and what the necessities of the presidency demand. To me, that is probably the most interesting dynamic in him. How does he reconcile what he has to do with the base versus what he has to do with president? And thus far, up to this point, before the Syria thing, he's punted on it. That's why the Syria thing is such a crucible.
Right. I mean, he does like to be liked. I mean, we have to put that out there. And the fact that this Syria strike, Kristen, was well received on the left and the right, largely, and he was getting props from senators who don't usually give him props. Does that somehow, do you think, change his outlook on how he's going to deal with foreign policy decisions going forward?
Possibly. I think he's the first person to tell you that he's gotten broad bipartisan support for this strike. I think you're absolutely right about that. And it was a real turning point, by the way, for him, because he'd had a number of rocky weeks and days sort of leading up to that. A lot of people saw that as his the moment when he really started to absorb those responsibilities. As president, and based on my conversations with administration officials, they have acknowledged that there is a transition going on within him, that he's starting to realize that everything that worked on the campaign trail doesn't necessarily work in the White House. And I think that the Syria strike was emblematic of that, certainly. I think the fact that it was limited, that it was very calibrated, specific, speaks to sort of his internal conflict with engaging in some of these foreign situations. But absolutely, I think you're starting to see a shift in that regard, absorbing some of these responsibilities. I don't think he's ever going to change who he is, but I think that he's starting to accept some of the reality of being commander-in-chief and what that holds.
Joy?
But I think this is important for people to know about Trump. His interest in knowing the real-time reaction to his decisions is so unique. In presidents that I've covered in the past, they are aware of their polling. They are aware generally of how they're being perceived. But Trump wants to know minute to minute how a decision is being received. He watches it on television, he reads it in the papers. And when you talk to some Republicans, this actually worries them a bit, because he is going to find himself in position as president to have to make a decision that he and his advisors believe is right, but they know is going to be unpopular. It's inevitable, it will happen. And where does he fall on that? Does he have the capacity to make the decision that is the right one, even though the short-term reaction is going to be negative? Can he deal with that and handle that? It leaves people nervous, especially on foreign policy, when the actual outcome of a decision isn't really known sometimes for years.
Well, and I was going to say that, you know, if you look back at the president's tweets, you know, from 2013, where he was saying to President Obama, don't go into Syria, I think the Syria strike is an indication that he can change. He can change his mind on something, and that's not such a bad thing when you're president of the United States. You sometimes have to stop the campaigning and start the governing. And my understanding is, from talking to administration officials, is that he was deeply affected by the images of those children after they were gassed. And, you know, you have to give credit where credit is due. I'm not saying that, you know, that this is going to be the best policy decision moving forward down the road. But when you have the kind of unanimity that we've had here in Washington over the last week, that a war crime should be responded to, and perhaps in a proportional way, in a measured way, that on balance, it seems he made the right decision here.
But there's no sense that he's going to change the tweeting.
No, no. Live by the tweet, die by the tweet. He hasn't died. He hasn't died yet. You know, I do wonder. At some point, I would love to talk to him at the end of his administration, whether it's in 4 years. I'm sure he would love it to be in 8 years. You know, what he thinks about these tweets, because honestly, they've gotten him in so much trouble. This issue of tweeting that President Obama wiretapped him. Going back to what Glenn was saying earlier about being in the briefing room and watching Spicer, one of the most excruciating things that we've had to watch over the last few weeks is the White House trying to explain and justify the president's tweet, which is a misstatement of the facts, that President Obama did not wiretap Trump Tower, did not wiretap. And they said, well, we're talking about surveillance, where, you know, it's a surveillance thing. And now, you know, CNN is reporting that by talking to folks on both sides of the aisle on the intelligence committees and their staffers, that no, that the intelligence tells us at this point there wasn't even any unlawful surveillance going on, and that Susan Rice didn't do anything wrong or conduct herself in an unlawful way. And so, you know, these verbal gymnastics that Sean, I can understand why yesterday happened. The exhaustion, the level of exhaustion he must be feeling right now, having to deal with this president who is just sort of unwielding and difficult to corral, it must be a pretty draining experience.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you wake up and you see a tweet that changes your entire day, that's interesting in 140 characters or less. But just talk about that for a second, about covering a president who has his own printing press, who, you know, it's a unique thing. Anybody?
Oh, I just wanted to mention, like, you know, I think what upsets a lot of our readers is when you hear people like, you know, when you hear the media being so willing to exonerate Susan Rice, as Jim just did, and, you know, they take a completely hostile tone towards the president, but when it comes to people like Susan Rice, they're not taking the same tone of hostility. And a lot of the news that they publish on that, I think a lot of our readers see that as sort of coming from one side. This is why our readers are so comfortable with the president describing the media as the opposition party. They're getting most of their talking points, a good portion of their sources from their Democratic friends. They didn't vote for the president. They don't know too many of the president's supporters. And I think that, you know, I think there is a difference in tone coming from the mainstream media versus Breitbart.
But Charlie, do you think, when you say that I just let Susan Rice off the hook, I didn't let Susan Rice off the hook. You can go back and watch an interview I did with Susan Rice a couple years ago where I didn't let her off the hook. But let me ask you this. When the president originally tweeted that Barack Obama wiretapped me at Trump Tower, it's like McCarthy, it's like Watergate, do you think in the back of his mind he was thinking, oh yeah, Susan Rice, she unmasked some people, and that's what I really meant when I tweeted that? It just seems to me, over the last few weeks, the White House has been sort of fumbling around in the dark in search of a justification for these tweets that were just totally erroneous. And my question has always been, why doesn't the president just withdraw the tweet, retract the accusation. We just have not gotten to that point yet. And my question, my question is, why can't the folks on the conservative side of the news media, just see the facts as they are? I mean, don't you agree, Charlie, that those tweets on their face are just wrong? The president was not wiretapped at Trump Tower by Barack Obama.
Well, I think that there's a certain element of truth that comes from his tweets, and he was basing his tweets on a lot.
We're not talking about an element of truth. How about just the truth? Why can't we just have the truth? That's my question. And as much as people want to beat up on CNN and go after CNN and CNN sucks and that sort of thing, which your readers do and your side of the aisle does. I was with Steve Bannon the other day where he referred to us as the opposition party once again. We're not the opposition party. We are just trying to get at the truth. And when you have a side of the news media that just insists time and again that that CNN is out to get the president or out to get certain people in this country, I think it just does a tremendous disservice to all Americans. I don't think it is American to go after a segment of the news media. Brett knows because Brett is a pro who does a great newscast every night on Fox News. I watch it all the time when I'm not watching Wolf Blitzer.
You can DVR us.
But I can DVR you, okay. And I probably have. But listen, we have got to get to a point in this country where we're not demonizing one another and going after each other and cutting each other's throats because we don't agree with one another. I mean, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to play to the audience here. I grew up in this city, and I do, and people talk about, oh, remember the days of Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill. That actually did exist, yeah. And so we just have to, and Brett and I are very friendly with each other.
I think in sort of the obsession with some
and I have a tremendous amount of respect for Carl Cameron and John Roberts, my Fox News colleagues out on the campaign trail. And I just, I'd love for all of us to get away from this day where we're just ripping each other apart because of political differences. I think good people can disagree on the issues, and it's time for good people to disagree in a civil way about how the news is covered in this country. And I'd love it to start down the street of Pennsylvania Avenue, and I'd love to see it at places like Breitbart, and perhaps our folks can do a better job at that as well.
Well, I think those sort of the go along, get along, everyone gets along climate in Washington, D.C. is what Americans are tired of. They're tired of the closeness of the news media with the officials they cover. They're tired of the stories of everybody hanging out, going out to dinners and partying, and they're tired of their issues.
That happens with Republicans and Democrats, too, to be fair. I mean, it's not as though reporters are hanging out with only Democrats. We have dinners and lunches and coffees with Republicans as well.
Right, but it's part of the establishment. It's part of the swamp that, the Trump supporters were very sick of.
Charlie,
the campaign is over.
The one thing I will say is the best party I've been to in the last year was the Daily Caller Christmas party. So.
There you go.
I do have a question, though, Brett, about the president and his tweets. I think that it creates a climate where the media is even more important because the president has a platform, as President Obama did. President Obama was very effective at trying to go around the media using Twitter, Facebook, White House produced videos and present their side of the story. And we probably could have been more aggressive as a press in recognizing what was happening and making sure that we were instantly coming in with fact checks, instantly coming in with information to try to bolster what the actual facts were, not just what the White House spin was. I think we've stepped up and done a better job of that under President Trump. I think we will continue to do that. But that doesn't happen without the press. The facts that get added on to the tweets, the context that gets added on to the wiretapping tweets, that doesn't happen without us. We play an incredibly vital role even when you have a president that has a huge platform to go around us.
Go on.
Yeah, I just want to throw just 2 data points in the context for this entire conversation. He's the least popular president at this point in his presidency in modern polling history. We've seen a couple of reputable polls in the last couple of weeks that have him at 35 to 37%. Real Clear Politics in the aggregate has him at 40 to 41%. At the very best, Rasmussen and those guys have him peaking occasionally above 50%. These are abysmal numbers. There's no honeymoon. So, and one of the things when you hear focus groups, Democratic and Republican focus groups, principally Republican focus groups, those are the people I talked to lately, they will tell you that almost uniformly even his supporters want him to tweet less, right? It is an incredibly powerful tool if he is able to evolve. And we actually, in the wake, I know it is a subtle difference, but in the wake of the wiretap, the infamous wiretap Saturday morning tweet, he has chilled it out a little bit and has used his account more strategically. This, I think, is the overarching question of the presidency, and it's a question, I think, that will manifest itself in his Twitter account first, right? And that is, it has been my experience and the experience of a lot of historians that no matter how singular the president is, the presidency shapes the president, not the other way around. And I want to see how he evolves. Now, he's not going to do what Sean Spicer did up here and apologize. It's not the guy's style. But his contrition is cloaked. What I want to see over time, and I think we have seen it in terms of the personnel roster of the West Wing, we have seen, and Charlie knows this because his readers are probably hating it, but we have seen a quote-unquote, I hate this word, normalization of the staffing of the White House. We now have a national security advisor who was essentially handpicked by Senator Cotton from Arkansas, McMaster, who is a conventional choice with a lot of very conventional, somewhat militaristic, mainstream old-time Republican views. You have Mattis in the same mold. You have Steve Bannon, whether he's your source or not, perhaps being moved to the margins. I thought it was extraordinary yesterday, for those of you who didn't see it, the president telling the New York Post that he's only known Bannon for a weekend, right? Yeah, if that's not writing, I mean, that's spray paint on the wall.
That's right.
So, you know, so the point is...
And Tillerson, picked essentially by Gates and Condi Rice and others.
He's like Garbo. He's chattering willy-nilly over the past 48 hours. It's nuts. And everything he says is in complete variance to what Donald Trump said in the campaign in terms of foreign policy, which is also, now we know perhaps why he wasn't speaking. So the point being is, for your readership, and your readership is the core of this man's support, this White House is moving in a much more conventional way. So if you just kind of look at the outputs and the personnel movement at this point in time, you could say we've had 3 months of shakedown and this is moving in a fairly conventional Republican direction. I don't want to overstate that because he's a really unpredictable guy, but I think things are moving in that direction.
You're going to say something?
And I think that's absolutely right. I think that in terms of the tweets, this is the way that the president feels he can have a direct channel to the American people. And I was talking to one of his top officials who said, look, one of the reasons why he reaches out to individual reporters is because he feels like it's the only way he can be heard and cut through all of the noise. That's not to excuse some of the disinformation that Jim describes, but I think that's what we're seeing and why he will never give up Twitter. I can't underscore this point enough. Julie and I covered the Obama administration. We did have fights with them over access, things as small as what would to the general public seem small, to us was a very big deal, not letting our cameras in to shoot a meeting that he was having. We would have a knockdown, drag-out fight sometimes with the Obama administration about that because of this very issue, because yes, it's important for the president to have a direct line to the American public, but it's important for the press to be a part of that process as well. And so I don't think you're going to see him ever give up tweeting. His tweets have, to Glenn's point, been, I think, more policy-based to some extent, particularly in the wake of Syria and dealing with North Korea as well. So I don't think we're ever going to see him give that up, but I do think it's going to be kind of an ongoing debate about more press access.
I would like to point out that he has done, I think it's 8 interviews, 6 of them with Fox News Channel overall. But I would point out that my request and Chris Wallace's request and Shannon Bream's request, Bill Hemmer's request, Martha McCallum's request, we're still waiting to...
so are ours, Brett, yeah.
And I know, Jim, yours are still pending, too.
If you could put in a good word for us.
Yeah, there you go.
I think just one more point.
Maybe you can with me.
One more point about the Twitter, though, that I think is important. I think we have a responsibility as the press to not throw up every tweet on air in real time, to sort of process what is in the tweet, what does it mean, to fact check it. And I think that we are having those types of discussions in our newsrooms, how to better do that, how to better achieve that.
Julie, what's something that we're not covering enough from a White House point of view or a White House Congress relationship point of view?
I think there's actually kind of a long list of things. I mean, frankly, if you look at a situation like North Korea, which is getting covered on a daily basis in terms of the president is warning China or they're moving, these number of ships into the region. The North Korea story is massive, and that is one that could potentially shape the entire direction of his presidency. And beyond warning China that he'll act alone, I don't think we have a great sense of what he's willing to do there. And the consequences for the US, for the region, for key allies in Asia, I think could demand a lot more of our attention. I also think that just in terms of his relationship with Congress, this is a political story, not a policy story, but I'm fascinated where Trump is going to end up in 2018, when we end up in an election year. And he has this really complex relationship with his own party. He wants the party to be behind him, but he doesn't feel beholden to the party. Do we start seeing Trump and his campaign organization, which still exists, going out and primarying people? Are they going to start raising money for primary challengers to people who aren't with him or weren't with him on healthcare, maybe aren't with him on tax reform? And the idea of a President Trump without a fairly united Republican Party behind him for his last two years of this.
All right, we're going to cut out of this now. Tillerson press conference starting.
Добрый вечер. Это был длинный день. Мы провели переговоры с государственным секретарем Соединенных Штатов Америки Рексом Тиллерсоном. И только что состоялась продолжительная встреча с президентом Российской Федерации.
With President Vladimir Putin of Russia, it has lasted for more than 2 hours. The negotiations have proved to be substantial and very frank. They have comprised the whole gamut of issues of importance to our bilateral relations as well as our interaction in the international arena. We have taken note of the fact that the current stage of our relations as well as the international situation as a whole are not the most calm ones. There are certain issues that have been inherited, so to speak, as time bombs from the previous administration, the Obama administration. We are being realistic, and we do understand that in order to overcome these obstacles, we have to make efforts, and we seek to do that. We understand that our American counterparts are going to move towards us as well, and our president has reaffirmed our will to do that. We see that attempts at preventing our cooperation, there are even attempts at escalating the confrontation, but we do not believe that this is an astute approach. We do understand that if Moscow and Washington cooperate, this is for the benefit not just of our nations, but also for the sake of the whole world. We have reaffirmed that we both seek to fight without any compromise the international terrorism. This issue has been raised by our presidents in the course of their telephone conversations, including their telephone conversation on April the 4th in the night when President Trump called President Putin in order to express his condolences on the terrorist attack that had taken place in St. Petersburg and the context of fighting international terrorism. We have talked about Syria, of course. We have touched upon the incident that took place after April the 4th, when in the environs of Idlib in Syria, chemical weapons were used. We have talked about the ensuing missile attack of the US against the air base on April the 7th. We have stated our position on many occasions. Today we have said that there needs to be a very thorough investigation into this incident, which has become the subject of many speculations. Russia has spoken in favor of drawing the attention of the OPCW in The Hague to this incident, saying that the OPCW has all the necessary competences and powers to look into this incident. There's been an official letter by the Syrian government to the UN and to the OPCW with a request to dispatch as soon as possible a group of experts in order to conduct an unbiased and frank investigation both in Idlib as well as at the airport, the airbase that was struck. We have taken note of the American counterparts' willingness to support such an investigation. We do hope that the powers the UN and the OPCW have are going to be resorted to as soon as possible. In this context, we believe it's going to be counterproductive to try to adopt a resolution at the UN Security Council which would be not dedicated to investigating the incident, but more at legitimizing the accusations against Damascus. We do have some arguments, but we're not trying to impose anyone on anyone. We want there to be a frank investigation. We have also talked about the state of affairs and the interaction of our air space forces as well as the coalition headed by the US and the context of the memorandum we have on preventing incidents as well as ensuring the safety of air traffic over Syria. As you know, we have suspended the memorandum, but today the Russian president has reaffirmed that we're willing to put it back into force on condition that the primary force is going to be reaffirmed of both the American coalition and the Russian airspace forces. That is the objective of fighting Jabhat al-Nusra as well as the associated terrorist organizations. We assume as well that the publicly stated position of both Russia and the US there being no intention to interfere within the domestic affairs of Syria or any other state are still in force. And we do hope that Iraq's example, as well as that of Libya and other countries, is going to be an admonition against trying to recreate the similar attempts anywhere else, including in Northern Africa. Let me say once again that we are willing to achieve an absolute defeat of ISIS as well as all the other terrorists. This is our common objective. It is still in force, and we have seen that this has been reaffirmed today as well. Apart from Syria and fighting terrorism in the region, we also have another political challenge, common challenge, that is to seek a political solution to the Syrian crisis. The US and Russia have been at the forefront over the recent years of international efforts at finding solutions, at rallying all the parties concerned, both parties to the Syrian conflict and external players, bringing them together at the negotiating table under the aegis of the UN. Today, we agreed to continue to work bilaterally in order to facilitate this process, to push the multilateral process forward. We appreciate that apart from the Geneva process, which we are full-fledged members of together with the American counterparts, we also have the Astana platform. At this platform, the American counterparts are represented as observers. Russia and the US have other opportunities to help the international community settle the conflicts in Libya, Yemen, and last but not least, try to find common approaches to break the stalemate around the Israeli-Palestinian settlement. I do hope that our ongoing contacts to that end are going to be fruitful. We also have another matter on our agenda, and that is Afghanistan. As you know, over the last 2 years, there have been different formats resorted to seeking to rally an external support for the Afghan settlement. One of these attempts, one of these avenues we pursue is going to take place on April the 14th in Moscow a meeting has been scheduled for the so-called Moscow format, which is going to be attended by Afghanistan, its neighbors, including Central Asian republics. The American counterparts representatives have also been invited to this meeting. We do hope that they're going to be able to participate in this meeting. We have also touched upon the Ukrainian crisis. We've got a common approach. The Minsk agreements of 2015 are to be observed and respected. We have also recalled how under the previous US administration a bilateral consultation channel had been fostered between Moscow and Washington to supplement the N4, and we have felt the interest of the current administration in resuming bilateral contacts in this dimension so as to help find practical solutions to implementing the Minsk agreements to the full. We are going to welcome these efforts. We are ready for them. We have also talked about the Korean Peninsula, which is a sort of concern for all of us. Both Russia and the US speak in favor of rigorous observance of the UN Security Council resolutions to that end. We have also talked about how we can find a way out of the confrontation spiral, which would allow us to create the necessary conditions for a negotiating process to settle the nuclear issue of the Korean Peninsula through diplomatic and political efforts. It has been pointed out that Russia and the US have a particular responsibility for the military and political security both at the regional and international levels. We've compared notes with regard to implementing the strategic stability treaties such as the arms reduction treaties which are in force between our countries. We have agreed to overcome sort of a pause that we have been witnessing in these processes. Well, the White House team has changed, and it's quite natural. We do hope that our contacts on strategic stability and arms control are going to be resumed. They're going to be held in a business-like manner, pragmatically, with a view to observing rigorously the agreements we have reached. We have touched upon our economic ties. We see that there is an interest among business circles on both sides to build up our cooperation, to buck the negative trend which we've been witnessing in trade and investment due to objective and subjective reasons. We, for one, have promised to support the business initiatives on both sides. We'd like these efforts to get the support of both the Russian government and the US administration. There is another agreement. We have agreed to designate special envoys both from the State Department of the US and the Russian Foreign Ministry. These envoys are going to have a pragmatic conversation about the irritants, so to speak, that have piled up in our relations under the Obama administration primarily. I believe that should both sides demonstrate a pragmatic approach to this avenue, then it's going to yield results and will help improve our relations as well. On the whole, I believe we all understand how difficult as the situation in our relations as well as in the world as a whole. There are many who would like to give a try at using the current communication technologies and cyberspace and the virtual reality. We know that there are people who abuse the opportunities presented by the modern technologies. They're trying to use these technologies to their advantage to pursue their goals, which are far from decent. But luckily, both in the US and in Russia there are enough people who will be able to separate right from wrong and who will be guided by the fundamental interests, not just short-term interests, of both our peoples as well as the international community as a whole. In brief, this is my takeout from the negotiations that have taken place. Despite all the issues, both objective and artificially created, we still have many prospects for cooperation. Russia is willing to cooperate with the US to be engaged in dialogue, not just dialogue, but also common approaches and common actions to pursue the interests of both countries. We will look forward to the US reciprocating our approach, and I do hope that the many hours that we've spent with Rex Tillerson together, as well as with the President of Russia, have not been spent in vain. We understand each other better after the talks today. We do hope that these contacts will be followed up by us, as well as by our staff and by other government agencies of both the Russian government and the US administration. Thank you.
Good evening. We just came from a productive meeting, as you heard Foreign Minister Lavrov mention, of about 2 hours with President Putin. We frankly discussed the current state of U.S.-Russia relations. I expressed the view that the current state of U.S.-Russia relations is at a low point. There is a low level of trust between our two countries. The world's two foremost nuclear powers cannot have this kind of relationship. We further discussed approaches to improving our channels of communication. We had a lengthy exchange of views regarding the situation in Syria and shared perspectives on possible ways forward. Earlier today, Foreign Minister Lavrov and I had a lengthy conversation about issues that require immediate attention and issues that require longer-term attention. We understand that improvement in the long-term relationship will be required if we are to make progress on issues where we have different views. We spoke extensively about Syria, and in some areas, we share a common view. Specifically, we both believe in a unified and stable Syria, and we agree we want to deny a safe haven for terrorists who want to attack both of our countries. We agree that North Korea has to be denuclearized. We agreed there needs to be more senior level communication between our two countries, both at a diplomatic and military level. But there is a broad range of other issues in which we have differences. Some have global implications with long-term requirements, and others are understood to be bilateral. Over the course of the past 2 years, a number of reciprocal actions have been taken to demonstrate the dissatisfaction each country has with the other. We need to attempt to put an end to this steady degradation, which is doing nothing to restore the trust between our two countries or to make progress on the issues of the greatest importance to both of us. We've agreed to establish a working group to address smaller issues and make progress towards stabilizing the relationship so that we can then address the more serious problems. Foreign Minister Lavrov and I agreed we would consider further proposals made about the way forward in Syria, including consulting with our allies and coalition members. And we will continue discussions about how to find a solution to the Syrian conflict. We also discussed current threats posed by the North Korea's the regime's ongoing development of their nuclear program, and the constructive role Russia can play in encouraging the regime in North Korea to change its course so that we can create the conditions for talks regarding the future. On Minsk, we consider the importance of the accord. Russia can make progress in the implementation by de-escalating violence and taking steps to withdraw separatist armed forces and heavy weapons so that OSCE observers can fulfill their role. Until full progress is made under the Minsk Accords, the situation in Ukraine will remain an obstacle to improvement in relations between the U.S. and Russia. I thank the Foreign Minister for a productive round of discussions, and I look forward to future conversations. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы переходим к вопросам. Пожалуйста, телеканал.
Colleagues, now we get down to questions. Russia 24, please. Good afternoon. Anna Baldina, Russia 24. A question to Mr. Tillerson. Over the last days from Washington, we've been hearing contradictory and aggressive statements like Mr. Trump's calling Mr. Assad an animal, as well as Mr. Spicer's saying, who compared Mr. Assad to Mr. Hitler, who said that Mr. Hitler never used the chemical weapons. Do you think the rhetoric can change, and is it helping the diplomacy or not? Thank you.
Well, I think the perspective from the United States, supported by the facts that we have, are conclusive, that the recent chemical weapons attack carried out in Syria was planned, and it was directed and executed by Syrian regime forces, and we're quite confident of that. This is just the latest in a series of the use of chemical weapons by the Assad regime, and notwithstanding their use on more than 50 occasions of chlorine bombs and cluster bombs and other types of weapons that are intended to maim and kill in the most horrific ways. So I think the characterization is one that President Assad has brought upon himself.
Я должен буду два слова добавить. Это очевидно.
I'll have to add a couple of words. It's quite evident this is the topic with regard to which we have differences of opinion. Russia insists that there needs to be an objective investigation. In 2013, the US and Russia initiated the elimination of serious chemical weapons and record terms. We had prepared the necessary agreements at the OPCW in The Hague, as well as in the Security Council of the UN. There have been reports from the OPCW which state the progress that has been achieved in eliminating the full stock of the chemical weapons the Syrian regime had. The reports also state that the number of places where the chemical weapons were stored were under the control of extremists. So the process between Damascus and The Hague has been ongoing. There have been some difficulties, and yet we use our relations with the Syrian government to encourage them to cooperate fully with the OPCW. And we are fully committed to finalizing this work. We're going to seek its completion. As for the investigation into the incidents, there is a fact-finding mission of the OPCW. There is also a joint mechanism for investigations set up together by the OPCW of the United Nations. We've got some questions we want to be answered by these mechanisms. All the accusations against the Syrian Arab Republic's government of having used the chemical weapons, all these accusations are based on the so-called remote evidence provided by some NPOs. I'm not going to point out the white casques, helmets that have discredited themselves on many occasions. They have been found to be guilty of fraud. Now, as for all the evidence we've got of chemical weapons have been used in the territory under the control of the opposition, then I can say that on many occasions both the Russian armed forces and the Syrian government have provided physical evidence, including samples required to conduct an investigation, to the OPCW. These were not some remote evidence. These were pieces of physical evidence. the study of these material evidence has been dragging on for quite some time. I'm not trying to level accusations at anyone, nor are we trying to exonerate anyone. We just insist that there should be an investigation into what has happened and what happened on April the 4th. And just as it happened in the past, it was timed quite interestingly with the start of a conference in Brussels. So when reports emerged on chemical weapons being used in the province of Idlib, the participants started to demand vociferously that the conference should be used to look into those accusations, even though this was a conference dedicated to the whole gamut of Syrian conflict-related issues. So we see that there's been so much talk about that, and that is why we believe it is necessary and sensible to have an international, unbiased and frank investigation into this incident. A group of professionals, of unbiased experts, has to be dispatched to the place where chemical weapons were used, as well as to the airport where, as our American partners say, was used as the starting point from which took off the planes delivering the chemical weapons. We are not convinced that this was the case, nor are we convinced by the TV images or by the statements of people who were at the airport. There were no signs that would support the statement, the allegation that chemical agents were used there at all. I'm sorry for taking so long to comment, but I would like to underline that we are 100% sure that if our colleagues at the UN as well as The Hague try to avoid this investigation, this will signify that they are reluctant to find out the truth. But we will insist that the truth should be found. Thank you.
Dear Press. Thank you. Secretary Tillerson, I want to ask you about your conversations with President Putin about Syria. You've predicted that Assad will leave power through a political transition. How will you compel Assad to participate in a political transition that leads to his own ouster? Are war crimes charges on the table? And how long will the United States wait for Russia to come around? And Foreign Minister Lavrov, if I may, your government and the United States government seem to be miles apart on the Syria issue, on Ukraine and other issues. Did you feel that you cleared up any of those issues you mentioned earlier today since you've had those discussions with Secretary Tillerson?
Well, we did discuss at length the future role for Assad, whether it be in a future political process or not. Clearly, our view is that the reign of the Assad family is coming to an end. And they have, again, brought this on themselves with their conduct of the war these past few years. We discussed our view that Russia, as their closest ally in the conflict, perhaps has the best means of helping Assad recognize this reality. We do think it's important that Assad's departure is done in an orderly way, so that certain interests and constituencies that he represents feel they have been represented at the negotiating table for a political solution. How that occurs, we leave that to the process going forward. We do not think one has to occur before the other can begin, and it will take a pace of its own. But the final outcome, in our view, does not provide for a role for Assad or for the Assad family in the future governance of Syria. We do not think the international community will accept that. We do not think the world will accept that.
What about the war crimes charges?
We discussed the issue that as time goes by and more evidence continues to be gathered it is possible that the threshold necessary to charge individuals, including Bashar al-Assad, may be achieved. As you know, this is a very high legal hurdle in order to bring such charges against an individual. So I would not suggest to you that all of that evidence is in place, but I think the longer time goes by, it's possible that the case will be made, and there are certainly individuals who are working to make that case.
Ну, с своей стороны я хочу сказать, что
I, for one, would like to say that I do not think that Russia and the US are at so great a distance that it cannot be bridged on many issues of the international agenda, both with regard to Syria and Ukraine. It's not impossible. In our introductory remarks with Rex Tillerson, we mentioned the agreements that are related not just to preserve and also to intensify the communication channels with regard to Syria and Ukraine. As for Syria and Bashar al-Assad, we have had sort of a historical background. Rex said that he's a new guy and he prefers not looking into history but to deal with the matters of today. But the thing is, the world is built in such a fashion that if we do not take lessons from the past, we will hardly be able to achieve success in the present. And I recalled certain situations when groups of countries, primarily Western countries, NATO countries, were sort of fixated on eliminating this or that dictator, an authoritarian or totalitarian leader, in order to oust Slobodan Milosevic, president of ex-Yugoslavia. NATO launched a war in 1999 in gross violation of the UN Charter as well as the Helsinki Final Act of the OSCE. The TV station was bombed, which incidentally is a military crime, however you interpret the Geneva Conventions. Residential areas were shelled. The Chinese embassy was also attacked. Civil trains and bridges were bombed. The shelling went on for 3 months. And then they ran out of targets that could be qualified as dual-use facilities. There was another dictator, Saddam Hussein, who was hanged after the invasion. We know how this invasion was justified. Since that, I think Tony Blair was the only one to repent publicly, admitting that it had been a fake, all the grounds for the Iraq invasion. There was another when Muammar Gaddafi. It had been said that there was no place for this dictator in his country. It was said that democracy would prevail, but we know full well what is happening in Libya right now. The Libyan statehood is all but non-existent. Our president talked about that yesterday with the Italian president. Right now we're trying to restore the Libyan statehood through the process of national reconciliation. We're trying to put an end to the situation in which this country turned into a channel of human trafficking, as your media have reported today. Incidentally, there are other examples, not so recent. The president of Sudan, Omar al-Bashir, there has been a warrant for his arrest issued by the International Criminal Court, and several days later the Obama administration decided that in order to settle this problem, Sudan had to be split into 2 parts. South Sudan was established, and the Obama administration tried to help them secure Omar al-Bashir's agreement to this splitting up. President Bashir held his end of the bargain. He cooperated. Sudan was split into two parts in accordance with the Obama administration's plan. And right now, Washington insisted that sanctions should be introduced against the country they helped create. So this fixation on trying to oust this or that dictator, an authoritarian or totalitarian leader, is well known to us, and we know how it ends. A successful ouster of a dictator is for me very hard to remember. If you have any examples, I'd be glad if you could share them with me. On Syria, as our president has stated on many occasions, we are not trying to put our hopes on anyone or on Bashar al-Assad or anyone else, as they do in Libya right now. We want them to sit at one negotiating table. As the UN Security Council resolution states, they have all to gather together. This has to be an inclusive intra-Syrian dialogue. And as the UN Security Council resolution states, the future of Syria has to be determined by the Syrians themselves, without any exemptions. The most important thing is not to eliminate a political leader from the chessboard, so to speak, but to agree on how the country is going to be built. It has to be democratic, it has to be secular, which is something the High Negotiations Committee speaks against. All ethnic and religious groups have to feel safe, have to feel represented at government agencies, and only if such a consensus is achieved, which has to be done through elaborating a new constitution, will the issues related to certain personalities be settled very efficiently without any tragic consequences either for the country or for the people. Thank you. Kommersant newspaper, please. Your question. Thank you, Yelena Chernenko, Kommersant newspaper. I've got a question to Secretary Tillerson. Have you talked today about the alleged interference of Russia into the American election? In what way do you think Russia's actions are different from the American actions in cyber security? In accordance with what the American media say, we know that the Iranian nuclear program was compromised by American-created Stuxnet virus. Right now, the US is trying to prevent the North Korea from happening using the same means. And another question to both ministers. A working group has been set up. Are you talking about resuming the work of the bilateral presidential commission? Do you plan to do that? Thank you.
We touched only briefly on the issue of cybersecurity, and in particular on the challenges that it is placing on everyone in terms of a new threat, an emerging threat. But I think I do make a distinction when cyber tools are used to interfere with the internal decisions among countries as to how their elections are conducted. That is one use of cyber tools. Cyber tools to disrupt weapons programs, that's another use of the tools. And I make a distinction between those two. Clearly, this is an issue that has emerged in our time, for which we have yet, as an international community, come to some conclusion around how we want to respond to that. And so there will be further discussions, and it is on the agenda, and it is in the agenda that Foreign Minister Lavrov passed to me for us to have further discussions in the future.
I can only confirm that we are both interested in close cooperation on fighting cybercrime. You have probably heard, we said that on many occasions. 18 months ago, in October 2015, we proposed to the Obama administration, given its concern about the activities of the so-called Russian hackers they started to pursue all over the world. Without resorting to the legal procedures that exist between Russia and the US, they started to detain these hackers and prosecute them after extraditing them from third countries. Back then, we said that we were not interested in our citizens being involved in these crimes. Therefore, we suggested that a special bilateral mechanism should be created that would exchange information in real time about anyone trying to breach the international or national norms of both Russia and the US. The Obama administration refused this proposal of ours. They didn't respond, but then at the end of the Obama administration in November last year, they proposed that we should meet. Certainly, our relevant government agencies agreed, but at the last moment, the Obama administration changed their mind because they were probably very, very interested in undermining the American-Russian relations before the arrival of new administration in power. That's why we once again confirmed this interest of ours today. This is a relevant matter, and that is why we suggested that our contacts should be resumed at the level of special envoys of the US administration and the Russian president, and also contacts at the level of relevant authorities. We feel that this time the result of these efforts might be different, leading to the establishment of new channels of communication and cooperation. And what is your second question? The bilateral presidential commission? No, we have not yet touched upon this matter. It has been buried, so to speak, but maybe it might be resuscitated. Still, we've got channels to discuss some serious issues in our bilateral relations. It might be not under this umbrella structure. No, it might be in a different format. We have designated special persons who will sit down in quite common manner to look at our grievances, to look into those, and to look into how we can overcome these difficulties that exist.
Thank you. Secretary Tillerson, did you discuss today with President Putin or Foreign Minister Lavrov sanctions or other concessions that the United States might make in exchange for a change in behavior from the Russian government? And also, speaking about what you just answered previously, did you present to President Putin or the Foreign Minister specific evidence the Russian government interfered in the U.S. election? And to Foreign Minister Lavrov, if an independent investigation finds the Assad government attacked his own people with chemical weapons, what will Russia do? President Putin says there's an effort to blame Assad and plant evidence. Did you present that evidence to Secretary Tillerson today? And would Russia refuse to consider to agree to any circumstance that results in the ousting of Bashar al-Assad?
We discussed no change in the status of sanctions that have been in place with Russia as a result of certain actions taken in Ukraine, as you know. I think as to the question of the interference with the election, that is fairly well established in the United States, and I think that has been spoken to on the Hill as well with the Congress, and it is a serious issue. It's one that we know is serious enough to attract additional sanctions, and so we are mindful of the seriousness of that particular interference in our elections, and I'm sure that Russia is mindful of it as well.
Государственный секретарь.
Well, State Secretary hasn't threatened to use new sanctions. He hasn't threatened us at all. We have had a frank discussion about the issues on our agenda, and unfortunately, we've got some difficulties with regards to the majority of those issues. Now, as for a chance that this investigation reveals the government's implication in chemical attacks. It's all a hypothetical. We do not want to speculate. We see how speculation can bring results. We see some hysterical statements from the House of Representatives, from the Senate, after the airstrike against the airbase. We do not want to speculate on what's really important, on the serious matter of the use of chemical weapons, on trying to exonerate anyone, on the attempts at staging an attack with the use of chemical weapons. What we want is to establish the truth and full compliance with American legislation, the Russian laws, the legislation, the laws of any normal country. But the principle of innocent until proven guilty has to be respected. Today, we send an appeal to The Hague to conduct an unbiased, transparent investigation. But should there be attempts at dragging on this investigation, we'll have to make the necessary conclusions. Now, as for the allegations that the U.S. government has irrefutable proof that we interfered with the electoral campaign, I have to say once again that we have not seen any facts, even hints at facts. We have not seen any evidence. No one has shown us any evidence, even though we have requested on many occasions that these evidence has to be produced to us to support the allegations, the accusations we hear. We do understand that there are many people who want to undermine our relations, to pursue their internal or external political interest, but these are just games with evil ends. We want to hear concrete proof and then we'll respond accordingly. Thank you. RIA Novosti, please. Good evening. RIA Novosti Agency, Polina Chenisova. Question to both ministers. The U.S. has sent a strike group with an aircraft carrier, Kurt Vinson. Has this issue been raised during the talks? And what are the risks this step might entail for the region? And a question for Secretary Tillerson. If this group has been sent to the Korean Peninsula, does this signify that the U.S. has some plans for military intervention in North Korea? Thank you.
The Carl Vinson strike group is routinely in the Pacific Ocean. It's in the Pacific Theater. And its movements in the Pacific are made in a way that's planned by the military planners. There is no particular objective in its current course. The Vinson sails up and down the Pacific routinely, and so I would not read anything into the Carl Vinson's current locations.
Я только могу повторить, что мы обсуждали.
The only thing I can say is that, among other issues, we have discussed the situation on the Korean Peninsula as well as around it. As far as I understand, given all the nuances, we still have a common determination to resolve this issue through peaceful means, to achieve the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula through diplomatic talks. There are certain efforts undertaken by the participants of what used to be called the six-party talks. We also have ideas of our own, just as our Chinese counterparts do. We believe that we've got to rally around the cause of finding peaceful solution to this issue. And the last question from the American side. Thank you.
With CBS News.
Thank
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, before these meetings, you said you believed Russia was either incompetent or complicit in these chemical weapons attacks. After your extensive meeting with both Vladimir Putin and Sergei Lavrov, do you know which one that is and what concrete thing can be done to rebuild that lack of trust? And Minister Lavrov, if I could indulge you to answer in English, if you would, sir. President Trump has called Bashar al-Assad an animal. This is the leader your government continues to back. Can you tell us how long Russia will be willing to risk the lives of its soldiers and spend its money to protect him?
With respect to Russia's complicity or knowledge of the chemical weapons attack, we have no firm information to indicate that there was any involvement by Russian forces into this attack. What we do know, and we have very firm and high confidence in our conclusions, that the attack was planned, carried out by the regime forces at the direction of Bashar al-Assad.
I can only say once again that just as in the case with the so-called Russian hackers and the chemical incidents in Syria, we would very much like to get some concrete evidence, not just words. So far, we have not seen any facts. And let me highlight once again. In Syria, we are acting at the request of the legitimate government of a country which is a member of the United Nations. This country is under no sanctions of the UN Security Council. We are acting there in order to fight terrorism. And it is in our interests to prevent Damascus from being engulfed by ISIS and the al-Nusra Front. If you look at the facts, over the last 18 months, the coalition set up by the Obama administration did almost nothing to achieve the objective that it had stated when being established. It had not fought consistently against the al-Nusra Front or ISIS until the Russian airspace forces were deployed in Syria. And even after this deployment of our forces, the US-led coalition under the Obama administration only performed strikes against certain posts held by ISIS. And it was always sparing the al-Nusra Front. And we've got some suspicions. We think that the al-Nusra Front is still chaperoned and spared to resort to Plan B, to overthrow the Assad regime with force. We know how this is going to end because we saw similar situations in Libya and Iraq, and we do hope that the people will prevail who know how to learn from history. Now, as for who is responsible for the crimes committed in Syria, we've got to look into that. But as one American counterpart said, there will be time for everything. We've got to set priorities. And recently we've heard new priorities from Washington saying that ISIS is priority number one. And as Mr. Spicer has said, we have the resources to defeat ISIS without doing anything to the Assad regime. This is the same thing John Kerry had told me. The US administration, he said, was convinced that ISIS was a more serious threat and a more important objective than the Assad regime. So I think we think along the same lines. We have to see the common threats. They are apparent. And if we are to fight ISIS, if we are to emerge victorious from this fight without ousting the regime, when ousting the regime, this is no guarantee that we are going to defeat ISIS. On the contrary, ISIS might emerge victorious if we oust the regime. So we should be guided by common sense. Thank you, not by emotion. Colleagues, this is the end of the press conference. Thank you for participating. Thank you.
There you go. Welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Just wrapping up, Secretary Tillerson there in Russia with his counterpart doing a joint press conference there and then taking questions from the media. We did learn some new things about, they touched briefly between Tillerson and Putin about the challenges of cybersecurity, and Tillerson is hoping that Russia will be talking to Assad and telling him the repercussions if they continue to go down a road that is going to be attacking their very people. Part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're going to get you caught up on all the latest headlines as well. We are expecting the State Department to have a daily briefing. When that becomes available, of course, we will bring that to you as well. Thanks so much for watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm going to show you the White House for just a second here. All right, everybody, Mike Pace here, back with you. Let's get through some of the biggest headlines that are coming across our desks this afternoon. The federal government ran a budget deficit in March that was sharply higher than a year ago because of special factors. Though the first half of the budget year, the deficit is running 14.7% higher than the same period a year ago. The Treasury Department says the deficit in March totaled $176.2 billion compared to $108 billion in March of last year. A big part of that increase reflected $42 billion in April benefit payments that were shifted into March because April 1st fell on a Saturday this year. Through the first 6 months of this budget year, the deficit totals $526 billion, up 14.7% from last year's 6-month total of $459.9 billion. All right, a tough Texas bill cracking down on local police who refuse to help enforce federal immigration law has cleared a key legislative hurdle toward becoming law. A House committee voted 7-5 without debate on Wednesday to approve a softened version of the anti-sanctuary cities bill approved by the state Senate back in February. That allows for a House floor vote soon. House Republicans eased the Senate bill, though only slightly. The changes include allowing police officers to only inquire about immigration status if someone is arrested, rather than simply being detained. Local governments are also no longer threatened with losing all state grant funding, but the House version still calls for possible jail time for sheriffs not complying with federal immigration enforcement. Outnumbered Texas Democrats say the measure encourages imitation and discrimination. Get you caught up on some of the other headlines here. The chief executive of United Airlines said the carrier will no longer ask police to remove passengers from full flights after the uproar over a man who was dragged off a plane by airport officers in Chicago. In an interview with ABC's Good Morning America that aired today, Oscar Muniz said that he felt ashamed watching the video of the man being forced off the jet. he was promised to review the airline's passenger removal policy. Munoz, who leads United's parent company, apologized again in Kentucky to the physician David Deo, his family, and the other passengers who witnessed him being taken off the flight. In the future, law enforcement will not be involved in removing a booked, paid, seated passenger, he said. We can't do that. In just a little bit, I just clipped this. It was happening at the same time Tillerson, Secretary Tillerson, was doing that press conference in Russia. We're going to be showing you Jesse Jackson doing a United Airlines protest there right outside the United Gate there at the O'Hare Airport. So that should be coming down in just about 5 minutes. So once that becomes available, we'll show that to you guys as well. Still waiting for the State Department to be doing a daily briefing, and then also at 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Arizona time, we will have a President Trump event from the East Wing of the White House, so stay tuned for that. A lot going on here today on a Wednesday, part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage here. All right, going to show you the Capitol, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
Legislative strategy to be able to get from point A to point B seems to be where they haven't lined that up as of yet.
I was just going to bring up health care. This was one of his signature campaign promises. The White House moved on rather quickly. They sort of made an attempt to revive it, and then we moved on very quickly from that. And I think we need to resist the pull to move on quickly from one of his signature campaign promises. He vowed to repeal and replace Obamacare. This is something that a lot of his supporters still want to see him get done. The question is, how does he do that at this point? And are these efforts to revive it real? Are they genuine? And then within that context, some of his other big promises on taxes, on infrastructure, by the way, which might be the one point of bipartisan agreement that there needs to be some type of infrastructure overhaul in this country. So I think you're right. While we're covering all these other juicy headlines, it's so important and critical to remember what he actually promised his supporters. I also think it's critical that we continue to track the way in which his family sort of interacts, plays a role in this White House. It's unprecedented, the fact that you have his daughter and his son-in-law as his top advisors. This is really something that we've never seen. It makes his White House distinct, but there are some questions that I think have already been raised and will continue to get raised along the way.
At the risk of doing reporting from the stage, I think listening to Charlie talk about the notion, the prospect of having Breitbart holding President Trump accountable for his campaign promises, to me, is fantastic. And I think represents, to me, it's why I love media. And by the way, I'm the exact opposite of Trump on this. I love reporters of all stripes working for all organizations. I feel that, the lowliest reporter is morally superior to the most exalted flack. That is my sense. And the notion of the conservative media, the ideological media, holding a president that they helped elect accountable, to me, is the ultimate validation of the way that the system is supposed to work. I just think it's awesome. The other thing is, now, here's the reporting from the stage thing. Talking about, as Kristen was talking about, the family. The family. This split between Jared Kushner and Ivanka and Bannon. Here's why the president can't let Bannon get too far out of the tent. Do you want Steve Bannon in the White House working with you, or do you want him outside of the White House holding the president accountable and reminding everybody that the guy that he got elected isn't fulfilling these campaign promises, that he's turning into, the third Bush presidency, right? That would be enormously damaging. And the core of support that the president still enjoys to a great degree has been consolidated as a result of Bannon and the coordination between that group and himself. And the thing I think is very interesting, and I guess this is getting a little inside baseball, is watching the Rebecca Mercer and the Mercer family, who is a big Republican donor, has an involvement in Breitbart, watching the daylight between them and their agenda and what the Trump White House agenda is, I think is going to be one of the most important spaces to watch over the next couple of months.
I think you're exactly right. And whether Bannon stays in the White House or not, he does have that whiteboard with all of the promises that candidate Trump made in his office inside the White House. And that whiteboard is easily transferable to an online presence that is just hammering them every day. Julie, let's wrap up here and talk about covering the White House going forward. Are you disappointed about the White House Correspondents' Dinner? You're on the board. What's the reaction there?
Way to go.
Thank you. Look, we as a board invited the president, we invited the vice president, we invited the White House staff. I think that there is a lot about the dinner that could change and is changing, and that's positive. But I do think that it's all, Charlie made the point that there's a lot of coziness between reporters and sources. Yes, that happens to some extent, but I also think one thing that is nice about the dinner is it is an opportunity for our sources to come to a dinner that celebrates the press and, show that they respect us, that they respect the First Amendment, that they respect our role in this democracy. And this White House is choosing not to do that. And we wish that they would come. I think that it would be good for everybody to get in the same room together and celebrate the First Amendment. I think that our invitation is still open to them at this point. But, to make our entire relationship with the Trump administration about the dinner, I think also would be to overstate it.
Maybe a late addition?
The invitation still stands. The invitation still stands.
All right, your thoughts, Kristen?
Well, one of the things I think it's important to remember about the dinner, and I want to stress the invitation stands as well, even though I'm not on the board, but I think we would all really welcome it if he would come and if the White House staffers would come. But we're also raising money for future journalists. And that scholarship money, I think, is something that we all take very seriously. And the fact that we are sort of paying it forward, if you will, and I think that's one of the disappointing aspects about them not attending.
How big is the 100 days, and how big will it be lifted up as far as a marker, Jim, for this administration?
I was going to tell my story about how Donald Trump came by our table at the Correspondents' Dinner a couple of years ago and said, hey, good table. But anyway, that did happen.
Times have changed.
Times have changed, yes. And we're running out of time, so I won't go any further. No, I think the 100-day marker is extremely important. I think they're obviously very conscious of this inside the White House. I think the president would desperately love to see some wins up on the scoreboard. I will tell you, and it's going to, I guess, sound a little crass having just said what I said, but, I did talk to a senior White House official over the weekend who said, hey, we feel really good about the way this last week has gone, referring to the Syria operation. Whether you want to call a military strike a win on the scoreboard, I think is maybe not the best way of putting it. But at this point, it is really the only thing that they can point to.
Well, Neil Gorsuch.
Gorsuch, obviously, but it took the nuclear option to get that done, which is, I think, an indictment of our political system here. He's on the Supreme Court, but I think isn't that somewhat of an indictment of our political system that Neil Gorsuch, who was a very well-qualified, yes, conservative, but certainly not objectionable from a constitutional standpoint, from a scandal standpoint, that it took the nuclear option to put him on the Supreme Court. I think that just goes to show you that the partisan bickering and brinksmanship in this town is just not something that we're going to see depart the scene anytime soon. But health care didn't get done. The travel ban got tied up in the courts. And my sense of it is that the way they came into this administration, the way they were campaigning, and that is to just tear everything apart, smash things, and show everybody who's in charge, that they're the new sheriff in town. And I think previous administrations have had this problem, where things are not thought through. And I think in hindsight, had they done something that would have had more bipartisan appeal at the beginning of the administration, they probably find themselves in a better place. They probably would not have needed the nuclear option to get Neil Gorsuch confirmed. But we're in this permanent campaign. The phrase "the permanent campaign" is something that predates this administration, but it's where we are today. And I think Republicans will look at the 100-day mark and say Donald Trump has done a pretty good job. The other side will say, where are the wins on the scoreboard? And I think that's where we're going to be.
I'm not sure there was a bipartisan atmosphere on the Democratic side after this election, and
not at
Chuck
all, no.
Schumer would have moved suddenly and done something differently.
But had he put the ball in their court and said, let's do infrastructure first, had he surprised people, had he not come out and said my inauguration size was bigger than Barack Obama's inauguration size, and had he not tried to put a travel ban in on 7 majority Muslim countries right away and repealed Obamacare and said Obama had wiretapped me over a Trump Tower, had he not done all those things and tried a more bipartisan tone, that's what people wanted after this election.
Is it what your readers would have wanted?
Well, I mean, you talk about the bipartisan tone. I feel like that the tone was really one-sided during the first 100 days. The overwhelming coverage was obsessed with the Russia situation. And as it's a story. I'm not going to say that it's not a story. But I think the level of emphasis placed on that story, the amount of details that were coming from specifically from one side, from the Democratic Party, I think that's when you have sort of a frustration. That's why that's why the president is always on Twitter trying to combat these things, is because how is he expected to move forward on any of these issues when 80% of the coverage is focusing on his campaign's relationship with Russia, which the number one source of that kind of reporting is that you have to believe that the president would purposefully sell out his country to get elected. And I think that a lot of reporters are approaching it from that angle.
But I think it's important to point out there are bipartisan investigations into Russia's meddling of the U.S. election. It's not just Democrats who are investigating it.
And an FBI investigation
as well, right?
Well, the other thing is,
and the media is like trying to do the investigating for everybody and trying to squeeze out every little bit of information about it and highlight it as the number one issue that should be important to Americans. I think a lot of Americans are really frustrated with that.
Your line of argument sounds extraordinarily familiar to me. I'm trying to think of where I heard it before. Oh, the emails thing from every single Clinton person I've heard. I'm not saying there's not a point of validity, but suck it up, man. This is the big leagues. President of the United States.
I remember during the campaign at one of the Trump events, this nice lady grabs me by the arm and says, I just wish you guys would cover the Clinton email story.
Right. No, I just mean...
I said, ma'am, I said, let me ask you a question. Where did you hear about the Clinton email story? Well, I saw it on the news. I read it in the newspaper. Okay. Well, then aren't we doing our job, man? We are covering the Clinton email story. And Charlie, I mean, you have to agree. 11 days before the election, the FBI director comes out and says, "Oh, by the way, we're re-examining the Clinton emails." I mean, that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I think, to some extent. And I think that this story is going to continue to play itself out.
Glenn was making a
Glenn.
Crescendo here.
No crescendo.
I had to tell my story about this.
It was more of a face plant. No, I think that, look, I think this is the big leagues, man. It's, you know, he got the job. A lot of, you know, you take a lot of slings and arrows. It's also the biggest bully pulpit in the world. And I think one of the real problems is they have diminished the stature of the office, because partially that's how he got elected, was by sort of running down Washington. But when you do that, you deny yourself the tools by which you can amplify your own presence as a president. So he is not capable of transcending these things, A, because of the way that he's dealt with the crisis, but also because you trot out Sean every day and yell at him every night. So, I mean, the parts are wearing down, folks. Devin Nunes courageously or foolishly, depending on your point of view, stepped into the breach and he got obliterated. I mean, anybody who steps forward, Steve Bannon is working. The one thing we can all agree upon, and if you look at him and have seen him in person, the man is working 18-hour days, right? You know, get a schwitz, dude, you know? Have an ice cream sundae, you know? Like, so people are wearing down. Trump wears people out. So the question is, how can he reload, freshen up, and start using the office of the presidency to move beyond this? Because if there is, let me take you at face value. Let's say there is nothing to this Russian thing, that it's just a series of strange coincidences, right? Which is entirely possible, right? He should be using the tools of the office. And part of that, by the way, and this is what I will end on, is understanding the history of the place. You know, it is one thing to come in and break the furniture and say you're going to do it differently, but have a sense of history so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time.
Well, that's right. I mean, he got elected saying he would be the bull in the china shop in Washington, and he's got the bull part down, but is trying to recreate the china shop.
By the way, you should trademark that, though.
Yeah. You got to sell the China at some point, and you got to have something going on. So building it up is the challenge, and we still have 400 plus Senate confirmable seats that have not been nominated.
And he's putting himself at a disadvantage by not filling those jobs. I understand the idea of wanting to make sure that they're his people, wanting to not have to do everything the same way that other administrations have done it, but the government is massive. And as president, you cannot be involved in the details of every decision that's made across the government every single day. You have to have people in place that you trust. And by not filling those jobs, he's putting himself in a weaker position. But I think just broadly, I think one of the things that will be interesting to watch going forward in the Trump White House is, can they get beyond the idea of winning the day and winning the week? Because you're president for 4 years, you get that built in, and you're judged by the culmination of your actions and the culmination of the decisions that you make, not what you made on a Tuesday in April. And I think that if he can get to that point, that will put him in a much more successful position 4 years from now.
Last thing, is it possible for this president, this administration, to succeed, to shoot the gap and actually do big things? Does this panel think that that is possible in this current environment?
I think it's going to take, and I've been thinking about this, you know, it's going to take an act of contrition on his part. I really do. I think that if he were to go public and say, listen, you know, I've made some mistakes, tweets about wiretapping, you know, some of these things were not thought out, I just think that it would do wonders. I think the American people are very forgiving. You know, look at what Ronald Reagan did during the Iran-Contra affair. He came out and apologized to the country and immediately helped himself. Presidents who acknowledge their mistakes, admit the errors of their ways, reap the benefits of that, because the American people are forgiving people, and he was elected. There are a lot of Americans out there who agree with some of what he wants to do, particularly on the economy. And so, you know, I think that he would do a great service to himself. Now, as Glenn said, and I'm trying to remember this during the campaign, I don't think he ever apologized once during the campaign. Never really admitted he did anything wrong. There might have been something in that Megyn Kelly interview, if I'm perhaps, where he said something about, you know, retweeting something about Heidi Cruz or something was a mistake. That might be the only thing we ever heard from him during the entire course of the campaign. To me, that would do wonders for him.
Julian?
Yeah, he absolutely can succeed. I think some of it is going to take a little more self-discipline on the part of the White House. Some of it is also going to be out of his control. I mean, don't underestimate the impact of a strong economy and a country that's not engaged in wars, and the reverse of that in 3 years when he's running for re-election. That will have an enormous impact on how people view his presidency, and he can't control all of that.
Charlie?
I think absolutely he can be a success, particularly since he has Republican majorities in all three branches of government. I think,
who are anxious for a W.
Right. And I think as soon as he can wrangle Congress, his party's in charge of the place. I think that if he can wrangle Congress to get behind some of his agenda that the American people loved, his agenda was very much a bipartisan pro-America agenda: jobs, fixing the problems with vets, fixing the problems with health care. I think that absolutely Americans can get behind that, and I think he can be a successful president.
Kristen?
I absolutely think he can, and I think part of that process is going to be learning how to get a deal done in real estate and business versus how to get a deal done in Washington, and figuring out who he can work with, who can be potential allies, and who are some of those Democrats who are going to be willing to reach across the aisle and work with him.
There are 12 Senate Democrats up for re-election in states in which he won 82% of the counties in those states or more. Just saying, that is some leverage. Glenn?
Seeing as I made a ton of dumb predictions in 2016, I'm going to make an even dumber one now. And that is, I think, it's going to be, his first term is going to be a tale of two presidencies. I think we're going to be in this period of chaos until the gravitational pull of the 2018 midterms hits us. If history is any guide, they're going to lose some seats. They have a great advantage. But I think it's actually, ironically, I think his presidency is going to follow perhaps Bill Clinton's first term, where I think a midterm erosion of his support, I disagree with Charlie. I think the erosion of his majorities is what's going to make him an interesting president. I think cutting loose of the base that got him elected and doing deals when he has no choice because his majorities are eroded, I think will make for a much more active and interesting presidency.
We will save this tape. Glenn, Kristen, Charlie, Julie, Jim, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Brett and panelists, thanks so much. We've had some great conversations so far. Again, I'm Jeff Herbst, President and CEO of the museum. I'd like to welcome you to our special symposium, The President and the Press, the First Amendment in the First 100 Days. We're grateful for support from the Knight Foundation, our primary sponsor, and from the Kovler Fund for also their support. Perhaps no one has done more interviews on behalf of candidate and President Trump than our next guest, Kellyanne Conway, Special Counselor to the President. Ms. Conway was the first woman to run a successful presidential campaign, and it's really a pleasure to welcome her to the museum. Interviewing Ms. Conway is veteran media reporter Michael Wolff. Michael is currently writing for The Hollywood Reporter and USA Today and spending a lot of time covering the district, the president, and the press. Please welcome Kellyanne Conway and Michael Wolff.
So nice to be here. Kellyanne and I have been having this conversation now since early in the transition, starting in a conversation about the media, which appropriately started at Michael's restaurant in New York. So a report card. The media. Let's make the F grade the media as Steve Bannon's opposition party, and an A grade as the Obama honeymoon. Where are we now?
Well, as a mother of four who come home with report cards routinely, I'll just give an I incomplete, meaning I think it's way too early to render a specific judgment, let alone a grade, on the relationship between this president, this administration, and the press. And I do want to say that some of the words being used to describe that you're repeating, I do not use and have not used. I think it's very important in a healthy democracy to have a free and fair press. And part of that democracy, too, though, is to have a presidency, no matter who the occupant, that is shown respect and is shown an openness to really cover all of the items that he has put forth and his considerable accomplishments in the first 80-some days that really have gone uncovered. I think, don't want to grade, but I would say, if you ask me one thing that I would change or one grievance I may have, it's not biased coverage, because if there is biased coverage...
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, folks, we are now live out in California right now, where we are dealing with, you guessed it, a police chase there. I'm joined now by Samia, our go-to person when it comes to where the heck are they at right now?
You're right. We're in Southern California. It looks like these graphics that are coming in from LA really do help as far as our coverage is concerned, as far as knowing where exactly the suspect is traveling. This is in the greater Los Angeles area. You can see he just merged onto the 110 southbound freeway. We believe it's the 110 southbound freeway.
And the only thing that we know about the suspect right now is that the suspect wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. Well, what I like about this situation is that we're dealing with the graphics right here that is really neat.
Right, so again, this is the 110 freeway southbound. Basically, the suspect is traveling through downtown Los Angeles right now, passing Wilshire Boulevard. Downtown, the high-rises, the big buildings are actually just to the left of the screen here. And to the right, you have much of the greater Los Angeles area. Again, those of you familiar with Southern California, as the suspect continues to travel southbound, you'll be seeing Staples Center on the left-hand side. We probably won't see it from this vantage point, but you can imagine traveling southbound on I-10, that Staples Center is right there to the left of the screen. That's where, you know, the Lakers play, the Clippers play, the LA Kings play. Lots of events happen there. The whole LA Live Entertainment Center is a sort of hotspot as far as activity in downtown Los Angeles.
And I do want to welcome all our viewers now watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. As you are just joining us here, we are watching the suspect there in that white SUV. Suspect wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. I am joined by Samia Khan up here as we are continuing our coverage here. As like we always like to say, during these times, viewer discretion heavily advised. We just don't know how this thing's going to wrap up. But
Right.
You continue to watch.
Right, and you can see that the suspect is traveling about 85 miles per hour. He just passed the Interstate 10 interchange where the 110 and the 10 meet. He is approaching the area of Adams Boulevard, and for those of you familiar with this part of Southern California, he's just approaching the USC area, University of Southern California, my alma mater, so I'm very familiar with this part of the freeway. He is continuing to travel southbound Interstate 110. He just went under the Adams Figueroa exit, and he will be approaching Exposition Boulevard momentarily. So there's Adams there.
Now, as I watch we watch so many chases here on the News Now stream where I'm just like, you know, all the time these suspects, oh, look at that. they always get caught or they always crash, and it's always putting so many people at risk. I'm like, why do you do this? And it's just like, I don't understand sometimes, you know?
No, absolutely. It's one of those things when you're on the freeway, every time I'm in LA, I wonder, am I actually driving by someone that's being pursued and I just don't know it?
That's true.
Because it does seem like a majority of the chases that we cover come out of Southern California. So there's Exposition Boulevard, that's 37th Street, right on to over to the right-hand side. You can see right there is the Tuscany apartment complex. And right to the other side of that is actually the Coliseum, Exposition Park. That's where
That's where the space shuttle's at.
And that's where the Los Angeles Rams play, as well as obviously the USC Trojans. A lot of football played there.
Wow, that was a quick response there. He didn't know if he was going to get onto that shoulder area, and then he veered right really quick there. Wow, that was almost an accident right there that we witnessed there. But the pursuit continues on. You're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and all our viewers watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live.
Right, so now the suspect in the South LA area, what some people refer to as South Central, continuing to travel southbound on Interstate 110. If he continues on I-10, it's possible he could take the 91 freeway that would take him into Compton. It's possible that he could take the 105 freeway that would take him into LAX. There are a handful of freeways that are coming up on southbound Interstate 110. And, he may not take any of the freeway exits. He may not take the 91 or the 105. You can also get on the 405. He may just continue southbound. The thing about the 110, though, is it eventually ends in San Pedro. You eventually hit the ocean there. So eventually he will have to
What scares me is when they do go off the freeway, because then they go down these residential streets and they're still going like 70, 80, and that is when so many bad things can happen. I mean, you could have children there in the streets, you could have people getting hit. There's just so many different variables then when they start going on those residential streets. So I think that's the time that we always have to say that viewer discretion heavily advised there.
Again, like Mike said, viewer discretion is advised. If you guys want to share your thoughts on this chase, you can always tweet us.
Now, why do you think they have this angle right here from the chopper? Why do we have this angle here?
Well, my guess would be that, again, as you travel southbound on Interstate 110, on the other side, you have LAX.
Okay, so we're in a flight zone here.
Possibly. I don't want to say that is why, but I would assume that on the other side of the freeway, that is the direction of LAX, on the other side of the 110. So perhaps the chopper pilot is taking precautions and staying to the left of the freeway.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we almost have just a totally different chopper right now because we don't have the overlay right now.
Right.
We do not have the overlay of our graphics here telling us how fast, where it's at now. But it looks like he's really cruising now.
Yeah, he's picking up speed.
Oh,
I would say that
boy.
It looks like he might be even going 100 miles per hour at this point. He's going so much faster than other people on the freeway. And I want to say that the speed limit here on the 110 is about 65 miles per hour. And again, it's Los Angeles, so no one really does follow the speed limit. So if you assume that the other cars traveling on this freeway are going around 70, 75, I would say that it's safe to assume that this suspect is now reaching speeds of 100 miles per hour.
And you can see there the police keeping a good eye on them as they are not far behind. They're trying to keep it as close as they can. Obviously, they can't do any pit maneuvers in this area. There's just too many people there on the freeway. But we'll continue to keep watching here. You're part of the stream. You're part of the pursuit now. We do cover it just seems so many police chases in any given month, anywhere from about 4 to 5, and you never know when it's going to happen. So we always say, keep watching the stream, everybody. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you about 12 hours of non-stop coverage right here.
Again, for those of you just joining us, this is specifically in Southern California, the Los Angeles area, still actually in the LA city limits, it seems like. The suspect traveling southbound on Interstate 110. Again,
I do not like this vantage point.
The chopper is keeping a distance, but as the suspect continues to travel southbound on Interstate 10, it's possible that the chopper will then shift and we'll get a better vantage point of where exactly the suspect is. Now, it looks like that is possibly the 105 interchange or the 91 interchange. It's hard to tell at this point what we just passed.
I think the chopper lost him.
It's possible that the chopper lost him.
Yeah, I think, folks, for those of you maybe just joining us here, it looked like that chopper, once they got into all those different exchanges, that could have lost him. Let's see here if you could find him here. You know, it's hard to try to catch a suspect this way from this vantage point, having this, you know, you're not on top of them. You're like a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't see this too often, everybody, where the chopper will actually lose the chase, and it looks like we got it back on as, oh, and there we go. Here's our overlay as well. It's back. All right.
So it looks like the suspect's still on the 110 freeway traveling southbound.
And there goes the overlay. So sometimes it comes, sometimes it goes, but you know what? We stay with you.
Right, and according to local media there in Los Angeles, this is a road rage suspect.
Yeah, because he is, you know, it started with the probably a road rage, and now he's wanted for that assault with a deadly weapon, and now we're seeing those speeds climb, everyone. As it got up to 100 miles per hour there, and we'll continue to follow here. Oh, it's always such a fluid situation that we're watching, that at any moment something can happen.
Well, what's interesting also is that the suspect is traveling in the carpool lane there in Los Angeles. And for those of you here in the greater Phoenix area, the carpool lane works only, you know, during certain hours here in Arizona. But in LA, the carpool lane exists at all times. And it's something where if you cross double yellow lines, you can be fined for it. So there are only certain entry and exit points. At this point, though, he's a suspect, so he's not really following
I
any
don't
of the
think he's
laws.
too worried about the rules of the road right now. I don't think he has that pamphlet out right now looking at the rules. But we'll continue to monitor here. I'm just hoping that this ends peacefully, that no one is injured, and that the police there stay safe.
So what's interesting now is that he's passing the 405 interchange here, and that is the last real major interchange off of the 110 freeway. Then you really do get into that San Pedro territory. And again, San Pedro is a port in Los Angeles. That is where the Pacific Ocean is. So again, the suspect's still traveling in the far left lane on Interstate 110. After the 405, there really aren't a lot of exits you can take.
So many people ask me during these chases, like, they want me to throw out a prediction of how long do you think this might last, and I always say, well, it depends. There's a couple factors that you got to look at for these chases when it comes to how much time you think this is going to take. One, well, how much gas does the guy have? You always got to consider that, and how reckless is the driver. And right now we haven't been seeing him do too many reckless things. He's not too crazy there on the road. So if he does have enough gas there, we could see this probably go for another hour, because he's not taking too many risks where I'm like, you know, sometimes with these chases you see so many different calculated risks where you're like, well, this is going to probably end in about 5 to 10.
Right. But he's traveling pretty much like a regular driver would travel on Interstate 110, other than obviously the high speeds that we see from time to time. But as you can see, he's slowed down now. He's traveling at speeds about 68, 70 miles per hour, going in and out of that carpool lane on Interstate 110 southbound. He's now in the area of Carson. So for those of you familiar with Southern California, with the greater LA area, he's now in Carson, and he's continuing to travel southbound on Interstate 10. But again, Interstate 110. So again, I want to reiterate that the 110 does end soon. It's not a freeway like Interstate 5 that takes you from Mexico to Canada.
So do you think he will get off on a residential area, or?
Well, inevitably, he would either have to exit, switch on to, the California Route 1 highway, also known as the Pacific Coast Highway, or he may, just get into the residential area of San Pedro. It's possible if he takes Route 1, he could get into the area of Long Beach. So I mean, obviously, he's not going to just keep traveling southbound. If you keep traveling southbound, you're going to hit the Pacific Ocean.
Yes, and I just want to also welcome our Fox 10 viewers. I know a lot of you are just coming into the stream right now because you've been watching it on Fox 10 News at noon. So thank you for coming on in and wanting to see how this is all going to end. We haven't seen the suspect drive too erratically other than high speed limits, but he's not going in and out of lanes. So if he has enough gas here, this could potentially last for another hour because at this point, there's going to be no time to do a pit maneuver when there's that many people there on the roadways. So we could see this for a while, everyone. You're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream. I always wonder, at this point, what is the suspect thinking? Because you figure you got multiple choppers up there, news choppers. Then you have, no doubt, a chopper from the police that are watching high above as well. A lot of the times I like to say that these suspects are really just trying to extend their last moments of freedom. If they could go another 40, if they could go another hour before getting caught, that's what they're looking for because they know eventually they're going to get caught. And when you throw in just how selfish they are as well, look at how many lives are being put at risk right now. Not just the other people there on the roadways, but the police and everyone that has to put up resources for this. It's very selfish right now what the suspect is doing, and you see him going into another lane there. As we continue to watch this police chase here in the LA area, suspect wanted for a road rage incident with the assault with a deadly weapon. Continuing to follow live, thanks to everybody on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and everyone watching on Facebook Live as well, and all the Fox 10 News viewers from our show at noon. That is still currently going on right now. Okay, now it looks like he's getting off here, Samia.
Like I said, he couldn't really travel much further on Interstate 110.
You pinned it right there. Now, let's see. We're going to go in a little bit more residential here.
So he was on Figueroa Place, now turned right on Anaheim Street.
Now, this is where you got to almost look at this now from a point of when he's going to be rolling through these red lights, that is when we're going to get risk levels going up dramatically. When they go through those intersections, that is the biggest time that we could see a wreck. So viewer discretion heavily advised during this point.
And for those of you wondering where in Southern California he is in this small community of Harbor City. He is traveling westbound now, traveling westbound towards Lomita and into that South Bay area of Los Angeles, the Torrance area. Hasn't quite reached Torrance yet, as he is currently traveling on Anaheim Street in the area of Harbor City.
And there we go for our first intersection look to see how he handled it. He waited to see. He didn't just run right through it. Now he took that right. Thanks to all our viewers right now that are watching live with us. If you're part of the stream, let us know where you are watching from. We have so many people all across the country watching live with us, and even across the world right now. Our one big viewer, Chris Lee, always joining us from England.
Right, Chris Lee, always tweeting us. We appreciate you tuning in. So what's interesting to note about the suspect is, for a while he was steadily cruising on, the 110 freeway, and now it looks like he doesn't want to stay on one road for very long before turning again. So he was on Vermont briefly before making a turn. He's now on
see what
Normandy.
I see. Yep. Good observation there. Yeah, that is interesting. Now he's doing a little bit more calculated risks here. We're going to see how this is all going to eventually come to an end, and we're hoping that it's just going to be a pullover situation ending peacefully with an arrest. But you just never know, and that's why we always ask you, if it doesn't matter if you came from the beginning, the middle, you guaranteed you always stay to the end. All right, a little bit more traffic here at a red light situation. Let's see what happens going to try to get through right. He's squeezing by that one car, letting him in there.
Yeah, he does not want to wait. No patience at all. So he was on Normandy. He was traveling northbound on Normandy. He just made a left on Lomita Boulevard, so he would be traveling westbound now.
Okay, now he's coming into oncoming traffic. Now darts back into the median there. That is our first big risk that we have seen from this suspect there. That was
Getting a bit erratic.
Yeah, that's erratic now. So okay, now we go a little construction zone as well.
And viewers who want to comment on this chase, you can tweet me, Samia Fox 10, SAMIA, or Mike Page Fox 10. You can find us on Twitter. I'm getting a tweet from one of our viewers, Mr. Ned Flanders, who's tuning in from Muncie, Indiana, watching live via our YouTube stream. We appreciate you, Ned Flanders. I'm assuming that's not your real name.
But we do appreciate that Fox reference.
We do. The Simpsons, a great show.
All right, now going back onto a little oncoming traffic here as he had that red light and did not want to be caught in that traffic there. Continuing to follow live here for you to all our viewers right now on fox10phoenix.com, Facebook Live. We are continuing to watch, and thanks to so many people saying where you guys are watching from. We got Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, North Dakota, so many.
And, of course, our international viewers as well. We don't want to forget you.
No.
So now he's traveling northbound once again on Western Avenue. And Western Avenue is a pretty major thoroughfare there in Los Angeles. If he continues to travel northbound on Western, he could get all the way from, this southern area of Carson and Torrance all the way up to Hollywood, really, if he tried. I mean, Western just continues to really cut through the entire greater Los Angeles region.
Now this is the first time that we're doing this chase that we have that nice graphic overlay that's telling us the speed right now. That is really interesting.
Gotta love 2017, that technology.
It's a new dynamic, and I think what the next big technology move will be is when OnStar can then show us his gas gauge. That would be huge, because then we would know exactly, okay, how much gas does this person have? I think if they want to go to a next level, that could be it.
Possibly. I do want to also give a shout out to our viewer, Angry Ninja, saying, as always, I'm watching from Atlanta.
Okay, and you got a brand new stadium there in Atlanta for Friday for opening day there for the Braves. Looks beautiful.
There's Mike chiming in with his baseball expertise. He's our resident baseball expert here on News Now.
Yes. All right, continuing to see here, and if you're going to use a baseball reference, how many, what's the guy's count here before he gets to 3 strikes? I don't know. It looks like he has a solid 2-2 count here.
Right. So as you saw, the suspect did not choose to continue traveling northbound on Western.
Now he's on that median again, everyone.
He did switch on over to Sepulveda. He's traveling.
He got a straightaway.
On Sepulveda now.
He has a solid straightaway, so the speed really going up high, almost 100 miles per hour there on that median. And it could get a little dicey here as we got more traffic. And some people in the chat have been saying, okay, he was at that one red light a couple of minutes ago. Why did that one person give him room to get through? And if I would do the same thing if I was I wouldn't want my car getting hit.
Right. If you notice a threat, you're probably going to
I'm not going to be
out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do that. All right, coming up here again.
So now the suspect is back in that area of Carson, California. He's traveling eastbound. Looks like he's about to pass the 110 freeway, unless he chooses to get on the 110 freeway. Nope, looks like he just drove under that 110 freeway, unless he's getting back on, and yeah, we called it. Looks like he is choosing to get back onto the freeway. That is now the 110 northbound freeway.
And here we go, back on the freeway, everyone. The pursuit still going on. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm Mike Pace, joined by Samia Khan here, and we're continuing to follow live where at any moment, at any time, something can happen.
That's right, Mike. Again, viewer discretion is advised. He is traveling at a high rate of speed. Looks like he's approaching speeds of 100 miles per hour. He's about to hit 100 there on that freeway, the 110 freeway. He's now traveling northbound. So what this means is if he continues going north on the 110, he'll eventually get back into that downtown Los Angeles area.
Okay.
And typically that area of the 110, no matter what time of day it is, it gets a little congested. So I don't think, you can really get away necessarily with traveling at speeds of 100 miles per hour once you start approaching downtown Los Angeles.
Sure. And they say so many of the suspects, they want to kind of stay around an area that they know. They don't want to try too much to go somewhere in an area where they might hit a dead end, especially when they start getting in that residential area. They always like to usually stay in an area that they're pretty comfortable in.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much, as far as our coverage is concerned, he's pretty much stayed on the 110 freeway. We know that this chase started in the area of San Gabriel. That is my understanding. That this pursuit started in the area of San Gabriel. It was a road rage situation where the suspect apparently wanted in connection with assault with a deadly weapon.
And there we go. Now the speed's really cranking up again, going higher than above the 100 miles per hour mark. When he gets those straightaways, he definitely does crank it up higher. And now that we're not in a residential area there, he can really hit that gas pedal.
Right.
Where the risks continue to go up.
Right, Mike. And we do want to just acknowledge all of our viewers tuning in. We appreciate everyone who is just joining us. I want to give a few shout-outs to some of our viewers that have been tweeting us. Stephen Musselman saying that he's watching this car chase from Michigan on his day off. Chris Lee chiming in from South Carolina. You have Mr. Ned Flanders saying it would actually be great if OnStar could actually shut the car off. I mean, perhaps in 2018. We're also getting a comment from J.J. Keith, also watching from South Carolina. I wonder if J.J. Keith and Chris Lee are both watching from South Carolina together. Maybe they're friends.
Yeah, that's a possibility there. And I want to also thank some new viewers here that just came from Fox 10 News at noon. I see that they just did another live update there as well, and now you want to see how this is all going to end. Welcome to the stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., so always try to check us out, especially when there's some sort of breaking news. We have no commercials. We don't dart out of coverage there. We'll watch this till the very end, or as long as the chopper has gas. We've had a couple of those chases where, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the end because, well, chopper needed to refuel.
Right. So the question is, will the suspect outrun
Yeah.
us?
You never know here, but we'll continue to watch live here as we have another chase there in the LA area with this white SUV. And police have been doing a good job of keeping really close, but not getting too close.
Right. And I just want to update the viewers who have been following along. Previously, we said that the suspect was traveling towards downtown Los Angeles. It appears that he has now changed freeways.
Wow.
Yeah, he got onto the 91 freeway traveling eastbound. That would be basically the Compton area. And it looks like he has just now exited off of the 91 freeway there.
And now back on.
And perhaps he's just trying to evade police any way he can.
Yeah, he might have realized that once again he's getting in that residential area where it's not too conducive to police chases there, and now he has a little bit more open room here and could hit the speed targets there closer to 100 miles per hour. Almost coming in contact with that police cruiser there. I thought for a moment they were going to hit him. Okay, we have another cruiser right behind, really darting up close. This is about the closest that we've seen the police there on the tail of that suspect for this chase here. We've been covering this chase now for the last 35 minutes here on the stream.
And what's interesting is, I don't know if we've gotten to this point in the on Interstate 91 yet, but on Interstate 91, as you pass the 710 freeway, there's actually a crash there. On the eastbound freeway. I'm just looking at the Google map right now. And we do know that the suspect is traveling eastbound on 91 from the 110. I don't think he has passed the 710 freeway. However, right after you pass the 710 freeway, there is a bit of a slowdown there on the 91 freeway because of a crash there. Again, we appreciate everyone tuning in, everyone that's tweeting us. You can find us on Twitter.
Sammy, I would really wish we had a fuel gauge here just to see how much more fuel this guy has. I think that would be such a great component that could be added to this, but right now we're continuing to watch live here for you. Thanks to so many viewers from across the country and across the world right now tuning in. You know, you can watch on your smartphone, you can watch on your TV, you can watch on your, really any way that you consume media, we've got you covered. And we've been following this chase now last 35 to 40 minutes with this white SUV. There was a couple of times where that driver became really erratic, but for the most part, when he's on the freeway here, we haven't seen too many risks. So that's a good thing for all those drivers there on the freeway, where a lot of the times they don't even know a chase is going on. You know, it happens so fast that this you just see a car that's just going at a high rate of speed, and you're like, oh, could that be a chase? And then you see the police, and you probably maybe see a chopper as well, and then you put two and two together.
So still traveling eastbound on the 91 freeway at a very high rate of speed. Again, traveling much faster than other vehicles on that freeway. Looks like he's just passing the 710 exit, and this is actually the area where we do expect a
That construction zone?
Well, it's not a construction zone. There were reports of a crash, at least according to Google Maps. Here's the thing, though. He's traveling in the far left lane, the carpool lane. So obviously, our guess is that, you know, he's breaking the law there. He doesn't have a carpool passenger, but at this point, he's not really concerned about the law, right?
No.
But you can see that there is a huge slowdown on the freeway. This is the slowdown we were talking about just minutes ago.
There you go.
There was a crash reported on the 91 eastbound right after you pass the 710 freeway. You can see the rest of the freeway pretty slow, but for the most part, the suspect's staying in the spoke too soon. Looks like he wants to.
Okay, now it's going to get a little interesting here. We got a lot more traffic. He's going to have to go in and out of these cars here.
Right, and for those of you familiar with the Southern California area, this is on the 91 around the areas of Paramount, Lakewood, Bellflower. We just went through the Compton part of the 91 freeway, and if he keeps going in this direction, he'll eventually hit Anaheim, best known for Disneyland. Mike?
Ooh, okay, they're just going from the far left to the far right lanes there in just a matter of seconds there. You'd see the police cruiser there right behind him. As we're getting into more and more traffic right now, as Sami was saying that there was some sort of crash here that is really tying up traffic here. Now we are going to say always viewer discretion is advised. We don't know what that suspect is going to do at this moment, but he continues to look like he's going to try to dart in and out.
Just trying to evade police.
And it's interesting to see if that cruiser, do you think, would maybe want to tap there on the back bumper, but too many vehicles there to do a pit maneuver probably.
Right, it's just too dangerous. This, especially
and look at the
stay on the
speeds.
freeway. It's just dangerous. You have so many other cars there. You really want to be. You have to take into consideration the other drivers there on the road. I do want to go ahead and check in with a lot of our viewers tuning in. Some of them have tweeted me. One of our viewers, Sam, who goes by the username Bogman148, saying that it is a great stream, tuning in every time there's a police chase, and adding that the street names and road numbers on the stream, it's a new technology, it's a great addition.
Yeah, I think, this is the first time that we've been able to do that, and I think that's just really amazing that you could not only see this, the estimated speed there, but also where exactly this is all happening. So awesome technology there being used to really bring home these police chases to everyone across the country and world that are watching.
Right. I'm still so entertained that we have multiple people named Chris Lee watching. I'm getting tweets from both Chris Lees. Chris Lee, the one in the UK, saying, watching the chase on one screen and playing my PS4 on the other. And Chris McCormick, another Chris, not Chris Lee, Chris McCormick, saying that he's watching from Maine. Luckily for the cops, this isn't like the Dusty Chase. Hashtag Dusty Chase.
That's a great reference to one of the chases that we had months ago there. Wow.
One of the legendary Southern California chases. We've had the Big Rig chase. We've had the Dusty chase. We've had a lot of chases. We've covered a lot of them here on News Now. We appreciate everyone who tunes in regularly to catch our commentary during these Southern California police chases.
And when you look back at all the different sorts of chases, it doesn't matter if it's in LA or Texas or even here in Arizona, you gotta say the one thing that really the common thread with all these suspects, if you're going to really put it all together, they're wild cards.
Right, you don't know what's going on in their mind. Some people are already, at that point, suicidal. They're willing to take any sort of risk. And other people, sometimes they're just trying to escape and make phone calls before they get arrested. Make their final calls, speak to some people. So, each and every chase situation really is different, Mike.
Yeah, and especially with what the suspect right now is wanted for, he could still have a gun inside that vehicle, and that's why police really taking it cautious there, because they know eventually if this is going to end in a crash or just a pullover because no more gas. But then what's the next step? Is there going to be then a long holdout before we have the suspect come out? And, if a gun is now part of the scenario, now it's going to be a long process.
You got to take the necessary precautions when a suspect is armed. Obviously, you need to take precautions all the time, but especially when you already know that the suspect is armed. Obviously, the suspect is wanted for assaults with a deadly weapon. So they're taking the necessary steps to make sure that everyone is safe. There have been pursuits where they've chased suspects for 3 hours. So, this could end soon. This might not end soon. I do want to check in with our viewers once again. A lot of people tweeting us from all over the world. Deplorable Glenn tweeting us, hello from Regina, Canada. Killa Connor saying that he's watching with his friend Steven. They hope it ends well for everyone. I also want to give a shout out to someone who tweeted me about 10 minutes ago, Brian Sargent, who's viewing this car chase, tuning in on YouTube all the way from Roseburg, Oregon.
That's awesome. That is awesome. And for everyone maybe just joining us here, welcome to the stream. We've been having this for the last 40 to 45 minutes, and it doesn't look like this is going to be stopping anytime soon either, Samia.
Right. So again, this is the eastbound 91 freeway. It's not an official interstate. It's just a traditional highway, California State Highway. This is eastbound 91 in the area of Artesia in Los Angeles County. But as you continue to travel eastbound on 91, he's about to actually enter Orange County, the Orange County area of Anaheim. Now, if he approaches that area, he will eventually have to switch onto another freeway, either Interstate 5.
Oh, okay. Really darting off now. Getting off. Ooh. And that looks like it's, yep. And that is going to be a crash there. Viewer discretion is advised, everyone, just in case what happens next.
So again, this chase ending right there in the Artesia Cerritos area, Los Angeles County, right off of the 91 freeway.
All right, so suspect there still in the car there. As we saw, the high rate of speed is what ultimately did him in as he tried to get off too quickly and then wiped out right there. Let's see what happens next. Can't reiterate more than enough, folks, that viewer discretion heavily advised during this situation.
The suspect is armed, and it looks like, the back door is opening, so either the suspect crawled to the back or there's another person inside that vehicle.
Yes.
At least another person.
So this could be sometimes maybe a long holdout, or it could just, okay, looks like we have some movement there in the back. Okay, look at, this is very high risk here. It doesn't look at right now. Is he going to try to run in the back there? Let's see. Yeah.
Get back inside the vehicle.
Okay, now back in the vehicle. Interesting,
Very interesting, Mike.
because that was from the back seat, everyone. Okay, we just went black just a little bit there, but it was just zooming in. We can't see, it's tinted too much there. But that suspect did get out from the back seat and then peered over around that car to look at the police. Okay, now the driver side door just opened and then swung back out. I wonder if that driver is going to maybe see if the car is operational and try to maybe go at it again. I don't know.
Yeah, it is
It doesn't
very puzzling right now, Mike.
It seems like it would still, at this point, it would still be operational, the car.
Right, it's still possibly functioning. Does he decide that he wants to make another run for it? We'll have to wait and see. I do want to check in with all of our viewers. We are getting viewer tweets, Mike, from all over the country right now.
Yeah.
Not only the country, but the world. I'm getting a tweet from Poland.
Okay, wait, I just want to, we just got some more movement here from the car.
But instead crawling out of the window.
Yeah, so
not
now,
wanting to open the door, now running through
now on
the
the
bushes.
run here. Okay, now the suspect on the run. Not sure why he got out through the window. But, okay, now we have a foot chase here now that is going to be happening. So let's continue to watch. Viewer discretion heavily advised, everyone. And if it gets to a point where we might have to get out, we will. We can't see too much with that tree right there. It's very hard angle here.
You can see the authorities.
Still can't see much here with that shadow.
Let's go ahead and drop the lower third for just a second.
All right, dropping that lower third for everyone.
And again, we appreciate everyone tuning in on Facebook Live as well as YouTube. More than 10,000 people tuning in on YouTube. Many more tuning in on Facebook.
Now, here's the thing. Did the suspect scale that wall? Or do they have him here? It's so hard to see from this angle, everyone. I know that we're trying to bring you what exactly is happening, but seems like they got him down.
Right. At that point, what is really going on through the suspect's mind? You're not even in a residential area where you have many places to hide.
And there we go, a successful takedown, everyone.
Right. So the suspect apprehended.
Once again, a great job by the police to always following right behind and staying persistent, and also just waiting for. It was like almost a chess match where they were waiting for a bad move, and they saw the bad move happen with the suspect was going at too high of a rate of speed there, and then eventually crashed. And now we have seen an arrest.
Yes, this man was arrested. He looks like he's relatively younger.
Yeah, but we'll hear more in the coming hours of.
It's interesting also to see. You can see his head moving. You can see that he's clearly speaking and communicating with officers as if he's telling the officers.
So we had two there. It looks like. No, just one. That was
one suspect.
Yep.
Yeah.
They did have the canine there as well.
But is it just me, or does it look like the suspect is saying something and he just keeps moving his head?
Well, yeah, he could be mouthing off. He could be saying anything. He could be rambling. We don't know if he's on drugs or anything.
We don't really know anything. You're right. He's complying, but it almost feels like he's resisting a little bit.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Again, viewer discretion is advised. This still is a live situation involving individuals that are armed. So, again, we advise viewers to watch with caution.
And, Sami, I've still never seen a suspect get out of a window of a car.
Yeah, that is the first time we've seen a suspect, at least in, as far as I can tell in recent months, where a suspect has decided to jump through the window. The question is why? Maybe he thought that authorities wouldn't see if he jumped through the window.
Yeah, very interesting there.
Again, this is the tail end of that police pursuit, a pursuit that we covered for almost an hour here on News Now, with tens of thousands of you guys watching in from all over the country and all over the world. JJ Keith saying, what an ending. Glad it ended safely. One of our other viewers, Simmers with the C, saying, hey, Samia, I'm watching from Italy. Meanwhile, John tuning in from Denmark, and Helicopter tuning in from Stockholm, Sweden.
So yeah, definitely an international audience as we watch that takedown live. A little bit, we'll show you the replay of the crash that happened to get that suspect to ultimately be in police custody now.
Right, so if you're just joining us, you didn't see the tail end of the police chase, we will replay that for you here on News Now. And actually at 1 o'clock, so in about 17 minutes, we do have a press conference from President Trump.
Oh, yeah. A lot coming up here. So if you're maybe just new to the stream, you could continue watching all day with us as we'll be with you.
Right, Mike, and we do want to reiterate to those viewers who are watching us for the first time, if you're watching on Facebook, hit that like button. That way you'll know whenever we go live with breaking news like a police chase. And if you're tuning in to YouTube, of course, we encourage you to hit that subscribe button.
There we go.
We are streaming Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Arizona time. Sometimes we start early, sometimes we stay late, depending on breaking news situations. We may even be here 24 hours, Mike.
Yes, that is very key there. And, sometimes Mary Kate has those late night chases as well.
That's right. A lot of chases do happen in the evening, so you really do want to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any of those chases. I do want to give out some more shout-outs because so many of our viewers have been tweeting us, telling us where they've been tuning in from. We have Charlotte tuning in from England. I have another viewer, Jagup, who's watching from Estonia and playing Grand Theft Auto 5 at the same time.
Well, that was some inspiration, huh?
I know.
Maybe getting a little inspiration there.
And Chris Lee chiming in saying, good to see a peaceful end to this chase. A little confused with the window exit, but glad no shots were fired. That is the Chris Lee that's watching from the UK.
Oh, nice.
Because, again, as you know, we have a couple Chris Lees tuning in around the world.
And I do want to show you, everybody, we'll keep this shot here. You can see the local news operations there as well, just getting to the scene. They'll be covering that on their local news. I do want to show you the top right corner of your screen now. That is going to be
the replay.
The replay of that crash that happened.
I also want to acknowledge our viewer, Killa Connor, throwing in a joke here, one that everyone can get a good laugh at. I think the SUV was overbooked and he got removed through the window by staff.
Oh.
Killa Connor.
There we go. And it looks like Chopper is going to be leaving the scene there, as maybe they didn't have much gas anyway there.
Right, so at that point, the scene is pretty much wrapped up. But for those of you just joining us, we are going to show you the replay now in full. This is a replay of that police pursuit and how it ended. One more shout out to our viewer, Bravik Ree, who says, glad it ended without anybody hurt. Your police chase coverage is always top notch. We do appreciate that, Mike, all the viewers that tune in with us regularly whenever there's a chase.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those where it's like you're going to watch from the beginning or the middle. If you maybe come near the end, you're always going to watch the end. Mm-hmm. And there was this where he got off there, but it was going too high rate of a speed and couldn't overcorrect, and then crashes there. And that was a takedown. But let's also watch, though, some weird movements by that suspect. First getting out the back end of the back seat there.
It was a very weird ending, right, Mike?
Yeah, instead of just running like immediately out of the gate like they normally do. Like when
the suspect was almost caught off guard, like he wasn't expecting to crash there. He was just like, oh crap, what do I do now?
Yeah, that's true.
And I know some of you asking what our Twitter handles are, some of you wondering how you can reach out to me and Mike. You can find me, Samia Fox 10, that's Samia. And you can find Mike Pache Fox 10, that's Pache as in Pache.
Beautiful. And look at this. Okay, so that suspect there gets out in the back, and so the door's open, but then we're going to see him go back in, and then closes the door, and then comes back out through the window. So now that suspect getting back in that vehicle, and we're wondering, okay, at this moment, was he going to maybe try to start up the car again? Maybe go for another... Look at that. And then the driver door opens, but then slams shut. So you're thinking, okay, now is he going to try to go again on the roadways there? Very, very bizarre. But you know what? With a suspect, like we were saying, Samia, with a wild card, you don't know what these people are going to do. They're normally not acting in the right realm of reality. So you're seeing things like going through a window compared to maybe just opening the door and try to make a run for it. But great job again by the police as they were able to do another successful takedown. No shots fired. It ended peacefully with the suspect now going to jail, and then, look at this, coming out the window. Very weird. And all the police stayed safe, as well as all the people on the roadways. There are so many that suspect passed and sometimes got close to hitting but never did. So that's a good thing as well. You can see there, suspect was on that run, and then we lost track of him a little because of that tree, but I don't know if he tried to scale that wall right behind, but he eventually never did, though, because they were able to take him down. For those of you just joining us here, we're just showing you that replay of the takedown with this chase that lasted close to an hour almost there in L.A. That suspect wanted for in connection with assault with a deadly weapon in a road rage incident. And you're seeing that takedown there live. And right now we lost the chopper feed as well, so it's a good thing that this thing wrapped up pretty quickly. because it didn't seem like Chopper was going to be hanging around too much.
Right. It looks like the chopper needed to refuel. And on our end, it's good that it wrapped up because at 1 o'clock we do have a President Trump press conference. So there's that too. Let's go ahead and replay this for our viewers once more so viewers can see maybe the last 10 minutes of this chase.
Okay, will do.
And I am going to check in with our viewers once again. Kevin Freeman tweeting me, great commentary and knowledge of the LA area. Is there a documentary that talks to chase suspects? Might be a great idea for one.
Hey, that's actually
a great idea, Kevin.
That's actually a great documentary idea.
Right, I would watch that. Of course, we would watch that documentary.
Oh, sure. We might be featured. Our voices might be featured.
You're right.
In that.
One of our chases may get a cameo in that doc. Shout outs to one of our regular viewers, S. Schultz, who said, Sami and Mike, great coverage. Watching at work, I'm being naughty. Some people supposed to be working at work, watching car chases instead. We're lucky because this counts as our work, Mike.
Yes, yeah. So we could always be part of the police chases there for you. Yeah, it's one of those things like if you're watching at work, you're not going to be getting a lot of work done because you want to see, okay, how's it going to end? It's sort of like watching, working while March Madness is on.
Yeah, I once in a while looked at Mike's computer. He was checking out his bracket during work.
Yeah, you got to always just maintain some sort of little sports there.
Shout outs to Parker tuning in from Melbourne, Australia. And Maiko just checking in, tuning in from Zimbabwe, just missed the chase. Well, you're in luck because we're replaying the end for you, Maiko. And Tech Jensen throwing in a joke about why the suspect climbed through the window in the back. Here is Tech's idea. He climbed in the back seat, not knowing the child locks were on. He would have gotten away if it weren't for those darn kids.
Oh, yeah. I just never seen that where he suspect go. First, I could see if the door was jammed or something and you couldn't get out, but he opened the door, got out, then went back in, only to go out the window then.
Yeah, it was a very peculiar, a very odd scene to see. Wow, one of our viewers, Uddhav Krishna, it's late in India. He's tuning in over there.
Awesome.
It's a late night there, saying glad to see the situation's under control. Great job by the cops. You were saying the same thing.
Yeah, that was another great takedown there as they stayed right behind but didn't get too close to the suspect. A lot of the times, people ask, well, where are the cops? We don't see the cops. Where are they even there? And they're believe me, they're watching from a distance. You don't want to get too close to that suspect and have him start doing really erratic things, getting scared, maybe, doing a little bit more riskier behavior.
Right.
So, they got their eyes on him. Believe me, they were not only just in their patrol cars either.
Right.
There was, other vehicles there that were police.
These officers are pros. I mean, they cover police chases every day, especially those officers in Southern California.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably have special training just for police chases
I bet.
specifically.
Yeah, they get the reps in there for sure.
And I just want to give a few more viewer shout-outs. Jackals tuning in from Namibia in Africa. Stone tuning in from Indianapolis.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we have people from all over the country tuning in, and I really like Stone's suggestion. You need a greatest hits compilation.
Oh, okay, and look at that.
Greatest police chase hits.
Yeah, that's interesting too. That would be something that would do really well as well. Kind of give you the top 5, maybe top 10 that we've covered there. And you just saw, as we are re-racking that tape to show you, as the suspect there wiping out, going too fast, trying to overcorrect, and doesn't work out there. You're going to see a very kind of strange way to get out of a car in just a little bit, everyone.
It's what we've been talking about the last few minutes.
Yes.
Quite a interesting escape. Attempted escape,
Attempted
I should say.
escape, yeah.
He didn't get too far.
But at that moment, it's like...
I mean, the suspect's in that vehicle. He's not opening the door. He doesn't want to surrender at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He realizes that he's crashed. He's in this ditch. He's surrounded by officers, but still doesn't want to just peacefully surrender at this point.
Yeah. I always say that there's 2 types of suspects dealing with pursuits. You got the one suspect that is going to use his vehicle as a way of just trying to get away, like we've seen with this one, and really doesn't want to run that much like we've seen with that suspect. Or you have another suspect that is using their car to try to maybe getting in a residential area where they feel that they can ditch out of the car and make a run for it. So you almost have two types of suspects when it comes to police chases, when it depends on, okay, are we going to have a runner, or are we just going to have someone that wants to be behind the wheel all the time? All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's 1 o'clock here in Arizona, 4 o'clock out on the East Coast. Coming up next, Sami is going to be with you for the next 2 hours. Going to be now transitioning to a President Trump event from the East Room of the White House, where the President Trump and the NATO Secretary will be holding a news conference there in just a little bit here. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream.
With what candidate Donald Trump said in the run-up to the election. Often, as you heard Shepard mention moments ago, NATO appeared to be a bit of a punching bag. Even in his time in office, the president has been fairly critical of other nation members that have yet to give their fair share into NATO funding. We're talking about 2% of GDP. That's likely part of the conversation the two men have had. I think it's also important to point out the expansion of NATO. And I say this given the conversations today with Rex Tillerson and his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Of course, he also spoke with the Russian president today. Keep in mind that the Russians have for quite some time considered NATO in general, and expansion in particular, a threat to their sovereignty. What was that conversation like? Again, another possible question that we may hear posed here today. It's an opportunity for these two men not only to talk about the U.S. role in NATO, but also the future of NATO, because in an America First posture, as we've heard the president say before, one has to wonder what that will look like to NATO's future. Stuart?
is always number one, and our common devotion to human dignity and freedom. Since 1949, the NATO member states have more than doubled, increasing from 12 to 28. On Monday, I signed the protocol to approve the 29th, the country of Montenegro. In the coming months and years, I'll work closely with all of our NATO allies to enhance this partnership and to adapt to the challenges of the future, of which there will be many. This includes upgrading NATO to focus on today's most pressing security and all of its challenges, including migration and terrorism. We must also work together to resolve the disaster currently taking place in Syria. We are grateful for the support of NATO members and partners in their condemnation of Assad's murderous attack using the most horrible weapons. The vicious slaughter of innocent civilians with chemical weapons, including the barbaric killing of small and helpless children and babies, must be forcefully rejected by any nation that values human life. It is time to end this brutal civil war, defeat terrorists, and allow refugees to return home. In facing our common challenges, we must also ensure that NATO members meet their financial obligations and pay what they owe. Many have not been doing that. The Secretary General and I agree that other member nations must satisfy their responsibility to contribute 2% of GDP to defense. If other countries pay their fair share instead of relying on the United States to make up the difference, we will all be much more secure, and our partnership will be made that much stronger. The Secretary General and I had a productive discussion about what more NATO can do in the fight against terrorism. I complained about that a long time ago, and they made a change, and now they do fight terrorism. I said it was obsolete. It's no longer obsolete. It's my hope that NATO will take on an increased role in supporting our Iraqi partners in their battle against ISIS. I'm also sending General McMaster to Afghanistan to find out how we can make progress alongside our Afghan partners and NATO allies. Every generation has strived to adopt the NATO alliance to meet the challenges of their times. And on my visit to Brussels this spring, which I look very much forward to, we will work together to do the same. We must not be trapped by the tired thinking that so many have, but apply new solutions to face new circumstances, and that's all throughout the world. We're not here to stand on ceremony, but to develop real strategies to achieve safety, security, and peace. We're here to protect the freedom and prosperity of our citizens and to give them the future they so richly deserve. Secretary General, I'm honored to have you here today and to reaffirm our commitment to this alliance and to the enduring values that we proudly, and I mean very proudly, share. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We just had an excellent and very productive meeting, and it's really an honor to meet you for the first time here in the White House. We agree that NATO is a bedrock of security, both for Europe and for the United States. 2 world wars and a Cold War have taught us all that peace in Europe is not only important for Europeans, but is also important for the prosperity and the security of North America. So a strong NATO is good for Europe, but a strong NATO is also good for the United States. And therefore I welcome the very strong commitment of the United States to the security of Europe. We see this commitment not only in words, but also in deeds. Over the past months, thousands of US troops have been deploying to Europe, a clear demonstration that America stands with allies to protect peace and defend our freedom. And yesterday, you announced the completion of the ratification of Montenegro's membership in NATO, another expression of your strong commitment to Europe and to the transatlantic bond, and we thank you for that. In a more dangerous and more unpredictable world, it is important to have friends and allies. And in NATO, America has the best friends and the best allies in the world. Together, we represent half of the world's economic and military power. No other superpower has ever had such a strategic advantage. This makes the United States stronger and safer. We saw that after the 9/11 attacks on the United States. That was the first time NATO invoked our Article 5, the Collective Defense Clause. Allies sent AWACS surveillance planes to help patrol American skies. And we launched NATO's biggest military operation ever in Afghanistan. Hundreds of thousands of Europeans and Canadian soldiers have served shoulder to shoulder with American troops. More than 1,000 have paid the ultimate price. Earlier today, I laid a wreath at Arlington National Cemetery in tribute to the fallen. It was a deeply moving experience. We owe it to our servicemen and women to preserve the hard-earned gains we have made together in Afghanistan. We were reminded of their sacrifice just this week when a US soldier was killed there fighting ISIL. Our mission in Afghanistan is a major contribution to the fight against international terrorism. NATO plays a key role in many other ways also. All NATO allies are part of the global coalition to counter ISIL. And NATO provides direct support to the coalition with training for Iraqi forces in their fight against terrorists and more intelligence sharing. And you are right, we have established a new division for intelligence, which enhances our ability to fight terrorism and working together in the alliance to fight terrorism in an even more effective way. But we agreed today, you and I, that NATO can and must do more in the global fight against terrorism. In the fight against terrorism, training local forces is one of the best weapons we have. NATO has the experience, the expertise, and the staying power to make a real difference. And fighting terrorism will be an important topic when NATO leaders meet in Brussels in May. The other major topic will be fairer burden sharing in our alliance. And we had a thorough discussion on this issue today. And Mr. President, I thank you for your attention to this issue. We are already seeing the effect of your strong focus on the importance of burden sharing in the alliance. We agree that allies need to redouble their efforts to meet the pledge we all made in 2014 to invest more in our alliance. It is about spending more on defense, it is about delivering the capabilities we need, and it is about contributing forces to NATO missions and operations. This means cash, capabilities, and contributions. Fair burden sharing has been my top priority since taking office. We have now turned a corner. In 2016, for the first time in many years, we saw an increase in defense spending across European allies and Canada. a real increase of 3.8%, or $10 billion more for our defense. We are now working to keep up the momentum, including by developing national plans outlining how to make good on what we agreed in 2014. We know that we all need to contribute our fair share, because we need to keep our nation safe in a more dangerous world. We discussed many different topics during our meeting today, including the horrendous use of chemical weapons in Syria. Any use of chemical weapons is unacceptable, cannot go unanswered, and those responsible must be held accountable. So, Mr. President, thank you once again. I look forward to working with you to keeping the alliance strong, and I look forward to welcoming you to Brussels in May, when heads of state and government in the alliance meet there to address the challenges and the need to continue to adapt the alliance to a more challenging security environment, and to respond both to the need for fair burden sharing and stepping up our efforts to fight international terrorism. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. So we'll have a couple of questions. Jeff Mason.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask you about two topics, if I may. First, has your view of Vladimir Putin changed after what's happened in Syria? And what is the United States prepared to do if he continues to support Assad? And on a separate question, have you made a deal after your chat last night with the president of China about China helping to rein in North Korea? And is that one reason you've decided not to label Beijing a currency manipulator?
Well, I'll be speaking to, yeah. You want to go ahead? Go ahead.
May I? For the Secretary General, do you believe NATO should continue to bolster its presence along the alliance's eastern border? And are you confident that you have President Trump and the United States support for that? Thank you.
I'll be speaking with Rex Tillerson in a little while, calling in. I think he had a very successful meeting in Russia. We'll see. We'll see the end result, which will be in a long period of time, perhaps. But the end result is what's most important, not just talk. And I think that based on everything I'm hearing, things went pretty well, maybe better than anticipated. It would be wonderful, as we were discussing just a little while ago, if NATO and our country could get along with Russia. Right now, we're not getting along with Russia at all. We may be at an all-time low in terms of relationship with Russia. This is built for a long period of time. But we're going to see what happens. Putin is the leader of Russia. Russia's a strong country. We're a very, very strong country. We're going to see how that all works out. Last night, separately, I spoke with a man that I've gotten to know. I don't know Putin, but I do know this gentleman. I've spent a lot of time with him over the last 2 days, and he is the president of China. You were there, most of you were there, and it was quite an interesting period of time. President Xi wants to do the right thing. We had a very good bonding. I think we had a very good chemistry together. I think he wants to help us with North Korea. We talk trade, we talk a lot of things, and I said the way you're going to make a good trade deal is to help us with North Korea. Otherwise, we're just going to go it alone. That'll be all right, too. But going it alone means going it with lots of other nations. But I was very impressed with President Xi, and I think he means well, and I think he wants to help. We'll see whether or not he does.
Do you feel like you have a deal with him? And if I could just, do you feel like you have a deal with him in terms of the currency manipulation designation? And have your views changed on Putin?
We're going to see. We're going to see about that. And I'll also see about Putin over a period of time. It'd be a fantastic thing if we got along with Putin and if we got along with Russia. And that could happen, and it may not happen. It may be just the opposite. I can only tell you what I would like to do. I would love to be able to get along with everybody. Right now, the world is a mess. But I think by the time we finish, I think it's going to be a lot better place to live. And I can tell you that, speaking for myself, by the time I'm finished, it's going to be a lot better place to live in, because right now it's nasty.
NATO is in the process of implementing the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense since the end of the Cold War. And one element of that is to increase our military presence in the eastern part of the alliance. And we are now deploying 4 battle groups to the 3 Baltic countries and Poland. And there will also be more US forces in that part of Europe. And this is the first time in many, many years that we see an increase in the military presence of the United States in Europe. So we are increasing our presence, and we are also increasing the readiness and the preparedness of our forces so we can quickly reinforce if needed. We consider the presence we will have when the 4 battle groups are in place as sufficient given the current security situation in Europe. But of course we will assess the situation and follow the developments very closely. The message from NATO is that what we do is proportionate, it is defensive, and we don't want a new Cold War, we don't want a new arms race. And actually we strongly believe that there is no contradiction between a strong NATO, a credible deterrence and defense, and political dialogue with Russia. I actually believe that the precondition for a political dialogue with Russia is that we are strong and that we are united. But based on that, we can talk to Russia because Russia is our neighbor. Russia is there to stay. So we have to find ways to manage our relationship with Russia. And I am absolutely certain that the United States supports this approach, partly because the United States is contributing with forces to our enhanced presence in the eastern part of the alliance and also in the southeast of the alliance in Romania. And the United States and the President has clearly expressed that they want dialogue with Russia, but based on unity and strength in the alliance. Then the next question is from John Sopel.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, how long do you think it will take you to persuade the other European countries to burden share? And what are you going to do to persuade them? Mr. President, could I ask you, do you think it's... I'm here to help. And Mr. President, do you think it's conceivable, what's your instinct, was it possible that Syrian forces could have launched that attack in Idlib last week without the Russians knowing? And have you been disappointed, surprised by Vladimir Putin's reaction since then? Thank you very much.
I think it's certainly possible. I think it's probably unlikely. And I know they're doing investigations into that right now. I would like to think that they didn't know, but certainly they could have. They were there. So we'll find out. General Mattis is looking into it with the entire Pentagon group that does that kind of work. So it was very disappointing to see. It's disappointing no matter who does it, but when you get into the gases, especially that form, it's vicious and violent, and everybody in this room saw it all too many times over the last 3 or 4 days. Young children dying, babies dying, fathers holding children in their arms that were dead children. There can't be a worse sight, and it shouldn't be allowed. That's a butcher. That's a butcher. So I felt we had to do something about it. I have absolutely no doubt we did the right thing. And it was very, very successfully done, as you well know. Thank you.
On defense spending and burden sharing, that has been my top priority. I have raised it in all my meetings, in all capitals I have visited with prime ministers, presidents, minister of finance, and of course also defense and foreign ministers. And I expect, of course, all allies to make good on what they decided back in 2014. And the very strong and clear message from President Trump has been very helpful. So now we see that things are starting to move in the right direction. For the first time after many, many years of decline in defense spending, we now see an increase in defense spending across Europe and Canada. So they have started to move in the right direction. 3.8% real increase in defense spending across Europe and Canada is a significant step in the right direction. It's not enough. We still have a long way to go, but at least they have turned the corner. European allies have turned the corner. Instead of reducing defense spending, they have started to increase defense spending. Then I think it is important to remember that this is something The Europeans do because they know that this is in their own security interest. It is in their interest to invest more in European defense because the world has become more dangerous. Many European allies, of course, reduced, or all European allies, reduced defense spending after the end of the Cold War because then tensions went down. But if you are decreasing defense spending when tensions are going down, then you have to be able to increase the defense spending when tensions are going up. And now they are going up. So we have still a long way to go, but I'm encouraged by the fact that we have started to move in the right direction. And so last year there were 5 allies spending 2%. This year, Romania has declared that they will reach 2%. Next year, Latvia and Lithuania will also reach 2%. So we'll go from 5 to 8, which is at least going in the right direction. But still, we have some work to do.
And I did ask about all the money that hasn't been paid over the years. Will that money be coming back? We'll be talking about that. We want to talk about that, too. Anita Kumar, where are you? Hi. McClatchy. Hi. We did talk last night. I think it's wonderful that they abstained. As you know, very few people expected that. No, I was not surprised that China did abstain. Very, very few people thought that that was going to happen. So we're honored by the vote. That's the vote that should have taken place.
Secretary General, you talked a little bit about Moscow, about Russia. How do you counter their aggression in general? They've been interfering in recent democratic elections. How do you counter Moscow's power?
The most important thing is to have a strong alliance, to stay united and be firm and predictable in our approach to Russia. And that means that we have to invest in our collective defense. That's exactly what we are doing. Deploy more troops in the eastern part of the alliance, increase the readiness of our forces, and increase defense spending. And I welcome the very strong message from President Trump on the importance of increased defense spending. We have started to do this, so we are implementing the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense since the end of the Cold War, providing credible deterrence. But at the same time, we have to find ways to engage with Russia, to talk with Russia. Because Russia will not go away. Russia will be our biggest neighbor. And we have to find ways to live with them and to try to avoid a new Cold War, a new arms race. And that's exactly why I am very much in favor of what we call the dual-track approach to Russia. And as a former Norwegian politician, I have the experience to work with Russians because Norway is bordering Russia. And Norway was able, even during the Cold War, to develop, I would call it a pragmatic working relationship with Russia. Cooperating with them on energy, on border issues, on environment, on fishery, and also in military affairs. And that was not despite our membership in NATO, but it was because of our membership in NATO. Because NATO provided the strength, the predictability, the platform for a small country to have a political dialogue with Russia. So I strongly believe that the only way to deter Russia is to be strong, but the only way to avoid a new Cold War, avoid a new arms race, and avoid increasing tensions is to continue to engage Russia in a political dialogue and to make sure that what we do is defensive and proportionate in response to a more assertive Russia.
Okay.
Then I give the floor to Tove Bjørgaas.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm from Norway. Russia is our neighboring country. What do you think Europe has to fear from Russia if this tension continues?
Say it.
What do you think that European countries have to fear from Russia if this tension continues?
I cannot hear. I cannot understand.
I'll do it again. What do you think what do you think European countries have to fear from Russia if this tension continues to escalate? And for you, Mr. Secretary General, the President has said that the attack in Syria last week was warranted, and it was also an attack on U.S. allies. Do you think that this attack was warranted, and do you see NATO playing any supporting role in future actions in Syria?
Well, I wanted to start by saying hopefully they're going to have to fear nothing ultimately. Right now there is a fear, and there are problems. There's certainly problems. But ultimately, I hope that there won't be a fear and there won't be problems and the world can get along. That would be the ideal situation. It's crazy what's going on, whether it's the Middle East or you look at, no matter where the Ukraine, you look at whatever you look at, it's got problems, so many problems. And ultimately, I believe that we are going to get rid of most of those problems, and there won't be fear of anybody. That's the way it should be. We have a very big problem in North Korea, and as I said, I really think that China is going to try very hard and has already started. A lot of the coal boats have already been turned back. You saw that yesterday and today. They've been turned back. The vast amount of coal that comes out of North Korea going to China, they've turned back the boats. That's a big step, and they have many other steps that I know about. So we'll see what happens. It may be effective. It may not be effective. If it's not effective, we will be effective. I can promise you that. Thank you.
NATO has constantly condemned the use of chemical weapons in Syria, and the use of chemical weapons is horrendous, and it's a clear violation of international law. And any use of chemical weapons is unacceptable and cannot go unanswered. So those responsible must be held accountable. The strike against the airbase in Syria was a U.S. operation based on U.S. intelligence, but you have seen that within the alliance this has been something which has been met with a lot of understanding, because NATO allies do not accept that chemical weapons are used, and therefore we also strongly support the efforts of the fact-finding commission to try to find out actually what happened and to make sure that we don't see any use of chemical weapons in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And that wraps up that press conference at the White House. Looks like they have quickly cut to the White House now. You're getting an exterior view of the White House. Since we're on the topic of President Trump, I do want to show you this event from earlier where Kellyanne Conway spoke this morning. Again, Kellyanne Conway speaking at an event about freedom of speech, the First Amendment. One of President Trump's top advisors. This event took place earlier today. Sean Spicer also spoke there. Let's listen in on what Kellyanne had to say.
Press, the First Amendment in the first 100 days. We're grateful for support from the Knight Foundation, our primary sponsor, and from the Kovler Fund for also their support. Perhaps no one has done more interviews on behalf of candidate and President Trump than our next guest, Kellyanne Conway, special counselor to the President. Ms. Conway was the first woman to run a successful presidential campaign, and it's really a pleasure to welcome her to the museum. Interviewing Ms. Conway is veteran media reporter Michael Wolff. Michael is currently writing for The Hollywood Reporter and USA Today and spending a lot of time covering the district, the president, and the press. Please welcome Kellyanne Conway and Michael Wolff.
So nice to be here. Kellyanne and I have been having this conversation now since early in the transition, starting in a conversation about the media, which appropriately started at Michael's restaurant in New York. A report card. The media. Let's make the F grade the media as Steve Bannon's opposition party, and an A grade as the Obama honeymoon. Where are we now?
Well, as a mother of 4 who come home with report cards routinely, I'll just give an I incomplete, meaning I think it's way too early to render a specific judgment, let alone a grade, on the relationship between this president, this administration, and the press. And I do want to say that some of the words being used to describe that you're repeating, I do not use and have not used. I think it's very important in a healthy democracy to have a free and fair press. And part of that democracy, too, though, is to have a presidency, no matter who the occupant, that is shown respect and is shown an openness to really cover all of the items that he has put forth and his considerable accomplishments in the first 80-some days that really have gone uncovered. I think, don't want to grade, but I would say if you ask me one thing that I would change or one grievance I may have, it's not biased coverage, because if there is biased coverage, I have faith in the American people that they'll see that and they'll say, that's really unfair, or that's really over the top, or you keep saying the same thing over and over again and I'm still not convinced it's news to me. I think it's noise. So that's over here. I have faith in the wisdom of people. Biased coverage aside, my grievance would be what I would call incomplete coverage. It's the many things that we hear from Americans that are meaningful to them and consequential to them in these first 100 days that don't get the same amount of coverage as, say, this executive order or that attenuated, unproven relationship from the campaign with a certain country. And that's really a thing, because if you are an American and you're a coal miner who came to the White House, or you are someone who lives in the Northwest and you know what the waters of the United States is, if you are somebody who will benefit directly from the president having opened up the Keystone and Dakota access pipelines, this all matters to you in a very different way than you're hearing.
What about the tonal issues? How do you feel waking up every morning and you see democracy dies in darkness? Does that rankle? Does that send a message? Is there a message beyond the leads in each story that's being sent here?
A few things, and I think they are different just given that this is 2017. There's this quest to make interviews go viral now, where one has to wonder, is the interview being conducted to inform the viewers or the larger population or electorate more broadly, or is the interview being done in a way that's meant to entertain other journalists or impress advertisers or executives? So that's one thing. The other thing is, you can turn on the TV more than you can read in the paper, because I assume editors are still doing their jobs in most places. And people literally say things that just aren't true. They're not even disguised as opinion. Yeah, they're not even disguised as opinion. People presume they know what's going on in the White House, how the president is thinking, what motivates him, what his decision process is. And they state it like it's a fact, and it's not often. And that's all right. But look, at the same time, I listened to your other panel, and there's a great discussion about Twitter and the president's use of Twitter. And it is true that the president regards his social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of it combined. He has millions and millions and millions, tens of millions of followers. He looks at that as a way to cut out the middleman, to directly connect and communicate with people. And it's what I call the democratization of information, meaning you don't have to wait for the evening news to tell you what happened that day. Everybody can access it at the same time. It could be the guy working on the job who's looking at his screen. It could be the stay-at-home mom who's busy with her children, who's got the tweet deck up. It could be the cosseted billionaire CEO who has 20 people outside his office checking social media, but everybody sees it at the same time. It's a democratization of information. But I think we have to have a conversation about the use of Twitter among the media, too, because there are things said about this president on Twitter that would never pass an editor's desk. Something I talked about in the campaign, and it's just true, and it continues on. It continues on. I see people live tweeting at Sean Spicer while he's in his press conference.
Well, we'll go to that. I mean, obviously there have been other Republican, conservative, and right-wing administrations which the media has accepted in a business-like way. What's the difference here? Why is there a obviously continuing resistance and underlying message that has, I would certainly argue, not been there before?
Well, some of it is who this president is and the unexpected result that he is the president. I think people simply were not prepared for the result and did not prepare their viewers and their readers for the result. And I'm astonished that in a nation that many people in the media were constantly saying is divided, we're in a divided country, that so many people never even entertained the possibility that in the self-described divided country that the other one of the two candidates may actually win. And so I think it was being caught unaware and really leaning so far to the other side that the race is over, the path is gone, the Republican Party will be destroyed, you'll take down every House and Senate and governor candidate with you. This is going to affect generations. I mean, if you go back and look at those headlines and you go back and see a lot of what was said on TV, it's unequivocally wrong and somewhat embarrassing. But we don't talk about it. So in some ways it was just we didn't see this coming, so it must not be real. Let's try to not make it real. Let's try to make it unreal. The other thing is, there's just so much media now, and there's just this constant opportunity to engage in the conversation. That is different. That's just a sign of the times. Like I said earlier, it's 2017. So you have all these social media platforms. You have the media using them constantly, not waiting to file the story for the next day or the evening news. You just have an ongoing opportunity to communicate.
And what do you think, do you find yourself ever thinking and trying to really get to the nut of what the media thinks about this president and about you and other members of this administration? How personal do you take this?
How personally do I take what?
What this coverage of you, democracy dies in darkness, because I'm going to tell you, when they say democracy dies in darkness, you're the darkness.
I'm not the darkness.
You're no, and I don't.
Didn't you see the skit
mean
Walking
that,
on
Sunshine? That's not.
You're saying that that's what it's meant to be, but
yeah, that's
again,
certainly
it's what I tell
here.
small children. Just because somebody says something doesn't make it true, and it's a great lesson for everyone. And just because they say the darkness or democracy, it doesn't make it true. And you see, if you start with that, I'm here. But look, I'm not elected to anything. I'm there. If you're talking about the way the president is covered, I think there is something that I call presumptive negativity. And you can look at something and see it as a positive or as a negative. And for this president, it's often seen through the negative lens, which is not just unfair, it's actually inaccurate, and it really robs the larger viewership or readership or the American people of the opportunity to hear what's really happening.
Have you seen improvements over the last, what are we at, 80 days?
So I think there are some print journalists particularly who have taken the time to really try to get to know this president and how he operates and who he is, and maybe some of the senior administration officials. And they're doing much better, in my view, of covering the White House, of just doing their jobs, covering the White House. I don't know that folks have really taken a step back and said, okay, I missed a lot in the election, obviously. They said, I really got it wrong, which means I also didn't really understand what was happening in the country. And I heard Jim Acosta earlier saying if he could go back, he would take his anchors or his executives on the road with him during the campaign. Well, why not do that now for everyone? Why not go back and go and meet the people who feel like they're the forgotten men or forgotten women who are rooting for this president and this country in a way that They want him to make good on these promises. They are part of the confidence numbers. The National Association of Manufacturing confidence numbers at 93%, up from 56.6%. That's not a rounding error from just a year ago. The home builders' confidence at a 12-year high. The consumer confidence, people want to spend their money. The job creation. There are people out there who are looking for positive signs and optimistic signs of progress, of growth, of prosperity, of security and safety. And they're going to look for that and find it or not find it, regardless of what's being fed to them. So one thing I would say, Michael, is if you were part of the very large group of people who are charged with covering the campaign who got it wrong, at least don't keep getting it wrong by covering the president the way you covered him as a candidate and presuming. I think this presumptive negativity is very unfortunate. The other thing is, I saw all during the campaign what I see now, which is there's a comfort in sameness. I think sometimes for the media, and I don't see them as a conglomerate or stereotype them or just see them all as one big group. That would be wrong, and I don't. But there's a comfort in sameness. There's, familiarity breeds contempt is the old saying. I think when it comes to some of the coverage, familiarity breeds content. And I will receive the same questions, as will my colleagues in the White House, from 30 different people in a row. And I'm not even the press and comm shop on purpose. I made that very clear when I came to the White House. That is not what I wanted my primary roles to be. But yet we'll still receive and they're all the same question. And I'll give you a great example. On Friday, everybody wanted to cover a palace intrigue and who's up and who's down. And you know what happened on Friday? What the country saw happen on Friday. For the first time in 11 years, a Republican nominee to the United States Supreme Court was confirmed and has since been sworn in. And 40 years from now, no one's going to remember the staffers' names, but they will remember Neil M. Gorsuch, because by then he will have sat on the Supreme Court for 40 years and made his mark on American jurisprudence. So if you look at things that way, if you play long ball and you look at what's really the noise versus what's the news, what's going to impact real people over time, it helps you to, I think it helps you to divide and conquer a little bit better.
Why is the internal White House story such a big story during this administration, bigger than, and I'm not sure that these names will be forgotten. I mean, these names are being enshrined in popular culture as we speak in a way that other names in other administrations were not. Why is this such a big story?
Ask the people who are covering it, to the exclusion of covering what happened the day before, which were the tradios. You might say, oh, the tradios. Well, this is a president who took the issue of trade and illegal immigration as a candidate and catapulted them from single digits. Trade wasn't even asked in many polls as what's the most important issue. It wasn't even given, it wasn't even offered as an option. And took those issues and made them about fairness to the American worker, fairness to the American economy, fairness to those who had suffered the 60 to 70,000 factories that have closed, a number that the president cites often. And he took these issues, and now as president, he and his Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross, are taking a strong lead against the cheaters and abusers on trade. And if you read the tradios, and I suspect many people have not, I mean, remember, he's taken dozens and dozens of executive actions, and there's one that gets all the coverage. So you have to think about that, too. That's what I mean about incomplete coverage. But people are paying attention. They will go and they will see what's been done on jobs, what's been done on the regulatory framework, what's been done on can health care pass, will tax reform pass. And he will be judged by his accomplishments. He will be judged on when health care reform passes and what is put in its place. He will be judged by the Supreme Court nominee that just
on what basis do you think, and you're saying he will be judged by the voters, on what basis do you think the media judges him?
On what basis do I think they judge him? They judge him according to their predisposed beliefs about what motivates him, what his personality is, how he makes decisions, what's important to him thematically and issues-wise. And I just think a lot of the right questions are not being asked. And there is this comfort and sameness has this effect where people are afraid to go first. I really do believe that. And that's what I mean. There are a couple print reporters I can think of that I won't name that are doing a really good job about covering things just a slightly different. I mean, look, if you're all looking out of this pane of glass, you only have to tilt your head that much, 20, 30 degrees that way, and you can still see what everybody else is seeing, but you end up seeing something through an entirely different light, literally.
What do you think the media wants?
What do you mean?
Well, they want something. They're in business like everybody else. They either want, I mean, maybe they want Donald Trump to be less right wing, or maybe they want him to be a Democrat, or maybe they want him to. Often the media wants more access. I mean, clearly there's a deep discontent on the media side, and so I'm just trying to ask from your point of view, what is it that you think they want? What can you give them? What can't you give them? I'm trying to do a little family therapy here.
In my view, Michael, most members of the media want to get the story, want to get it right, want to have access, want to have sources, want to certainly have access to the president, the vice president, cabinet members, maybe the senior officials. Some in the media want to prove that they've been right about him all along. And you have a couple of people in the media openly questioning whether they should refer to him as President Trump. When have you ever seen that before? And I mean, I just wasn't raised that way. That you respect the office of the presidency and its current occupant. And yes, some of you out there are saying, well, this one and that one. But you're pointing to individual people. You're not pointing to an institution that is grappling with this big question. Some people are openly, the words that are used to describe him are, I can tell you that he is somebody who I believe has made tremendous sacrifices to become president of the United States and did it for the right reasons and had a way of connecting and communicating with people that is very organic. I mean, the idea that we were outspent by so much and understaffed by so much, and he and Governor Pence were just so effective. They were our two greatest assets in winning the race, and so effective in going out and naturally communicating and connecting with people. But I think that the media hasn't gone back, by and large, and talked to those people. Some have. But again, if we're just talking to each other, if the coverage of candidate Trump and nominee Trump and President-elect Trump and President Trump feel and look relatively the same, then I'd say we haven't really progressed into how to cover him as a president or an administration. It feels the same many days.
So there are these issues which have been articulated in many times from the president down, issues with the media, a real sense of acrimony towards the media. I think this administration has characterized the media more negatively than any I can remember, and yet I kind of think this administration talks to the media more than any other administration. So how do you balance this negative view of the administration of the media, and yet this eagerness to talk to it by everybody? Everybody talks, whether you call it leaking or just talking. I mean, they talk. It is very accessible.
One thing I have noticed that if you're somebody who says I never talk to the media, you're really free to talk to the media as much as you want, because nobody would suspect you're talking to the media, which is fascinating. But on this issue, I would just say this: do you actually think he's covered fairly and objectively?
Do I think? I think not at all. I think democracy dies in darkness. Every time I look at this, I think, oh my God. No, from my point of view, as someone who literally writes about this, I think that we're in totally uncharted territory. But having said that, this administration is more media crazy than any I've ever watched. I mean, you talk to the media all the time. You want coverage all of the time. You hurt when the coverage is bad. So you know, there's this interesting kind of thing. You know, and it goes the other way too. Obviously, the media hates you but can't get enough of you. You hate the media but can't get enough of the media.
Is you the administration you're talking about? Because
Yes.
you're looking at me.
Yes.
Yeah,
I just think of you as.
I don't really hate anyone.
Yes.
I have 4 kids. You can't scare me.
I have 4 kids.
There you go.
So.
We're scared together. So again, I think these are overgeneralizations, and I don't want to overgeneralize the relationship with the media or the media writ large. I see the White House press corps. A lot of folks work really hard and are there pre-dawn, there post-dusk. They try to get the story, et cetera. But I guess I am surprised at, and I know there's clickbait and viral interviews and all that, but I am surprised when we constantly see the same words used to describe the administration or the president, or you'll have the cabinet secretaries on the Sunday show, something I've been advocating for months, and I'm very happy to see them out there. And then they'll give these great interviews, and the headlines will immediately be struggled to explain or contradicted, or those are already written. And again, what people really want to know out there is, what did they say, and what does it mean, and why should I care? And people will go find the news if they can't find it in the news. They just will. That's an advantage people have now. But when you say, when you talk about the hostile relationship, I mean, the free and fair press, that comes with responsibility, though, to be fair as well as just free. I mean, it comes with a certain responsibility. And if you read people's Twitter feeds, I'm telling you this is very important. I talked about it first during the campaign on a morning show. And I know Jim Vandehei talked about it after that on a morning show. But it's a very important point, because it would never pass editorial muster. It just wouldn't. And if it says tweets are my own and it's 10:15 a.m. and you're in the building where you work, tweets are not your own. People see you as the person who then goes on TV later and is covering this presidency objectively, where you've spent an hour of your day responding to people on Twitter or tweeting nasty things that, just to other journalists see them. And I think that is not covered at all when one talks about the president tweeting. It's like those who are covering him and are tweeting, some of those Twitter feeds are a hot mess. Look, we want the relationship to be better. I'm a very pro-press person just because I love democracy and the First Amendment. But there's a reason that the president decided not to attend this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner, and the rest of us will stand in solidarity with him. I respect that decision, because there's a two-way responsibility here. And the other thing I would just say about all this is there's also a selectivity to reporting. So today, the Politico Morning Consult poll shows that the president's approval ratings are higher than his disapproval ratings. You're not going to hear that. I don't know if we heard it this morning. I didn't listen to every word said. But you're not going to hear that. If it were the other way, and when it is the other way, it's every screaming headline, it's every chyron, it's every lower third on every cable station. And so there's a selectivity there also of what do we choose to highlight as a press versus what do we choose to allow to recede into the background?
So the New York Times, it seems to me, has a virtual beat, and in that beat, which often merits a front page story, the beat is President Trump is an aberrant president, and this beat I would argue is sort of largely owned by Maggie Haberman, and I know the president's views of Maggie Haberman, and yet why does he speak to her?
What do you mean, his views of her?
Well, I know. I mean, his views of hers. He doesn't like her. I mean, I've
Why
heard
would you
this.
say that?
Well, because he's told me.
Michael, I just have to push back. That's just not true. I think it's inappropriate to say who the president does not like, respectfully. And you just made my entire point about how he's covered like he's, the guy sitting next to you on the bus. He's the president of the United States, and he obviously respects her because he gave her an interview last week.
No, well, that's what I'm asking. That would
She's one of two journalists he called right after the health care bill.
Totally, and I'm wondering why she literally writes. You can't not follow what she says and not conclude that this is her. Literally, it's a beat. The aberrant presidency of Donald Trump, New York Times beat. She's the writer on that beat. I know what the president thinks. I mean, I know what he has said about her, and yet he reaches out to her. So I'm just wondering what. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. You can say, you reach out to people.
Well, it
who
certainly
don't like
undercuts the ongoing premise that, he's not giving access to the press or he's not fair to the press. He does. He gives interviews. But I just have to back up because you've mentioned somebody by name who I regard as a very hardworking, honest journalist who...
Yeah, no, it's on me. You didn't mention
No, she's a very hardworking, honest journalist who happens to be a very good person, a good person, a mom of three who works hard, who seems ubiquitous in print and on TV. And I think just had a really nice profile written about her. But since you mentioned somebody by name, it just felt a little uncomfortable. But he is somebody, Donald Trump is somebody who, as a businessman, as a successful businessman, as a very well-known New Yorker, who bet on New York and had vision when no one else would, who's a master brander, who is successful on television. He is somebody who has always dealt with the press. This is not unusual, unfamiliar, uncomfortable for him at all. He's a natural with the press. What's different is him being in politics. That's what's different. And what's different for the press is, in my view, is covering somebody in politics now in the presidency who is not a typical politician, who you weren't used to covering when they were a governor or a senator, where you had that relationship with them and their staff that was political/government in nature. It was Washington in nature. It was state government in nature. So it is look, everybody's still trying to find their way in that regard. But President Trump is somebody who has had a relationship with the media and frankly has had a lot of positive press over the years when he has been interviewed about his businesses or interviewed about his real estate projects or his other products that he's put out there, as golf courses, which people love around the world. So this is not new to he and his family. What's new is that he's the president, and it's a whole different type of coverage. But I would implore everybody, really, if you look at, and when you think about how the first 100 days will be covered, I can close my eyes and tell you exactly how they're going to be covered. And then I can tell you exactly how America is going to want to see them. And we're going to speak directly to America, because if you look at the long list of things that the president has done that matter to people, that have real people impact, it's impressive. And when people feel like jobs were created or employers decided to attract and retain a workforce here rather than bringing those jobs abroad, when you think about the investments that were just sitting on the shelf in the billions of dollars with some of these companies, some of these employers, this is a president that's done things for the job creators, the job seekers, and the job holders. And we intend to convey that message, whether or not it ends up being covered. And let me just say something. There's this story that's been talked about infinitely on TV that is almost gone this week because other things filled in. But I would argue there were always other things that would have filled the vacuum. Just nobody wanted to cover them. It's not exciting to cover energy independence and common sense environmental regulations. It's not exciting to cover tax reform. It's not exciting to cover how to get back on track with healthcare reform. But that is that's how he'll be judged. The forgotten man or forgotten woman didn't just come out of nowhere. They still feel like they're forgotten in terms of how this administration, this president is being presented to them.
Let me ask just a process question. So you have a quantitative increase in news outlets, and you have a quantitative increase in the news that you're producing. I mean, I think it's safe to say more news comes out of this White House than any, certainly in my recollection.
Well, he's doing more.
Well, he's making news, certainly. What does, in that situation, don't you get to a point where actually you can never keep up so many news outlets, so much more news?
No, it's something I intimated earlier. There's just, you're asking me why this coverage. Some of it's a sign of the times. There's so many outlets and there are so many ways to be the media all the time on social media platforms, doing live outtakes on a TV show. This is very different from decades ago where, and it's even different from, I would say, the last Republican presidency with President George W. Bush, where there's just more and more disparate media. And there are additional opportunities to just always be on and always be covering. And so
how does that change the nature of coverage and the nature of this White House relationship with the press?
Well, I think people have a responsibility to try to look at everything that's being done and attempted over time and curate it in a way that is responsible and honest and gives people full information. Again, I saw all during the campaign and I see it again now. A huge difference, indeed a disconnect between what people are being told is important to them and what people actually think is important to them. That is something that really has not changed in covering President Trump, from candidate Trump to President-elect Trump, which is people are being told, this is what's important to you, so I'm going to have headlines about it, we're going to talk about it all night long on cable TV, this is what's important to you. And the reason I know it's important to you is because I keep saying it's important to you, and so do the 10 people on the panel. And yet, there's not a lot of evidence. If you look at those TV networks and those print outlets' own polling, look at their own polling, what's actually important to people is not being covered. Jobs, economic growth, healthcare reform. And when I say covered, I don't mean check the box and cover the Tuesday group versus the House Freedom Caucus and what was said and what was done. I mean the issues at hand. There are people who say immigration is important to them. There are people who say the border is important to them. One outlet covered Attorney General Sessions at the border yesterday. That was news. And I understand why the media don't want to cover an Attorney General on a tarmac for nearly an hour, but why aren't they covering this Attorney General when he's at the border, following through on a major policy? Because it's not as exciting as palace intrigue. I mean, it's important to cover it. That's news.
If we had more time, I would go on to talk about the nature of message and who's responsible for that, and how you clarify your message and how you get the media to hear your message. But we have no more time.
I'll just make one quick comment on that. I still think our best messenger is President Trump, and I favor him doing press conferences. I favor him giving interviews. Just so we're clear, I mean, none of us can be a substitute for that, not on the campaign, certainly not in his administration. He is the best messenger, and as is the Vice President, Mike Pence. They're the best messengers, and they're the best spokesmen for what is happening in this administration. But messenger and delivery, I think delivery now, what is different is delivery is not just a style. You know, is it pipe and drape? Is what color tie are they wearing? Are they at the podium? Who's behind them in the shot? You know, these questions that politicians have been asking forever. Delivery now is a system. And we are delivering the message, we as an administration are delivering the message through many different outlets. So that's the whole point. Social media platforms, traditional networks, cable networks, newspapers, I suppose other online presence that people have. People are getting their information through so many different systems. That delivery is now a system. They're getting their information through so many different sources that it's a system. And that I think is very unique to these times. And I believe that President Trump is a very unique, well-positioned messenger to meet that new call of these different systems, these different opportunities to message directly with people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
You and I will be continuing this.
Thanks very much. Thanks to Kellyanne Conway and Michael Wolff for that great interview. So what is the future of news in this divided and connected world? We've heard multiple participants say that the news environment is changing rapidly. That's the big question for our next panel, moderated by a man who covers the ins and outs of the media story every single day, the host of CNN's Reliable Sources, Brian Stelter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A little bit of a live edition of Reliable Sources this morning. And there's a lot to talk about, even just in reaction to what Kellyanne Conway was saying just a minute ago. So let me start furthest away from me, Carrie Budoff-Brown, the editor of Politico, formerly editor of Politico Europe, also formerly a White House correspondent covering the Obama presidency for Politico. Next to her, David Kirkpatrick, the CEO, the founder of Techonomy, also the author of The Facebook Effect. And we'll talk about Facebook's role in the future of news. And next to me, Cecilia Vega of ABC, a senior White House correspondent for ABC. She was covering the Clinton campaign, now covering the Trump administration, joined ABC 6 years ago. Cecilia, Kellyanne Conway just said that the press is presumptively negative about the man you cover every day. Are you presumptively negative?
I'm presumptively cynical, and that's my job.
Not just skeptical, but cynical?
Skeptical and cynical. And I think we have to be a little bit of both, given this administration's relationship with the truth. And how tough it is for us to get at that right now. But do we start our day, and I think I can speak for all of us who sit in that briefing room every day, in a negative manner? Absolutely not. That's not the tone, from my perspective, of our coverage. But and my sense is this perception that there is this adversarial relationship much more comes from the White House than it does from our end of the briefing room. You know, they want an adversarial relationship, or they perceive this to be the case. We just are doing our jobs. I don't think that the complaints that they have are any different than the Obama administration has had about coverage or negativity than the Bush administration or any administration before that. That's just the nature of this beast.
You're saying same complaints, but maybe they're louder about it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think Ari Fleischer would have told you the exact same thing. He was unhappy with coverage then too.
Kerry, what about the issue of policy coverage, substance versus style, and palace intrigue? Just now, Kellyanne was saying, what about Jeff Sessions at the border? That was ignored by a lot of news outlets. Obviously, Politico and everybody else covered that yesterday, so I'm not sure why she said it wasn't covered. What is your impression of that kind of complaint about lack of policy?
Well, I covered the Obama White House. I started covering him in 2007 and 2008 when he was campaigning, and covered him for about 6 years. And I can guarantee you that I heard the exact same thing from the Obama White House, that Politico in particular cared way too much about palace intrigue, didn't cover policy. I actually was a policy reporter covering healthcare back then in a way and I would go to them, and I guess I would basically hear the same thing. And and Sean Spicer said it this morning, that they want us to cover policy and not the palace intrigue. The challenge is that the White House itself is very, very focused on palace intrigue and who's up and who's down. It's not just the press that's engaged in this. So I would say that this, like Cecilia said, this is a long-standing complaint. We do cover policy at Politico itself. We have 125 reporters and editors who cover policy alone, all the agencies and departments. That's a huge investment in what is going on in this town, and we do that. We give it play, and yes, I would maybe give them a point in that the palace intrigue stories typically do pretty darn well. I mean, people are really, really interested in knowing what goes on inside this White House, as they were inside the Obama White House. The difference is that this White House really, really engages with our reporters to talk about what's going on in the White House. So, and you see that's why, that's when Spicer and some others really push back and try to internally say, don't talk to reporters when they themselves are talking with them.
When you say engages, is that a euphemism for backstab each other, for leaking, for?
Yeah, I think they're saying, don't talk to reporters. They say it privately, and don't leak. But we had a story 2 days ago where we quoted 6 people inside a meeting of 30 talking about, the comms, strategy at 100 days. That's a remarkable level of people leaking and talking to us.
How did that work? Did you know who all those sources were yourself?
I do typically ask who all the sources are, yes.
Yeah. So you have confidence in it. Cecilia?
I'm just always fascinated by John Carl, my colleague at the White House, and I talk about this a lot, and it seems like it's happening more and more in every story. That's the number of sources that are being reported gets bigger and bigger. You know, the Washington Post, we spoke to 18 sources today. We spoke to 6 sources, and I mean, it's a sign of how much people are talking. I mean, you ask about policy versus palace intrigue. I would say until Syria last week, throw a percentage out there, 80%, 70% of the content that gets asked about and discussed in these White House briefings is the press corps asking about who's doing what to whom inside the White House, and or can you clarify something that the president tweeted about? I mean, a lot of this is self-generated, the fact that we're not talking about policy.
So one more question about this before we talk about the future of news more broadly. The president's anti-media attacks came up a bit earlier, but I want to ask, from your all's perspectives, what has the impact been, Carrie, on this venom, this poison that we've heard from this White House? Has it hurt us with our audiences, or has it not?
I think it's created a more challenging environment.
Because you're talking about all the pages you're getting, right? But are people trusting what you're reporting?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I don't have data on that. I certainly feel the pressure of the divided environment, and my response to that is how I set the tone for a newsroom and how we report, and reminding our reporters and editors that the basic rules of journalism still apply even in an environment where it doesn't feel normal. It is still absolutely imperative that we conduct ourselves just as journalists would in any era. You verify information, you try to get as many sources as possible, you try to be transparent about how we got the information, and I believe that will doing that and adhering to what the basic rules of journalism are, giving people a chance to respond, engaging with them, that does not change. And if we do our jobs as we always were supposed to do, I believe that is our best insurance for the long term. It's a long-term play. We're in a weird environment right now. It may not be like this in 5, 10 years. I don't know. But all I know, what I can do at this point is make sure that my newsroom is living up to all the standards of journalism that I learned 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And I think getting as many sources as possible, I think that's sort of where we're getting like 18 sources, 6 sources. You really want to have a preponderance of evidence and feel completely confident about what you're putting out. I think that's good for journalism. We're under a lot of scrutiny. That requires us to respond and be as airtight as possible.
A divided world, but also a connected world. That's the title of this session, because we're sort of wrapping up the morning about the future of news. David, I wonder how you view Facebook and other social media's impact on the first 100 days. I could sit up here and I could make the case that his tweets don't really matter, that the president's tweets only matter when CNN and Politico and ABC report them, because on Twitter, they're not reaching that many people. However, I could also make the case that Facebook and Twitter, as Kellyanne Conway was saying, allow him to go around the media on a daily basis. So how do you see it?
Well, I think the bigger point is that the landscape created by the existence of Facebook and Twitter changes everything. I think this very well-programmed morning started exactly right, not only with a Pulitzer Prize winner, but somebody who won a Pulitzer Prize for reporting using social media to include his sources include his audience as his source, and to kind of create a collective process. Because the fundamental difference of a connected world, in my opinion, is that it's a participative age. Everybody wants to participate, and everybody's going to participate whether you like it or not. I mean, every single person in this room probably has one of these, and when they're on it, they're not just receiving, they're also broadcasting, and that changes the landscape. So, I mean, I think Trump's tweets matter a lot. I mean, one of the things I would just comment on, this thing that was said in the journalist panel about, how Trump's tweets can't be responded to. You can't follow up like you could in a press conference. That's a legitimate complaint in a sense. But on the other hand, if you listen to what happened with Farenthold when he used Trump's handle in a tweet about his philanthropy, and then Trump called him, or, immediately, that is because you can actually direct a comment to the president in a way that you never could before. And I might argue that is a counterbalancing factor. But regarding Facebook versus Twitter, and I know you and I talked about this a little bit before, I think it's easy in Washington in particular, and given that we have a president who's so Twitter-centric, to forget that the primary way most people get their information is through Facebook. And oddly, not just in the United States, increasingly and pretty much definitively now on a global level, the primary source of information for people is Facebook in all but like 3 or 4 countries, right? And that is a big, big change that is going to continue to change the landscape. So, I mean, there's a lot more we could say to follow that up.
You're saying Facebook is the internet and Facebook is the news to a degree that we may not appreciate in our Twitter bubbles.
Well, it's a place where people receive the news, and because it is a two-way medium, it creates a context that is fundamentally new. I mean, I'm a baby boomer. In my lifetime, it's fundamentally new to basically have the ability to react as in a position where you formerly were just a passive recipient.
Right. Cecilia, Kellyanne Conway said some reporters' tweets are a hot mess. During the campaign, this was also an issue. Some were printed out. She would show examples. Do you worry? Do you think? Do you double think before you tweet?
Yes, without a doubt. But it just goes back to how we started this conversation. I mean, the pressure is on all of us now more than ever to not screw up, to get everything right. And Twitter as a medium for me is no different than going on the air on World News or Nightline or GMA. I mean, you can't screw up on Twitter. You can't screw up on air. I can't screw up in my reporting online. There is no differentiation anymore between the outlet that any of us are on. But I just wanted to go back to what you were talking about right now in terms of how this social media impacts us in real time. Just yesterday in the press briefing, when I'm sure all of us are aware in here, Sean Spicer made that comment about the Holocaust in Syria that has since blown up, rightfully so. He made it. It kind of landed in the press briefing. None of us, I think, sort of really knew what to do with it. It took about 5 minutes or so, a few minutes. I don't know, in real time, every sort of warp speed in there sometimes. and I'm looking on my phone, and suddenly we're seeing on Twitter, and we're seeing from our news desk that this thing is blowing up. And so we came back around and said, you know, hey, Sean, do you want to respond to this? It was in real time in that press briefing that comment was gaining traction. And then, you know, we gave him the opportunity to clarify, and we all know how that ended. And it kind of didn't go very well for him. And he ended up doing an apology tour all night, and I would say into this morning. So, you know, this White House, I think, is even struggling with how to deal with this. And it certainly impacts our reporting on a second-by-second basis.
That's a fascinating example. I did not know that was how that happened, because, you know, we've heard quite a few times this morning, particularly from Fleischer and Palmieri, that the press is biased, kind of, and Fisher and Ari Fleischer in particular, you know, and I actually found that a very anachronistic point of view, that I think, in fact, you know, Fox News is the #1 cable channel, right? Breitbart, we couldn't have the session we had here this morning without Breitbart being represented. I mean, we are in a new landscape where there is a much broader range of voices on, you know, in the media generally, and it's because of the internet that's made that possible in general, Fox notwithstanding. But so that anecdote goes to show that it's the tail's wagging the dog a little bit. As I said, you know, the world is much bigger than the press, and I do think that, you know, the internet has broadened the range of voices dramatically and included literally everybody. And just one final point, there's a professor at Harvard who did a study of the media landscape on the internet, and actually the landscape of the right is bigger than the landscape in the center and on the left. One of the other scary things in the analysis he did was that basically there is almost no communication across the divides, just doing a mathematical analysis of traffic on the internet, which is very disturbing.
Isn't that the biggest story of all up here? The biggest story up here about the future of news is those two alternative realities. Breitbart versus the New York Times or CNN up on this stage earlier. Is there anything Facebook or other companies can do to heal that? Because that's a profound wound, a gaping wound.
That's the question they're asking themselves. I mean, this is a very big question at Twitter and Facebook right now, and anybody who has read, and if you haven't, you should read Mark Zuckerberg's extraordinary 5,800-word essay of about a month ago, 5 weeks ago, where he very kind of, I think, contritely acknowledged that fake news was a problem.
Before we go there, can you remind us about November? Because you had him on stage.
Well, I had him on stage.
A couple days after the election.
2 days after the election, which was where he said his famous, I was interviewing him and he said, it's a crazy idea that fake news affected the election, which he has now essentially retracted.
So you've seen them evolve just in the span of a few months.
He evolves. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Mark Zuckerberg, which is why I wrote a book about him. I mean, the guy is extraordinary, but he is racking his brain about this. And there are a lot of extremely conscientious people at Facebook who are asking themselves, what does it mean that we are the fundamental landscape of information dissemination, and what is our responsibility? I think it's very healthy they're asking that question, but I think it's scary for society, for all of my respect for the company, that a commercial enterprise is in the position of having to make many of the decisions that they're going to have to make about how they prioritize public dialogue. And it's truly a global issue. Just to throw in one data point on that, there was a great story in The Guardian about a week and a half ago about how this fake news problem is in almost every country. In Germany alone, there are 500 people working for Facebook in Berlin just combating fake news in German. And it's a huge...
Because they're required to by certain laws, right?
In Taiwan, the Taiwanese government's worried about Facebook's doing... But they're in all these countries. It's hard for a company to do it, and also I'm not sure a company should do it, but that's the position we're in.
They're pretty busy there. We invited them to be here today, and Facebook declined. But you're articulating what is a pretty rapidly evolving position, right? Last summer, folks there said, we don't have a responsibility to pop your filter bubble. And it sounds like now they're starting to think they do have a responsibility.
Well, like I said, they're very responsible people. I mean, and Mark Zuckerberg...
Very responsible people?
Yes.
David, they let me post lies and innuendo and spam, and they let me post whatever I want on Facebook. Yeah, they didn't have to do that 13 years ago.
They do have 2 billion users. It's not that easy for them to police, all 2 billion people in real time, and you have to keep that in mind. Now, and the existence of these platforms should be put on us because we're making them big by using them. So, I mean, whose fault is anything? But I do think Facebook takes their role very seriously. I don't think they have the answers yet for many of these problems.
Gary, does an outlet like Politico think about writing stories in order to reach folks who are preferring an alternative reality where Pizzagate is real or where the Pope did endorse Donald Trump? Do you feel a need to be trying to pop those bubbles?
Not endorse?
Oh, too soon.
We feel a need to report on what is the facts, and on Pizzagate, or if it's Donald Trump claiming that he created 600,000 jobs on his watch, writing a story, providing the context for that. That is what we attempt to do. So yeah, I mean, we try to. That's not sort of our sole mission these days to write but when we're presented with sort of glaring factual inaccuracies, I do think we have an obligation to make that clear in the course of our writing and reporting on something.
I think it's been interesting to watch the evolution of this over the course of the campaign into day, I don't know what we're on now, 89 or something, of Donald Trump's candidacy and presidency, and how we as a media have struggled to correct the record.
Have we struggled? Do you think it's been...
I think it has been. I think because, let's just take the tweet on wiretapping, for example.
Do we have to?
Do we have to? Too soon also? But, at what point do we say in our stories, print or broadcast, digital or otherwise, this is just not true? Outright, this is just not true. And I think we are now at that point where we're doing that. I think it took us a while to get there because there was this sense of, is that our job as a media to be fact-checking every single thing? Can we possibly fact-check every single thing that we're reporting on? I don't know that we can, but I do think we're doing it much more than we were.
And to go from fact-checking to narrative checking, which is when he says he's had 600,000 jobs created, what is he really saying? What is that really a part of a narrative?
Or I'm going to build a wall, or what yeah.
Right. You could make the case, Kerry, that this White House has actually been pretty conventional. We've heard that word a couple times this morning. Conventional in its use of media. Has not been doing, live, daily Facebook Live shows with the president. Has not been creating a new form of media through social networks in a way that's been all that disruptive. Would you subscribe to that idea that, we've seen some experimentation, but the world has not been flipped on its head in the past 12 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with that. I think there's lots of tools that the White House can be using that the Obama White House used to great effect. A lot of AMAs and alternative ways to reach out to folks through different platforms, using the White House media apparatus to do videos and to do, their own sort of news-focused projects. I haven't seen that yet. That's, we're only 3 months in.
Yeah.
It's early going, but we saw sort of, I think, a more nimble media sort of team out of the Obama White House than just in terms of using all of the possible tools at their disposal. We see the typical, Twitter. I'm still, the fact that Sean Spicer does do media briefings every day, I think that's a good thing. I support that. But that was something he threatened not to do at the beginning, and he's doing, I think, because as I thought at the time when they were threatening not to do it, you get in there and you realize the power of being able to command an audience for 45 minutes, an hour, and he has changed in the way that he reads off a lot of prepared remarks at the beginning of his briefing to get out a message, and they're using that. When the president decided to bomb Syria last week, the value of the press pool was clear. It was 10:30, 11 at night, and he had a press.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this event. We want to give you a live look at the UN stakeout camera. This is a live look at the UN stakeout camera there. We are waiting for officials to make remarks following a meeting of the Security Council. The UN Security Council meeting today to talk Syria. In case you missed it, we do have part of that discussion from earlier today. The UN talking Syria. Let's watch.
Good morning. The 7,921st meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Staffan de Mistura, Special Envoy of the Secretary General for Syria, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 on the agenda. Good morning, Mr. de Mistura. Welcome. We're glad to have you, and I now give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam President and dear colleagues, the stakes in Syria today are very high. We all know why. In light of the recent developments, two paths lie before us. One is more outrages, more destruction and death, stoked by regional and international divisions, or even escalation and deeper confrontation. That is what all Syrians fear, and I share their fears. But there is another path, more serious discussion, a real de-escalation and ceasefire, and a rallying behind the only way out of the Syrian nightmare. We urgently need a consensus among major stakeholders to support concretely the UN-led negotiation process, and this is the occasion for doing it, with the goal of a package for an orderly, mapped out, credible, and irreversible agreed political transition as per 2254. Before the events of last week, we had made modest but incremental progress towards that goal. The fifth round of intra-Syrian talks in Geneva saw no breakthroughs, let's be frank, but no breakdowns either. The parties engaged, indeed engaged, on substance for 9 full days, not a small feat. The discussions were mostly businesslike, correct, and on the final day, they told me, all of them, they were ready to return to Geneva for a 6th round in May at our invitation. The government and the opposition discussed in parallel, in the format of proximity talks, all 4 baskets: governance issues, constitutional process issues, election issues, and counter-terrorism, security governance, and confidence-building measures. These discussions were framed by the goal of a political transition while preserving, obviously, we don't want mistake like we have done in the past, the sovereignty, unity, independence, and territorial integrity of Syria within the context of the Geneva Communiqué, Security Council Resolution 2118, 2254, 2268, 2336. You're all familiar with them. You've made them. And the statements of the International Syrian Support Group. Yes, the delegations prefer to focus on different issues, and yes, the gaps are still wide. But everyone in Geneva did engage on all baskets. They also discussed general principles regarding the character of a future post-transition Syrian state. These UN ideas remain living points that can be further developed as the negotiation progress on the substance of each of the baskets. One day, soon we hope, all of this discussion must come together into a package for an overall negotiation, a real negotiation. While it was premature to secure common understanding at this stage, some points became quite clear, or more clear than before, at least to me, and perhaps to the Syrians too. For example, I felt a growing appreciation that the basis of transition must be legally and constitutionally solid, and that the journey and destination well mapped out and agreed upon. I had hoped that we could have proceeded in more detail on the constitutional dimension, which has a potential, how to ensure the constitutional basis of the transition and how Syrians in transition mode might write and agree a new constitution. But nevertheless, there was a deepening of the process, and this should not be underestimated. But now, let's be frank, this fragile progress is indeed in grave danger. Already in Geneva, the talks were overshadowed by an intensification of fighting on the ground and continued lack of safe, sustained, unimpeded humanitarian access. I said formal written appeals to the Astana ceasefire guarantors, Russian Federation, Turkey, and Iran. I did urge all with influence and leverage to restore the credibility of the ceasefire and to do more to ensure that the UN can reach, and we are ready to do so, 4.7 million people in hard-to-reach and besieged areas. Displacement also has continued. Over the last months, more than 6,000 fighters and their own families were evacuated from Al-Wahir to Idlib as part of local agreements. And we also learned of serious developments regarding the so-called 4 towns. Political statements issued after the Geneva talks also sent some worrying signals. The government stated its intention to reconquer the entire territory of Syria rather than emphasizing a ceasefire on and with real negotiations. Some opposition voices, on the other hand, also expressed support for military offensives, including battles led by internationally prohibited terrorist groups, or cast even doubts on the need to return to Geneva and give priority to military solutions. Then, as representatives from over 70 countries and international organizations gathered in Brussels in what was supposed to be and has been an important meeting regarding the future of Syria, and address Syrian humanitarian needs and commit to a post-transition reconstruction, which is terribly needed, we witnessed the horrors inflicted by chemical weapons on Syrian innocent victims, including children, women, and men in Khan Sheikhoun. This outrage shocked the conscience of the whole human family. People all over the world also realized anew, once again, that the Syrian calamity is not just an affront to our shared values. It can affect the lives of citizens of any land, particularly if chemical weapons are used, or war crimes, or terrorism, or mass displacement. An unending war is accepted as something that we have to live with. The Syrians cannot live with it, and neither can we, wherever we are. A few days later, the United States targeted Al-Shairat air base with a strike by 59 Tomahawk missiles. Under-Secretary General Feldman briefed you on this extremely serious development last Friday. And since then, we have seen more fighting and violence, with new claims of the use of cluster ammunition in inhabited areas, barrel bombs, incendiary weapons, including in close proximity to Khan Sheikhoun itself. Secretary General has made clear his own position. He is abhorred by the chemical weapons attack in Khan Sheikhoun and calls for accountability for such crimes. In the aftermath of the U.S. strike, he is mindful of the risk of escalation and appeals for restraint. He called for reinstating a national-wide ceasefire. And he called for a refocus on the need for a political solution, which is also essential in the fight against terrorism. This is a time for clear thinking, strategy, imagination, cooperation. On the ground, those who do not want a negotiated political settlement, we call them the spoilers, as you know, are stopping at nothing to undermine the political process. They want us to fall in their own trap. We must not allow that to happen. We must all resolve that the time has come where the intra-Syrian talks move beyond preparatory discussions and into a real heart of the matter across all four baskets to secure a meaningful, negotiated transition package. The United Nations is ready to its part, Madam President. I have consulted the Secretary General, and I personally remain at my post and will continue to serve, especially in view of what is the current emergency. And I'm ready to reconvene talks in May, and the UN is ready to offer a real substantive starting point for discussion and negotiations among the Syrians. But let's see a few things sorted out first, if we can. U.S. Secretary of State Tillerson is, while we are talking in Moscow for meeting with the Russian government, we welcome this direct, high-level diplomatic engagement at this crucial moment between the United States and Russia. I was in Moscow myself just before the last run, and in Washington yesterday, actually. And I did participate for the UN in a trilateral encounter with the US and Russia during the Geneva talks. These two countries, the co-chairs of the ISSG, have serious differences, we know it, but also common interests and, indeed, responsibilities. They must find a way to work together to stabilize the situation in a deliberate, realistic, and concerted way in support of the political process. And indeed the Council, our Council, the region, and the ISSG members need to unite behind one process of mediation in Geneva. We also need the ceasefire guarantors to step up and deliver now. Important countries have assumed the responsibilities of guarantors. Those guarantees are being put to a severe test. Next week, the guarantors will meet in Tehran at a working level before a higher level meeting in Astana planned for early May. We urge them to work to renew the ceasefire and on confidence-building measures linked to the ceasefire, along with a continued effort to fight terrorism. Astana must reinforce Geneva and vice versa. That is why the UN will be in Tehran and Astana and provide whatever technical support we can to what we consider a very important step. Madam President, you have heard it so many times. We have said it so many times all together. But I will say it again. There can only be a political solution to this bloody conflict. There is no military solution, regardless of what some try or believe. That's what I hear from the Syrians from all walks of life. This is what we have been told from those who participated in the UN Civil Society Support Room and by the Women's Advisory Board. That is the voice of the Syrians. This is what you in the Council have long agreed upon. So let us view this moment of crisis, and it is a moment of crisis, as a watershed and an opportunity, perhaps, for a new level of seriousness in the search for a political solution. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. de Mistura, and we very much thank you for your commitment and your leadership on this issue. Thank you. I now give the floor to council members to make their statements, and we will start by giving the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would also like to thank you, Stefan, for your briefing and for your unrelenting efforts to secure a political solution to the conflict in Syria. You have our continued full support. Despite your efforts and those of this Council and the international community, the people of Syria have been denied a political solution for more than 6 years. They have suffered over 6 years of ever-increasing, ever-escalating barbarity. Over 6 years of failed ceasefires and false dawns. For over 6 years, this Council has been held to ransom by Russia's shameless support for the Assad regime, support which the regime is flaunting. Throughout that time, we have met in this chamber to discuss atrocity after atrocity, hoping that Assad had finally reached the depth of his cruelty and would finally see the need for dialogue. And yet, every time, without fail, he has plunged to new lows. Chemical weapons scientists at Porton Down in the United Kingdom have analysed samples obtained from Khan Sheikhoun, and these have tested positive for the nerve agent sarin, or a sarin-like substance. The United Kingdom therefore shares the US assessment that it is highly likely that the regime was responsible for a sarin attack on Khan Sheikhoun on the 4th of April. This sickening use of chemical weapons, weapons that Assad agreed in 2013 to destroy, is just the latest in a long list of abhorrent attacks. With that attack, he has made clear that he is not committed to a ceasefire or to the Astana process, ruining Russia's credibility. And as we mourn the victims of the chemical attack on Khan Sheikhoun, we must not forget the 13.5 million people who, thanks to Assad, are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance, who are in urgent need of a long overdue peace. It is clear today, as it has been for some time, that there can be no place for Assad in Syria's future. But, Madam President, there is a way to end this nightmare that the Syrian people continue to suffer. The Geneva Communiqué of 2012 and our unanimous resolution 2254 chart the way to peace in Syria. We have a special representative in you, Stefan, who is rightly determined to keep the political process alive and pursue a renewed UN-facilitated effort. We have an opposition prepared to take a pragmatic approach to discussions. And we have millions upon millions of Syrians inside and outside the country crying out for long overdue peace. And yet, we are still here in this chamber with the regime showing no interest in peace, encouraged by Russia's support in this council to keep dropping bombs, to keep using chemical weapons. Time and time again, Russia has abused its veto to protect the regime and to defend its use of chemical weapons. And what has Russia got in return for its 7 vetoes in 6 years? Let me tell you. Russia's initiative in 2013 to dismantle Syria's chemical weapons has been exposed as a shambles. Russian pride in the Astana process has been turned to humiliation. And Russia's credibility and reputation across the world have been poisoned by its toxic association with Assad. They have chosen to side with a murderous, barbaric criminal rather than with their international peers. They have chosen the wrong side of history. However, it is not too late for Russia to change course. It is not too late for Russia to fulfill its responsibilities as a permanent member of this Security Council. It is not too late for Russia to use, finally, its influence over the regime to bring this conflict to an end. Those efforts must begin meaningfully with attempts to end the use of chemical weapons and barrel bombs, real efforts to bring about a ceasefire and real efforts to ensure proper humanitarian access. In doing so, Russia can create the space needed for a renewed push on the political process, one that leads to that political transition to a government that represents all Syrians. Should they do so, should they choose that path, we stand ready to work with Russia to preserve Syrian institutions through the political transition. We stand ready to find ways of cooperating with Russia to counter Daesh and other international terrorist threats. We stand ready to engage with Russia as a constructive partner on this council. While Assad offers Russia only shame and humiliation, we offer Russia something else, the chance, once again, to work with the international community as a credible member. Finally, Madam President, the Syrian people have waited for over 6 years. Hundreds of thousands have died. Countless hospitals, schools, and homes have been destroyed. Now, more than ever, the international community must come together to end this senseless conflict. And that's why we stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States and their decision to take military action against the Shayrat airfield from where last week's attacks were launched. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our G7 allies and all those who are committed to deter the future use of chemical weapons and finally to bring peace to Syria. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of the United Kingdom, and now we will give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
السيد الرئيس، نتحدث اليوم مجددا عن أزمة راح ضحيتها مئات الآلاف من الضحايا الأبرياء ونتج عنها تشريد الملايين من الأسر، وساهمت في خلق ملاذ آمن لعشرات الآلاف من المرتزقة والإرهابيين الذين يهدد وجودهم المنطقة والعالم بأثره. إلا أنه رغم تلك الفاجعة الإنسانية والأمنية التي حطت بسوريا، ورغم كون الصراع السوري ظل على رأس أولويات الإعلام والسياسة بل وجدول أعمال هذا المجلس على مدار السنوات الماضية، وبينما نتشدق جميعا بعبارات الإدانة والتعاطف، تظل تلك الكارثة مستمرة بلا هوادة، بل وتمر السنون فتتعمق الأزمة وتزداد تعقيدا إلى أن تحول الحل السياسي من هدف نهائي إلى مجرد خطوة أولى نحو مواجهة العواقب الوخيمة التي يعاني وسيعاني منها السوريون ودول المنطقة لسنوات مقبلة. السيد الرئيس، يؤسفني أنها على مدار السنوات الماضية وكلما هيئ لنا أن الحل السياسي قريب وأن خطوطه العريضة المنطقية للتسوية واضحة بأذهاننا وبالوثائق الدولية العديدة التي تم التوافق عليها، نجد أنفسنا أمام معضلة جديدة وخلافات واستقطابات إقليمية ودولية. وبدلا من أن يساهم المجتمع الدولي في تقريب وجهات نظر الأطراف السورية، نجده يدفع تلك الأطراف إلى التمترس وراء الآمال الزائفة في تحقيق انتصار وهمي وفارغ لن يتحقق. ولن يدفع ثمن اللهثات ورائه سوى الشعب السوري. لقد حذرنا مرارا من خطورة الاستسلام لحالة الاستقطاب في هذا المجلس وخارجه، وكما ذكرت هنا من قبل فإن الخلافات والتنافس الدولي والإقليمي الذي قد لا يتعلق أحيانا بسوريا أصبح يساوي مزيدا من إزهاق الأرواح البريئة. السيد الرئيس، إن عدم التدخل لصالح طرف أو آخر بسوريا لا يعني تنصلا من المسؤولية، بل عكس من قبلنا إدراكا بأن تلك الأزمة لن تحسم لصالح طرف واحد، وأن استمرارها لا يعني سوى معاناة مستمرة للأبرياء من أشقائنا السوريين. وسنظل نسعى داخل المجلس وخارجه لمحاولة التوصل لأرضية مشتركة تنهي الحرب بالوكالة التي تعصف بمستقبل الشعب السوري. لذلك دعوني مجددا أن أدعو الأقطاب الدولية لا سيما الرئاسة المشتركة لمجموعة الدعم الدولية المعنية بسوريا، الولايات المتحدة وروسيا الاتحادية، إلى العمل في أسرع وقت ممكن لاستعادة التنسيق والتفاهمات فيما بينهما ميدانيا وسياسيا. وأود التأكيد في هذا الشأن أن هذا التنسيق سيظل أداة رئيسية يمكن من خلالها احتواء الأدوار التخريبية التي تتنامى وتهدم أفق التسوية. المخربون الذين يستغلون الفجوة التي تخلقها حالة الاستقطاب الدولي لإشعال الأوضاع على الأرض وإيهاد أي محاولة جادة لإنهاء الأزمة. كذلك دعوني أن أذكر الأطراف السياسية السورية بجميع توجهاتها بمسؤولياتها في بدء التفاوض الجاد والموضوعي بنوايا حسنة وبلا شروط مسبقة بشأن مستقبل بلادها تحت رعاية السكرتير العام للأمم المتحدة والمبعوث الأممي دمستورة. وادعو تلك الأطراف إلى تنحية المصالح الضيقة جانبا وإدراك حقيقة أنهم وشعبهم هم الخاسر الرئيسي من استمرار تلك الأزمة. كما أذكرهم أيضا بأن مصلحة الشعب السوري بل ومصالحهم لن تتحقق من خلال الاعتماد على طرف خارجي أو آخر. وخير دليل على ذلك هو السنوات الست الماضية التي لم ينتج عنها سوى التخريب والدمار الذي لحق بشعب له إسهاماته الحضارية الملموسة بالعالمين العربي والإسلامي. وليس من قبيل المبالغة أن أؤكد أن توصل الأطراف السورية إلى توافق مبني على المصلحة السورية بحتة سيكون كفيلا بأن يدفع الجميع لدعمه، بل هو سيجبر الجميع على احترام الإرادة السورية. السيد الرئيس، نظرا لجسامة ما شهدته سوريا من جرائم ترقى لمستوى جرائم الحرب، وعدم قدرة المجلس مؤخرا على الاتفاق على الإسراع بالبدء في التحقيقات الخاصة بحادثة خان شيخون، فإنني أؤكد مجددا دعوتنا للإسراع بالتحقيق في الحادث للوقوف على ملابساته، على أن يتسم هذا التحقيق بالدقة والحيادية والاستقلالية اللازمة. هذا وأود في النهاية أن أتقدم للسكرتير العام والمبعوث الأممي ستيفان دي مستورة بالشكر على جهودهما من أجل تسيير مفاوضات جنيف، وأؤكد أن مصر ستبذل قصارى جهدها من أجل دعم تلك العملية تأسيسا على مرجعية بيان جنيف وقرار مجلس الأمن 2254 وجدول الأعمال الذي تم اعتماده. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you to the representative of Egypt, and now I'll give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente, voici une semaine, le régime a attaqué une nouvelle fois à l'aide d'armes chimiques. 86 personnes au moins sont mortes asphyxiées près d'Idlib, des centaines ont été blessées. Les symptômes observés, tout comme le nombre dramatique de décès, sont symptomatiques de l'emploi d'un agent neurotoxique.
All right, everyone. Looks like we don't have a translation of that French representative either. We are going to go ahead and show you guys this live camera. UN Security Council the stakeout camera awaiting a speaker to come out and speak to the press. Mary Kate joining you with more news now in just a couple minutes.
Welcome to the Fox News Now stream, everybody. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. You guys, the United Nations Security Council will be discussing the situation in Syria. This is happening soon. Thanks for your patience as we watch live here on the Fox News Now stream. keeping you guys updated on all the latest news in Syria. We do know now that Russia has blocked a Western-led effort at the UN Security Council today to condemn last week's deadly gas attack in Syria and push Moscow's ally, President Bashar al-Assad, to cooperate with international inquiries into the incident. Starting soon will be the United Nations discussing the latest on the situation in Syria. right, you guys, we appreciate your patience on this UN Security Council stakeout, but why don't we take you to another event that's set to begin soon. Let's pull this up for you guys here. Working to get you guys the latest information. This looks like this is coming out of Chicago, a press conference set to start soon, probably sooner than the United Nations. Again, this was a stakeout, so we'll take you back once someone takes the podium here, but let's take you to Chicago now. Let's see what's going on here. I will get you guys the latest information about this press conference. Give me just a few moments. Thanks for your patience, everybody. You're watching live on the Fox News Now stream. Bear with us, guys. It looks like we did just lose a couple of our feeds here. It's been kind of a crazy day on the show, everybody. Thanks for your patience. All right, looks like we got that feedback. So let's take you back to that live shot again. This is a press conference coming out of Chicago. I'll take you guys to United Nations as soon as we see someone taking the podium. Again, we appreciate your patience. Sometimes with these stakeouts, you never know when they're going to take the podium. But this looks like a press conference set to start soon in Chicago. Chicago police are going to speak. I'm guessing that it's pertaining to a shooting that happened earlier this week. I'm going to get some more details about that for you guys, but let's take you back to the live scene here. Give me just a few moments. Oh, sorry, you guys' mics are up a little too high. All right, we're going to stick on camera here until they work out the issues with that press conference. Hasn't begun yet, but I am working on this for you guys here. Just give me a few moments while I pull this up for you guys. Let me just take you guys back to United Nations for just a few moments. Taking you back now to that Chicago press conference, you guys. Let me pull this up for you here. Just for those of you who are wondering what this Chicago press conference is going to be about, this is about the judge who was just recently killed there on the south side. Chicago police are investigating this fatal shooting of this Cook County judge that happened early Monday in the West Chesterfield neighborhood on the south side. If anyone's from Chicago and familiar with that neighborhood, let us know in the chat or tweet at us. Our show handle is Fox 10 News Now. Again, this press conference set to begin shortly here. We see that the camera's kind of turning on and off. It looks like media is just getting ready at the moment. I want to pull up for you guys a scene of where the crime happened here. We have some footage of when this happened on Monday. Again, this is a judge that was fatally shot in the south side of Chicago. Police say they are sick and tired of the crimes that have been happening in the south side of Chicago. And I want to pull this up for you guys just so you can see exactly where this happened. So let me get this up for you guys here. Let me just show you a little bit of this.
Good. Just park right here? No, you can't even be on the street. That's what I told them to tell you. What street? The street you're parked on. Why? That's why we're parked all the way across. So that means you get off the street. Oh. That's what he said. Didn't he get the message about this empty lot? Oh. I mean, up to you if you want to move up, but I don't think they're going to let you. My girlfriend knows this guy. Oh, is that right? Where was he found? I think he was supposed to be his wife. I think his wife were found in the yard. Huh? Yes, how do you know?
Hey, Chris.
Hello.
So, guys, this is my other cameraman, Chris. He's shooting right now. Chris, what do we have so far?
What do you have? I was first of all here, first of all.
Thank you very much.
And I was on the street. They kicked me off the street. But they let me come back up here. Okay. And I think the body's with me in the grass and the other guy, but I'm not sure. And we got evidence technicians here. Forensic guys?
I've never seen her before.
Never.
She's got to be somebody important. She's
the way she's walking, she looks like she's important. Right?
She does have that attitude about her, right?
They were just wiping down the fence right there, so I'm assuming that there's blood there.
Oh, the fence over here was being wiped down?
Yeah.
The chain link fence?
You know, swabs of it, yeah.
Where? So is this the house right here?
This is the house.
Oh, this is the house.
And I think the camera people from those stations tried coming down here to make it go all the way back.
So this is the better spot to be.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
That was the
Good
first
call.
one, like I said. I came down the street. He kept
Chris is
waving
the first
me
one
forward.
here. Chris out on the scene. Chris is the cameraman that used to work with Joni, and now what he's doing is he's doing a lot of the breaking news stories.
The
So he was
roving
here
road.
first, and got right in a good
myself,
position right here. What have you seen so far? Who's been here?
Just, well, here's a good thing. 6 detectives just flew out of here.
All right, you guys, looks like this press conference is beginning now.
Good evening. This past Monday, a reprehensible act of violence occurred in the 6th District. Cook County Judge Raymond Miles was fatally shot, and fortunately, a second victim survived. Judge Miles was a public servant who dedicated his life to hold criminals accountable for their actions and make the city he called his home a better place than he left it. And while any act of violence in Chicago is one too many, this incident took from us a valuable partner in the fight to take violent offenders off the streets. For the past 48 hours, Area South detectives have worked tirelessly to gather the evidence and facts in this case and to bring justice to the memory of Judge Miles. Due to their tenacity, we have made an initial arrest in this case, and I'll let Chief of Detectives Melissa Staples provide you with the details. Before I turn it over to her, I would like to emphasize once again that this case remains open and ongoing, and we will not rest until we uncover every detail in this incident. It's the very least we can do to repay Judge Miles for his service to our city. I'd also like to thank the FBI for the reward and for their assistance in the case. Now I'll turn it over to Chief Staples.
Thank you, First Deputy Navarro. I'd first like to recap this incident and share what I can about the investigation at this time. Before I do that, I want you to know that this investigation is far from over, and there are currently investigative efforts underway as we speak. Because of the sensitivity of these efforts, I am not able to go into many specifics about what we know, but we will have more information to share tomorrow at bond court. Just before 5 a.m. on 10 April in the 9400 block of South Forest, 66-year-old Cook County Judge Raymond Miles and a female companion were shot as they exited the residence of Judge Miles. The female victim survived, but unfortunately Judge Miles died as a result of his injuries. For the past 48 hours, Area South detectives have worked nonstop to gather crucial evidence, review countless hours of video, and ultimately build the timeline of events which allowed us to identify those responsible. Part of the physical evidence in this case includes ballistics or shell casings from the gun. We immediately ordered a trace on those ballistics and learned that the gun used in this tragic incident was also used in an armed robbery that occurred this past January in the 7th District, where a victim was shot non-fatally. It underscores the very real problem of illegal guns that are used over and over to cause havoc in some of our communities by individuals who also commit these crimes multiple times over and over. We've also reviewed the footage from many surveillance cameras in the area. The footage obtained from these cameras played a crucial role in identifying the vehicle that was involved in this incident, and highlights why every homeowner should consider outfitting their property with this technology. I can tell you that the placement and the concentration of cameras in and outside of the judge's neighborhood was very instrumental for detectives to get a jump start on this case by catching and capturing the license plate of the vehicle that was used in this incident. With that information, detectives began questioning individuals, and last night, 5th District tactical officers located the vehicle, which was fitted with a different rear license plate during the time of the incident in an attempt to hinder our investigative efforts. Due to their outstanding work, the officers noticed the front and rear of the vehicle was outfitted with 2 different plate combinations. We have interviewed the owner of that vehicle. We do not believe that the owner of that vehicle was involved in this incident. Based upon what we've learned so far, we have charged 37-year-old Joshua Smith with first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and obstruction. As we've seen many times before, Mr. Smith has previously been convicted of armed robbery with a firearm in 2003, to which he served 6 years in Illinois Department of Corrections. The motive of this crime is robbery, which we do not believe is random, nor do we believe Smith acted alone. As I said earlier, many of the details of Mr. Smith's involvement in this incident will come out tomorrow in bond court. But there are many investigative steps to be completed overnight in this case, which remains very open, active, and ongoing. Therefore, to protect the integrity of our efforts, I am very limited to what I can say at this time. Area South detectives are continuing to follow up with additional interviews and investigative leads to identify any and all possible suspects to bring them to justice for this senseless crime. I would like to acknowledge the Area South sergeants and detectives standing with me here today, as well as other detectives that could not make it here for this press conference. Area South Detective Commander Rodney Blissett, Lieutenant Rahman Mohammed, Sergeant Michael Burke, Sergeant Tracy Walzak, Detective Mike Bell, Detective Dave Brandt, Detective Greg Bowie, Detective Donovan Jackson, Detective Sonia French, Detective Brian Berg, Detective Wade Golab. Again, this remains a very open and ongoing investigation, and I will be very limited in answering any further questions. I'm sorry. I'd like to introduce Alderman Beal.
Thank you. Good evening. First, I would like to once again give my condolences to Judge Miles' entire family for this unforeseen situation that has brought us here today. But I want to congratulate the men and women of the Chicago Police Department, in particular the detectives who worked tirelessly to get us to where we are today. They'd really be commended because they really didn't take anything for granted, and they've worked day in, day out to get us to where we are today with the charge of this first offender. Also, to underscore what the lieutenant said, I think it's very important if we're going to continue the legacy of Judge Miles to continue to spearhead what he started for residents to install these cameras on their houses, because it's shown time and time again, if you put those cameras on your house, it helps in these investigations. And the community has stepped up more than I could possibly tell you that they did. They have really just made me proud, stepping up, helping the police solve this murder. And so again, I want to thank the police department and the community for bringing us to where we are today. Thank you.
Can you tell us Mr. Smith's involvement? Was he the gunman, or was he the gunman, or just involved in this?
Because this is an open and ongoing investigation, I cannot answer that this time. There'll be more that comes out in bond court tomorrow.
Chief, how would you characterize his cooperation with detectives at this point?
I don't think that he was being 100% truthful at the onset of this investigation, but further investigation led to us charging him with this.
Just to clarify what you said, the judge, it was a targeted robbery?
We believe this was a targeted robbery.
I understand you were questioning several people earlier today. Are you still questioning them? Are you expecting more charges sooner rather than later?
We continue to interview multiple people.
Was the target the lady who was shot, or was it the judge? Can you not tell?
Based on the ongoing investigation, I can't comment on that at this time.
Chief, you talked about the shooting in January earlier. Have you established if that's even related to this shooting, other than the fact that the shell casings match?
No. We have no indication that's related to that shooting in January.
Is there any indication this is related at all to Judge Miles' duties at work, his staff as a judge?
No, it does not.
In the January shooting, did that person also die or
No.
survive?
Did not.
It was a robbery person?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the surveillance cameras capture the shooting, or just the getaway vehicle?
It just captured the vehicle.
Two more guys.
Where was Smith?
Where was Smith picked up by officers?
He actually drove himself to Area Central or Area South Detective Division.
Just to turn himself in.
He came in to speak with detectives.
You said there was more than one individual involved? Two, or more than two? Investigate.
It's still under investigation, sir. Sorry, I can't answer that.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. No, he brought himself in to be questioned, I think, 2 days ago, and it's been ongoing. house. Yeah. He's been questioned over the past few days, and then today he was charged. Yeah, so the surveillance video, that neighborhood is pretty blanketed. The surveillance video, it's part of the neighborhood watch program. All of the houses have pretty robust cameras, and they were able to capture more of their shots on video, and they got a portion.
All right, everybody, that was a press conference coming out of Chicago where a Cook County judge was fatally shot outside the South Side home that judge lived in on Monday morning. Also, a female friend of that judge also shot as well. Taking you to the next live event here in the show, a water main break in Massachusetts. Let's show you guys the live footage right now, working to get you guys all the details. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Well, as you guys can see here, a water main break in Massachusetts. Kind of crazy because the whole street is blocked off right now. This could cause a lot of damage. We are working to get you guys all of the details about this situation, but as you can see, Chopper is above this breaking news situation right now in Massachusetts. Let's take a closer look. Take a look at that. No cars are allowed on the road right now. This could cause a lot of damage. This could cause any wrecks. That's why they're keeping cars off of the roads, away from this area. This is going to take a lot of work for crews to get in there. And you can see the ground is just collapsing inside where this water main break happened. Give me just one moment while I get the latest details for you guys live on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, you guys, looks like we did lose that feed there. Giving you a live shot of the White House right now. Give me just a moment while I pull up the next top story for you. You guys were looking at, though, a water main break out of Quincy, Massachusetts. Pretty crazy stuff there. If we get that feedback for you, we'll certainly play it. A lot of people tweeting pictures over social media of that water main break. Imagine being on the ground, seeing something like that happening. We'll be sure to bring you guys that feedback if we get it. You guys, though, looking at the White House right now, pulling up the next live event for you. All right, you guys, taking you back to the United Nations where we left off, where they are discussing the situation in the Middle East, most specifically Syria. Here we go, everybody.
Still in power because of its terror and destruction, with the complicity of those propping it up, there will never be peace or reconstruction in Syria. The millions of refugees now on the road to exile have no hope of returning home, and we will never be able to tackle once and for all the terrorist threat, which continues to be stoked by the violence and desolation, which is a breeding ground for them. Madam President, the absolute urgency and the top most priority is the resumption of negotiations to seek to hammer out together a political solution. It therefore is incumbent on each and every one of us to make sure that we bring the pressure necessary to bear on the leading stakeholders so that once and for all they can engage in good faith in these negotiations. And in this connection, France renews its fullest support and its confidence in the special envoy to Syria, Mr. Stefan de Mistura, whose commitment is exemplary. We commend his announcement of the resumption of negotiations under UN auspices in mid-May and to start the next cycle of negotiations on an accelerated timeline with a view to arriving as soon as possible to political transition agreement based on the Geneva communique and the relevant resolutions. And we must all now shoulder our responsibilities, each and every one of us, and to support this solution beyond our political choices, beyond our national interests, and even beyond our moral considerations. This is an imperative that bears on our collective security, and it is at the heart of our mandate and the shared responsibility of all members of this Security Council. Madam President, in conclusion, the recent developments have moved the lines and shown, if ever there was a need to show, the urgency of the need for a political transition in Syria, and it has created, we hope, the conditions for re-engagement of all the leading players who must find a political solution. And given this tragedy in Syria, which continues to spiral downwards to the deepest abysses, we are more duty-bound than ever, but we also are faced with the opportunity of breathing new, decisive life into this political solution. So let us make sure we seize this opportunity. This is a time of truth. Let us make sure that we seize this opportunity and together we shoulder our responsibilities at this historic moment. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France and now give the floor to the representative of Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We would once again like to thank Special Envoy of the Secretary General, Mr. de Mistura, and his whole team for his tireless work and determination to move forward in spite of all the difficulties. We are also very happy to hear that he will continue moving forward in the face of all these difficulties. Madam President, we have full trust in Mr. de Mistura and full trust in the efforts of our Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to continue in search for a political solution to the crisis in Syria. Now, neither Stefan de Mistura nor Antonio de Guterres are the main actors of this tragedy. And the primary responsibility in this situation falls on the Syrians, on the government, the opposition, civil society, and the religious leaders. It is up to them to assume the responsibility for determining their future. And to do that, there's only one way to do it, to sit around a table and engage in discussions. Stefan has been working specifically on that, but Stefan is not the person who can take decisions for the Syrians that they themselves have to take. Another subsidiary responsibility, Madam President, falls on third states, those who should stop interfering in the Syrian conflict to advance their own interests. Another responsibility that is no less important falls on this Security Council, Madam President, that must exert pressure and must seek to persuade to continue to have the parties negotiating. And we should take advantage of the momentum that was launched in December with the most recent cessation of hostilities, and then continued with the Astana process, and then the monitoring mechanism on the ceasefire. The events of last week only strengthen our conviction that there is no possibility of a military solution to this conflict, and only through a political process agreed by the Syrians and the mediation of the United Nations can we find a solution. We'd like to reiterate our strongest condemnation of the continued use of chemical weapons in Syria, and we insist that regarding all confirmed uses of chemical weapons, this applies to last week's and every others. What is required is an impartial, independent investigation to identify who's responsible for this crime and to hold them to account. We would like to reiterate our appeal to calm and to refrain from any unilateral action that leads to an escalation of tensions. The Syrian conflict should be dealt with in a multilateral framework. Madam President, we are aware that the absence of a negotiated settlement has only one victim, that is the Syrian people, the people on the street, the men, women, children, older people. Our collective responsibility is to think of them. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Uruguay and now give the floor to the representative of Senegal.
Madam President, thank you for convening this briefing on Syria. I'd like to thank the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Syria, Mr. Staffan de Mistura, for his tireless efforts in the service of peace, which we are now pursuing in Syria. Also, I would like to commend the spirit of responsibility demonstrated by actors during the 5th round of discussions between Syrian parties held in Geneva from the 23rd to the 31st of March this year. The fact that these discussions were held as planned without interruption or anyone walking away is testimony to the commitment and the determination of those parties to the talks, bearing in mind the complexity of the substantive items on the agenda, such as the political transition, national integrity, counterterrorism, and confidence-building measures, without forgetting governance, security, and constitutional reform. My delegation wishes to see this spirit of sacrifice and selflessness, which must drive all parties, continue to be the main motive of the parties, and that it will continue to prevail so that we can, as soon as possible, come to a lasting solution to this crisis, which has lasted for too long. Madam President, we reiterate our hope to see a cessation of hostilities across all of Syria's territory and to see it hold and strengthen, especially within the framework of the trilateral monitoring mechanism agreed upon in Astana. And we welcome the efforts of the main players. Here I cite Russia, Turkey, and Iran. It's important that this ceasefire be translate into an ongoing improvement of humanitarian supplies. And here my delegation welcomes the conference on Syria, and we believe that this should be complementary. My delegation welcomes the holding of the conference on Syria on the 4th and 5th of April in Brussels at the initiative of the European Union in collaboration with the UN. This conference saw major pledges made totaling $6 billion for 2017 in a bid to provide assistance and to tackle the major challenges faced by Syria, which over 6 years of conflict has seen its level of development regress 4 years. Madam President, Syria is facing a multidimensional crisis. We have said it on many occasions: political, humanitarian, security, and non-proliferation challenges. I wanted to touch on the security aspect of things. The fight against terrorism, especially against ISIL and ex-al-Nusra Front, is an absolute priority for us, and it's for this reason that we reiterate the need to implement a comprehensive strategy which respects international humanitarian law and the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. With respect to non-proliferation, I unreservedly condemn, as I did last week, the recent use of chemicals as weapons in Syria. And in the same vein, Senegal once again encourages the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons through its fact-finding mission to gather and study with all the required professionalism data from all available sources so as to attribute responsibility for the chemical weapons attack that we saw in Khan Sheikhoun. It is our hope to see our council agree on this essential issue of accountability following this dastardly act, which affected many Syrians, including children. As we had to do 5 days ago, my delegation continues to insist on the absolute need for a peaceful settlement of this crisis so as to deal with the challenges, namely the repeated use of chemical weapons, proliferation of terrorist groups, and even more serious unprecedented humanitarian crisis. Therefore, I'd like to reaffirm our conviction that only a negotiated political solution based on the Geneva Communique and Resolution 2254 of 2015 will enable us to come to a lasting solution to this conflict. It is therefore our hope that the meeting between the Secretary of State and Russian Foreign Minister will be successful, and we hope also that the International Syria Support Group and its co-presidents, which are the US and Russia, will continue to give the necessary support to the efforts of our Special Envoy, Mr. de Mistura. And here, in conclusion, I'd like to reiterate Senegal's fullest support for the tireless efforts being made, especially since you just confirmed that you intend to convene the next round next month. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Senegal, and I'll now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Madam President, I thank Special Envoy Staffan de Mistura for his extensive briefing and commend his efforts and his commitment to keep the political process moving forward. The first round of intra-Syrian talks in Geneva demonstrated the willingness of all sides to talk seriously with both the government and opposition groups undertaking discussions without a major pause or suspension. Mr. de Mistura described for us today that there have been discussions on main substantive issues while pointing out the need to move beyond the preparatory stages. Madam President, regrettably, the relatively positive news from Geneva is outweighed by grim news on the ground. The alleged use of chemical weapons last week is an affront to humanity and blatant violation of Security Council resolutions. The Council must reaffirm its determination to urgently address this alleged use of chemical weapons. At the same time, we must not lose sight of the humanitarian situation as a whole. Even with a monthly meeting on the humanitarian situation, it is important that we emphasize it here in the context of political process as well. We were shocked by the use of chemical weapons, but we have also been shocked by for many months, by the enormous number of besieged people, now at 644,000 according to OCHA. Madam President, Japan's position is clear. We will continue our assistance to all Syrian people in need. This means not simply contributing funds, but taking the responsibility to ensure that aid reaches the people who need it. For this reason, our attention turns again to the United Nations' repeated warnings that bureaucratic impediments are the main obstacles to humanitarian access. We have repeatedly urged the Syrian government, which bears primary responsibility for this obstructed access, to simplify procedures. Japan is deeply disappointed that even on occasions when the Syrian government has responded, we have not seen any significant change. We will continue to engage closely with other relevant parties to improve access, but we cannot fully succeed without the Syrian government's cooperation. Madam President, last year, Mr. de Mistura often used the metaphor of a three-legged stool for Syria. The first leg, the political process, seems more steady after the recent Geneva talks, and we strongly support UN efforts there. The second leg, the ceasefire, is starting to wobble with news about fighting. Japan supports efforts by the three guarantors of the Astana process, the only functioning ceasefire mechanism at the present time. We are also encouraged that Mr. de Mistura is extending support to Astana. The third leg, the humanitarian access, is very unstable. We need to see major improvements to send a clear message to the Syrian people that they have not been abandoned. Madam President, the facts are clear. The ISSG continues to work despite some confrontations. UN mediation is making some progress. Humanitarian bodies are making their utmost effort under difficult circumstances. The OPCW and JIM are ready to implement their mandates. But what about the Security Council? We must prove that this institution is also serious about finding a solution to this crisis. Proof is long overdue. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Japan, and now I will give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. China welcomes the convening of today's open meeting and thanks Special Envoy de Mistura for his briefing. The Syrian conflict has been going on for 6 years now, resulting in large civilian casualties and state destruction. China is deeply sympathetic to the suffering endured by the Syrian people and strongly appeal to all Syrian parties to proceed from the future of the country and the welfare of its people to find an appropriate solution to the conflict sooner through dialogue and consultation. Recently, the relevant parties made joint diplomatic efforts and launched the Astana talks on Syria, maintained the overall momentum of Syrian ceasefire, and created conditions to resume the Geneva talks. China hopes that the Astana talks continue to play its important role in maintaining ceasefire and advancing Geneva talks for progress. Political solution is the only way out for the Syrian issue. Military means will not solve the problem. In the last round of Geneva talks, all Syrian parties negotiated on the 4 baskets of issues on political governance, constitutional issues, election, and counterterrorism, security, and confidence-building measures. This gave expression to their attitude of earnest participation and enabled positive progress in the political process of Syria. Under the current situation, all relevant parties should stick to and not waver on diplomatic efforts, prevent the deterioration of the Syrian situation, continue to support the UN as the main channel for good offices, and support the work of Special Envoy de Mistura. The Security Council should prioritize the interest of Syria and its people and play its constructive role in advancing the Syrian political process. China appeals to all Syrian parties to continue to maintain ceasefire, follow the Syrian Syrian-owned and Syrian-led principle to gradually come up with a comprehensive and durable solution acceptable to all through dialogue and negotiation. The fight against terrorism is an important and pressing issue in the solution of the Syrian issue. Counterterrorism situation in some parts of Syria has taken on new complexities recently. The international community should be highly vigilant on related development, strengthen coordination and cooperation, unify standards, and fight against all terrorist organizations listed by the Security Council. China welcomes the Brussels International Conference on Syria convened recently. China would like to work with the international community and continue to play our positive and constructive role in advancing the political solution of the Syrian issue and easing the humanitarian situation of Syria so as to advance a comprehensive, just, and appropriate solution to the Syrian issue at an early date. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China and now give the floor to the representative of Sweden.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and also a great thank you to Staffan de Mistura for his efforts. We stand fully behind you and the Secretary General and the political solution that you tirelessly strive for and which can be the only way forward. Madam President, when we spoke in this chamber last week at several occasions, we expressed our outrage over the atrocity in Khan Sheikhoun, Idlib. But let's not forget that every day the Syrian people continue to suffer the brutality of war in all its forms. Despite the horrifying images and the gruesome description in the world media, an heroic effort by humanitarian workers and endless discussions in this council over the years, this now routine brutality has continued unabated. It is high time to end the war. Madam President, I believe we have reached a critical moment. In order to move forward, Sweden calls upon this council and the wider membership present in this room to redouble efforts on 3 or 4 fronts. First, reinvigorate the political process. 2, revitalize the ceasefire, and 3, grant full humanitarian access. And I'd like to add a 4th point, and that is for this council to fully shoulder its responsibilities. First, we all know that a political solution is the only way to end the Syrian tragedy that has now lasted over 6 years. The shared objective remains a negotiated, transitional political process in line with Resolution 2254. We therefore welcome the conclusion of the 5th round of intra-Syrian talks in Geneva. The next round of talks should resume as soon as circumstances allow and in mid-May. We offer our wholehearted support to the Secretary General's Special Envoy and his leadership, including his efforts to ensure the full and effective participation of women and civil society in the political process. While we welcome the progress from the talks and that both parties have engaged on all the 3.1+1 baskets, we still feel that they need to do more. In the next round, the Syrian government's delegation needs to seriously, meaningfully, and concretely engage on all baskets. The opposition delegation has engaged constructively and maturely, but needs to continue efforts to maintain unity. Second, over the last couple of weeks, we've witnessed an intensification of fighting. The ceasefire developed through the Astana process is increasingly threatened. The UN-led political process will not seriously will be put seriously at risk without an effective nationwide ceasefire. And we therefore urge the grantors of the ceasefire agreement to live up to their commitment from Astana and to step up their efforts, including towards a more effective monitoring mechanism. We call upon all actors present here today with influence over the parties to help put an end to violations and to reduce violence. Third, we all urgently need to do more to increase humanitarian access. Convoy deliveries during the last week of March shows that access to besieged and hard-to-reach areas is possible when there is a will. We call on the Syrian authorities here today to simplify the approval process as requested by the United Nations. We urgently need a systematic shift to sustain an unhindered humanitarian access. UN-aid convoys are ready to assist 300,000 people every week who are now suffering in horrendous conditions in hard-to-reach and besieged areas. They must be given the administrative approvals to do so. Madam President, with regard to the repugnant attack in Khan Sheikhoun on 4th of April, we regret that the Council has so far not been able to agree on a strong resolution. There must be a rapid, full and impartial investigation to confirm the use of chemical weapons, and those responsible for this horrendous attack must be held to account. And we will continue to pursue efforts to this end. Madam President, unspeakable atrocities and crimes against humanity have been committed during this conflict. While long overdue, we must now do our utmost to end the war in Syria. We all agree on the need for a sustainable political solution. Let's therefore engage seriously to make it happen. This is a shared responsibility, particularly and not least for this Security Council. I thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Sweden and now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation expresses appreciation to Special Envoy Staffan de Mistura for his update and commend him for his determined spirit, commitment and leadership. We also welcome our colleague, Ambassador of the Syrian Arab Republic, Bashar al-Jafari. My delegation would like to make the following observations and recommendations. The developments of the last week around the chemical weapons situation have a direct bearing on the political war track. We therefore call on all sides to work towards elaboration, a compromise, so that the political process can move forward. We welcome and support the multifaceted diplomacy you are conducting, Mr. de Mistura. We note the efforts made by the UN and yourself for the settlement of the Syrian conflict, and especially to encourage the participation of almost all major groups of the Syrian opposition in the 5th round of the Geneva talks. It is only such a direction that can lead to a peaceful solution and ending the conflict in Syria. It gives us optimism that at Geneva 5, held from 23rd to 31st of March, the negotiators were able this time to move from discussing formal and procedural issues to the substantive and political aspects of future peace talks. We believe that relieving the political situation will enhance our political objectives. The crisis in Syria is still unfolding and has its impact on the entire region. Kazakhstan therefore believes that the regional approach involving neighboring countries should be considered in preventing further deterioration. In this regard, my country calls on all countries of the Middle East and the Gulf region.
Okay, you guys, we'll take you back to the United Nations in a little bit because that was from earlier today, but we want to take you to a live event now. FBI Director James Comey is about to speak soon at Newseum, which is an event where they're going to be having a screening of a documentary about the FBI, and it's a panel there, and James Comey will be speaking soon. We have the podium shot set up and ready for you guys. He's going to be speaking any moment now, so let's get this up and ready. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. Your leading breaking news source in Phoenix and across the United States. Any comments, questions, concerns, please tweet us at our show handle, Fox 10 News Now. Thanks for joining us here on Fox News Now, everybody. The FBI Director James Comey is going to be participating in a panel discussion at the new museum. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. We get this footage before anybody else. We're looking at all the networks right now on the televisions that we have here in the newsroom. None of them have this shot, just us. That's what's special about our stream, is we kind of get to give you guys the behind-the-scenes look of this footage before the show starts. So we're always early. We are always covering this breaking news, you guys. This special event, a panel discussion on this documentary screening, well, a screening of a documentary, I should say, on the FBI. You can see it's a social event because it's a documentary screening. So you can see some people have, cocktails in their hands. They probably had a cocktail hour before this event began. And again, the FBI director will be speaking shortly. Thanks for watching. My co-host Mike Page joining me now because he is pretty familiar with the director of this documentary, Dick Wolf. What can you tell us about the documentary director?
Well, I was really interested when I saw that Dick Wolf Productions were associated with this documentary. We all know Dick Wolf as the mega creator and executive producer of Law and Order, Chicago PD, Chicago Med, Chicago Law, and all of those big hits there. So it'll be an I wish I could watch this documentary right now. I wish we could stream this documentary right now, and then we'll, because Comey is just going to be all about it.
Yeah, I think that he would definitely be about us streaming it. That's for sure.
Yeah,
that would be cool. But it's interesting too because I mean, he's the director of the FBI. Of course, it's going to be all about a documentary made about his organization. But that's interesting. So the director did Law and Order and all the Chicago Fire and stuff. But aren't those aren't documentaries though, right? Chicago Fire is
those are just straight
so he just does
shows.
all sorts of work.
Yeah, he's
cool.
very talented.
Very
and you know
cool.
what? I'm actually, that would be a cool documentary to see, because I'm so really, I don't don't know, infatuated's the right word, but I'm so intrigued
Yeah.
about the FBI because it's this agency that we all know about. You know, everyone talks about the FBI, but yet it has a layer to it that's so secretive, right? It just
Yes.
has that, like, if you are in the FBI and you're one of those agents, it's like you're part of, like, you know, this underground culture
Yeah.
that we'll never know about unless you're an agent.
Yeah, and it's very hard to get into, and there's all these different parts of it that we don't know, that we'll never know, and
Yeah.
people are always interested in the secrecy of what's going on, especially in the CIA too.
Oh, sure. And I wonder how that all works in tandem with each other. And boy, I bet their computers are super fast, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just like,
I bet they've got the best internet, and yeah, it's not like Miss Congeniality with Sandra Bullock running around her little FBI jacket. It's a lot more serious than that. They're dealing with a lot more serious situations.
yeah.
And,
I would like to tour a local field office of the FBI. Is that possible?
I don't know. I mean, I've never actually considered it. I think that's a cool idea. Let's see, FBI office tour.
I would love it if they could. If they could do it.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
The FBI tour was the public face of the FBI since 1937, when the FBI headquarters was located in the Department of Justice. I'm sure they do give tours, but nothing that they wouldn't want anyone to see. You know,
Yeah.
sort of like they give tours of the White House, but they're never going to show you the president's bedroom, right?
No, yeah, that's true. You'll never get to go in the residential area there.
Right. But no, I think that's cool, and there's definitely parts about it that people don't know. So, documentary about the FBI.
That'll be cool. It's like we're gonna be watching as they ravel some of those layers of that onion.
Yeah, and I think if they put that on Netflix, I would watch it
Oh,
immediately.
yeah. Is it going to
Seems
be like on
something-
Amazon Prime or Netflix or anything like that?
Well, let's see. It's in association with Brick City TV and the Newseum, which present a premiere tonight on the
Yep.
screening of this new documentary series, Inside the FBI New York. So where would that air, technically? I'm
I
not
hope it
sure.
airs somewhere. The series explores the FBI's evolution since the 9/11 terrorist. Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good to see from 2001
yes.
to now how much advanced they got.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's tough, too, because I know people want to know more, but they can only release so much information for our own protection.
Yeah.
If they just go out on a podium and say, we do this, we do that, I mean,
Sure.
obviously people that are trying to hurt us can hear that information as well.
Yeah.
I always question that, with how much can the president reveal, or how much can someone really reveal to the American people without also
Sure.
harming us in the process
Oh.
of giving away too much info.
And you know what? I bet, Comey would love to go behind that podium there and really just spill the beans, but he can't. Oh, it looks like we have somebody coming to the
Looks like we're getting started, everybody.
to the stage there. Let's watch, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the Newseum's Walter and Leonore Annenberg Theater. I'm Jeff Herbst, President and CEO of the Newseum, and it's a special pleasure to welcome you to this screening of Inside the FBI, New York. The Newseum is the premier national institution that explains, promotes, and defends the 5 freedoms of the First Amendment and the right of free expression. We welcome more than 800,000 visitors a year to our building to view exhibits which discuss the evolution of freedom over the centuries. We bring together people of very different philosophies to discuss challenges to our fundamental liberties. And our Newseum education program reaches over 7 million school children in the United States and 150 countries across the world and provides them with digital course material on freedom and the evolution of democracy. Tonight, we're happy to be partnering with Wolf Films, Brick City Productions, and the USA Network for tonight's premiere screening of Inside the FBI, New York. Filmed over a year with unprecedented access, the series pulls back the curtain of the FBI's flagship office in New York to meet the men and women whose mission is to keep America safe. Tonight, we'll watch the 3rd episode in the series. The series itself will make its debut on the USA Network on April 27th. There's no better place than the Newseum to screen tonight's episode, as we have enjoyed a fruitful partnership with the FBI since we opened in 2008. Inside today's FBI is one of our most popular and talked about exhibits. It explores how the FBI fights crime in the age of global terrorism and cybercrime, with news stories ripped from today's headlines and dozens of artifacts. We've also partnered with the FBI on a number of programs, including a memorable conversation I had in 2015 on this stage with the FBI Director James Comey. I was also pleased at the South by Southwest Festival in Austin last month to have an extended conversation with FBI General Counsel Jim Baker on cybercrime, terrorism, and privacy. Our exhibits and programs like this further our mission to be a convening space for frank and important discussions of the issues of the day. Tonight, I look forward to again speaking with Director Comey, as well as Mark Levin, the co-executive producer of the new series, and from whom you'll hear in just a moment. I'd like to welcome the many members of the FBI community who are here with us tonight, as well as those representing Wolf Films, Brick City Productions, and USA Network. And I want to especially welcome our museum members and friends of the First Amendment Society for their support. It's because of you that we're able to host exciting programs like this. And now please welcome Mark Levin.
Thank you very much, and special thanks to the museum for putting this together, to USA for putting themselves behind this whole series that will go on April 27th, and of course to the FBI, which did give us unprecedented access, and we're tremendously appreciative to all of you here that we worked with, especially Ann Began, Mike Corton, and of course Director Comey. And this all started with Dick Wolf and Tom Thayer, who was here, and I thank very much, coming to my studio and saying, you know, we think we got something for you. Little did I know what I was in for. I will just say that we read about law enforcement, intelligence community, and the FBI every day. Yet we have little idea of who the real men and women on the front lines are, what their lives are like, who they really are. That's what this series is about. It's been a tremendous privilege. I look forward to a discussion afterwards and appreciate you all coming. Thank you very much.
So again, Mike, this documentary sounds amazing. I think a lot of people will be interested in seeing this.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. You heard it end of April. You'll be able to see it there on USA. So
I wonder.
Hopefully, it eventually gets on like Amazon Prime or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems like a perfect candidate for a Amazon or Netflix show, right?
Sure, everyone.
I see so many random documentaries on Amazon or Netflix. It's not even funny.
I know that there are so many on Netflix that you can watch now on true stories about, like the Emily Smart missing case. So many different stories.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that would definitely be. I'm sure that Netflix, Amazon, they're all fighting over who's going to get the rights to this documentary.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so this event happening right now, and James Comey is going to be speaking soon, so that should be interesting.
Yeah,
as well.
well, it'll be cool to see, get his immediate reaction.
Oh, so yeah, right after the documentary,
Yeah.
you mean? Sure, yeah, of what he thinks about it, and it looks like FBI Director Comey and Executive Producer Mark Levin will take part in this panel discussion following the screening.
Oh, cool.
So, am I saying that right? Mark Levin, Executive Producer. So that's interesting that he'll be able to talk with him and discuss what they think about this documentary. Imagine, though, if you made this documentary about the FBI, you're the producer, and now you have to sit down with the director of the FBI and get his opinions on it.
Yeah, that'd be something. That would be. And I hope after they do a discussion, that they do a Q&A with the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
That would be something. So I'm looking forward to that, see where that happens.
Absolutely. thought we'd come on camera, you guys, since it looks like it's a little,
dark
in
there. How about that?
Yeah. But I was really hoping there for a second that we would all get a sneak peek of the documentary.
How about not the documentary, but maybe even just a slice, a sliver?
Just a sliver. Let's see. Because I know eventually, won't they release a trailer to it on YouTube or something?
Yeah, we got to see something like that. So that'll be interesting, too, when we see the trailer,
New
everyone.
FBI documentary.
That will be
see
something.
If we've got any. Because, see, there's been so many.
Sure, yeah. I count like 5 alone on Netflix. If you just type FBI in there, you're going to get a bunch of random documentaries.
Yeah, there's an interesting one called Terror. FBI Informant's Tale, Terror, is one of the most riveting documentaries of the year. Again, this is not the one that they're discussing now, but we just Googled it to see if we could even find a little slice of it, but it looks like they are doing a good job. They are the FBI, after all. I think they know how to not leak their own documentary.
That's true. Hey, that is true.
Yeah, so, again, it's going to be airing April 27th. Oh,
yeah, debuting April 27th.
So that's soon on the USA Network. Interesting, the USA Network. I wouldn't think that they would air it there. You know, I would think, I don't know, I see it as an FX place, don't you think?
That's true. I give you that much.
Or Fox News Now. I could really see it airing there. Yeah. So this series pulls back the curtain on the Bureau's flagship office. Again, a place you want to tour.
I want to check it out.
Is this the same event here? Yeah, it looks like it, right?
Let me look.
Let me take a look real quick, guys. Stick with us here, guys. We're working on getting that feedback for you. Looks like you are seeing another live event, though. Give us one moment. I believe this is the event because if you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, there is a big screening going on.
Yeah.
I believe this has to be the event. It just looked kind of like a different background.
Well, I want to know where's the podium at, the blue museum podium.
Right. So bear with us here, guys. We're just trying to make sure that we are, in fact, streaming the same event that we were just streaming for you moments ago. Sometimes our speeds get switched around.
And they don't even tell us.
Yeah. So just give me one moment, guys.
On.
Okay, everybody, so in fact we were right. This is not the same event that we were just streaming for you. This has changed now. This is the town hall meeting in Colorado that we're going to be streaming. I think they took us away from that FBI documentary because they're screening it now for everyone to see. Obviously, we don't get to see it early, so I think they're going to take us back to that event as soon as it ends, and then FBI Director James Comey speaks. In the meantime, we have this amazing town hall event as well, live, happening here for you on the Fox News Now stream. This is Representative Mike Kaufman, who's going to be speaking at this town hall in Aurora, Colorado, in just a few moments. Again, we will take you to James Comey as soon as he takes that stage after that screening at the museum. Again, you guys, this town hall is going to be starting soon in Aurora, Colorado. And this is going to be Representative Kaufman speaking in just a few moments. And then coming up later in the show, we're going to have FBI Director James Comey, who's going to be speaking live at the museum event. Now, they took us away from that because they are streaming that FBI documentary right now. Wouldn't be fair if they showed us the documentary and we were allowed to stream it here on the show, because then, hey, no one would go to USA Network and watch it later. So that's why they did take us away from that feed so they can stream that documentary. But right now, we've got this live event, again in Colorado, where Representative Mike Kaufman will be speaking shortly. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Mike Kaufman is set to hold his first town hall with lots of rules and restrictions, everybody. Republican congressman holding that first town hall tonight of the Trump administration. Kaufman's town hall will run for 1 hour at the Education Building south of the University of Colorado. It's open only to people who signed up for tickets. Questionnaires will be held, and the people asking questions will be selected based on a lottery, and signs are banned from this town hall, everybody. Again, those precautions are to try to prevent the confrontations other Republicans have faced in town halls this year. So you guys can expect that this could get pretty heated tonight, as most town halls do. Kaufman represents a district won by Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. He's often targeted by Democrats seeking to replace him. Kaufman supported the Republican health care bill this year. He was ready to support that, but he was then confronted by a hostile crowd over his positions in January when he met people at a library. Those people were against the fact that he supported that bill. He left that event through the back door, everybody. So, expect this to be a heated event. My co-host Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. He'll also be streaming live for you, James Comey, in just a little bit. Thanks for watching.
just sat down. Let me see who's the and let me know when you're ready. Good.
I'm ready.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all here as I get adjusted. This is Congressman Mike Kaufman.
Thank you.
I'm just a radio guy, so I don't know how to do these TV things. You know Congressman Kaufman. My name is Stephen Tubbs. I do the morning show on KOA News Radio here in Denver. We're on 5 to 10, and judging by that rousing applause, you all listen every day. Thank you. First and foremost, I like to start any event that I am in front of a crowd by acknowledging, to me, our most important portion of our population, and that is our veterans. We have veterans here tonight? Thank you. So thank you very much for coming. We will have an organized, well-spoken, calm event tonight. And Congressman's given 1 hour of his time tonight, so we'll get right into it. There are guidelines, as you all know. And let me know if I'm interrupting you at all. Thanks. And I would assume there are some in here that don't like politicians, and you certainly don't like the media. So with that said, we're happy to be up here. But we do care about our community. I know Congressman Kaufman is a veteran of both the United States Army and our Marine Corps. Thank you. Just full disclosure, I consider Mike a good friend. I've voted for him in the last however many elections. I also try to be as impartial a journalist as I can. Mike this weekend, and I heard that laugh, Mike this weekend is going to be the lead guest on our new program on the weekends called the American Veterans Show. If you don't know it, just remember AmericanVeteransShow.com. We'd love to have you listen. But Congressman Kaufman was kind enough yesterday to be our lead guest, and a more expanded look at him, his career, and things like Syria, North Korea, healthcare, veterans, of course the Veterans Hospital here close to us. So Congressman, I know maybe an opening statement, and then we'll get to the questions.
No, let's just get right to the questions.
Okay. You mind if I sit? Is that okay? So we have 2 podium mics. I understand one is above, which doesn't look like it's going to be used, but one down here.
We're just now getting the tickets to bring in to pull up for the raffle. So if you want to give a quick opening, Congressman, I'll bring in the tickets.
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming here tonight. I know it's a tough time for the country all the way around, and so I look forward to your questions. Let me just say a word about the difference between the district office and the office in Washington. And so in the district office, we do constituent work. And so in constituent work is that, and certainly I do both, constituent policy work and meetings in the office. But so constituent work is if somebody has a problem with disability, trying to get disability, and they can't get through the process. Somebody has an immigration problem and they've gone through the process and they're just not getting answers. A veteran issue where they've applied for disability and it's not happening. All of those things and anything with the federal government, we help individuals on. And so there are specialized people in that office. So if you have an issue, you know of somebody, please let us know so we can help them out. And in the Washington, D.C. office, it's all about policy. And so I'm on 2 committees right now. I'm still on the Veterans Committee, but I'm no longer a chairman there, subcommittee chairman. I'm on the Disability Committee. Really want to work on those issues. On the Armed Services Committee, because we're allowed to have 1 leadership position. On the Armed Services Committee, I'm the new subcommittee chairman for military personnel. So that's all the personnel system, whether it's promotions, recruiting, retention, force structure, all of those issues come under that healthcare, come under that subcommittee. So it's a lot of work. And let me know when you guys are ready, so we can start taking questions.
We've got the fishbowl, Mike.
We ready to go? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Usually I have children come and pull the. Any children here? Okay.
There we go.
We'll do the last three numbers. This is number 659. 659. $659. You want to go once, twice, next?
All right.
All right.
Sure. Yeah.
You bet. Do you want to come to the mic? Is that best for everybody?
It's hard to.
Now let's not get too frustrated before the first question. I think they're going to bring the mic to you, and I'll draw the next number here so we can get ready. Okay, your next number 640. 640 is the next question.
Oh, you can hold it. Okay, Senator Kaufman, I'm a home care worker. My name's Melissa Benjamin. I've been providing care for 17 years. I'm also one of your constituents, and I take care of clients in your district. Under the Trump Care bill, 47,000 individuals that are your constituents would lose access to health care and Medicaid, including services that I provide. I was shocked when you said that you would support Trump and Trump Care, and now that they're looking at repealing again with more cuts than the previous version, home care workers like myself would like to know if you will sit down with us as home care workers in the next 2 weeks to discuss how this bill is going to hurt us and our consumers if you decide to continue supporting Trump over the people that live here. So if you will sit down with us as home care workers in the next 2 weeks to discuss how this bill is going to hurt us and our consumers if you decide to continue supporting Trump over the people that live here. So, Mr. Kaufman, will you meet with us in the next 2 weeks?
Sure. I'll meet with you. Let me tell you, where are we at right now with on Medicaid? And that is that I don't know where it's all going to settle out, but let me tell you what my big issue is on Medicaid. And and so there are three things that really concern me. I think one is certainly maintaining consumer protections like pre-existing conditions moving forward. And I think that, and the other is the Medicaid expansion, and I'll talk about in a minute. Those are the two. And the third, I'm sorry, is fixing the insurance exchanges. And that I think that the president, where I disagree with the president when he says, "Oh, let's let these things implode, and then people will want to fix them. Then the Democrats will wake up and want to fix them." Well, here's the problem: that's not fair to the people that are on them. And so on the Medicaid expansion that I'm concerned about. So what I think are you skilled nursing or I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm a CNA. I've been providing care.
Okay, because I think you're mischaracterizing the bill when it comes to skilled nursing, but I'll be happy to go over with you.
No, sir, they would cut $880 billion.
Well, I don't know where you got that number. Okay, let me explain about Medicaid expansion. Okay, Medicaid expansion. Okay. We're going to meet, but I think your numbers are wrong. On the Medicaid expansion, in 1965, Medicaid started and it grew to essentially three programs: the elderly, skilled nursing care, disabled, and children and families. So that then what the Affordable Care Act did when we talk about covering more people, it wasn't through private insurance as intended. It was through the Medicaid expansion. And the Medicaid expansion is essentially, let's take able-bodied people up to 138% of the poverty line, and then we'll cover them able-bodied adults without dependents. So what that effect So here's the problem that I have. Then it said, but we're going to do it, we'll do it at 95% federal, and then by 2020, we'll come down to 90% federal, and we'll just kind of stay there. Well, skilled nursing is 50% federal. Children are 50% federal. Disabled are 50% federal. I mean, I really think that we should phase it in to what the state and federal obligation is on all other Medicaid programs for the Medicaid expansion. So that in 2020, let's say we take all new people coming on, will be at the same FMAP or split that we have right now. But after that, the new enrollees should be at that 50-50 split, 50% federal, 50% state.
Okay, we'll go to our next question. Right here. I believe, ma'am, can we please, let's keep decorum, please. Our next question, 640, I believe, is from our...
Okay, here we go. Question 640.
640. Please be respectful, please.
Thank you, Congressman Kaufman. My name is Rebecca Kim, and my family strongly supports our military and our veterans. I have a question for you about the new VA hospital. I recently accompanied my father to an eye appointment and was appalled by the facility. While my parents have always been very complimentary of the doctors and staff at the hospital, I could not believe the condition of the overall facility. I was saddened that our veterans do not have better conditions and a more welcoming hospital. Where is the construction currently? Are they still slated for opening in beginning of 2018? And is there going to be an investigation into the past leadership? Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So what on the VA hospital that is literally $1 billion in cost overruns and years behind schedule. So first of all, there were at the time. We're almost, 2017 will be partially done, and thanks for the service of your family. Then 2018, it should be fully open. The Army Corps of Engineers has taken over the project from the Department of Veterans Affairs. The push for a criminal investigation. The FBI did refer charges to the Justice Department on the individual who was in charge of the construction. But under the last administration, it didn't go anywhere. I'm bringing the issue up again in the hope that we do get a criminal prosecution on that. The fundamental issue is this, that we had lots of whistleblowers come and give us information that said that it didn't comport with what was coming from the VA. And so time after time, the individual in charge lied before the Congress of the United States under oath. And so ought to be prosecuted for that. And so, and also we will hopefully reauthorize this summer the choice program that will allow veterans who are within a certain distance, I think 40 miles outside of a VA facility driving time, or can't get an appointment wait time within 30 days to be able to access a private provider outside the VA reimbursed by the VA.
All right. Our next question is from number 658, and I will also draw one more so we can get ready. Okay.
Hi, my name is Rachel Sherwood. My question today is about Trump's war on facts, his war on science, and the war against climate change. I am personally appalled at the actions taken on the executive branch to limit the actions of the Environmental Protection Agency, to dump the waste from coal into streams, and as the congressman of a state that has abundant wildlife and national parks and resources, what are you going to do to protect the natural resources of this state and the climate that we live in?
So a couple of points. I think one point is certainly I supported two bills 1440, 1431, that I think will bring science to the Environmental Protection Agency by making sure all their work is peer reviewed. Those who understand. I think that we've made extraordinary gains in terms of reducing carbon in the United States. Now, we can certainly do more, but here's where I think that environmental policy ought to be integrated into trade policy. Because what we've done, as we've increased the cost of manufacturing in the United States to reduce carbon, which is something we should do. One of our greatest exports has been jobs. Jobs to countries that have no environmental standards. And so what are we doing then? We're importing goods once manufactured in the United States that are now made in countries that have no environmental standards. And we're buying those goods, obviously at a lesser cost. Environmental policy ought to be integrated with trade policy. That they ought to be subject to the same standards that we are.
Please adhere to the guidelines. Thank you. Thank you. Two numbers here. 658 was our next number, and then the next number after that, 504. 658 and 504. Take over here, Mike.
Okay.
Your constituent? Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Does that microphone work?
All right. Cool. I think you can hear me now. All right. So today I went to a doctor's appointment with my cousin that I take care of. He's an epileptic and he has a condition called mesial temporal sclerosis. And today it came out that we need to start talking about some surgery options for him. And the doctor's telling us that he's on Medicaid, that they're not sure if they're going to be able to approve the best surgery because they're starting to see the Medicaid companies, the Medicaid, not approve the things that have prior authorizations like they used to before. And it's not because of the bills, it's because of the budget, because their budget just got slashed. So how do you respond to that, and what are you going to do to make sure that the people on Medicaid now get the protection they need? Because he's going to die.
Sure. The federal government doesn't set Medicaid rates. It's Medicaid, correct? The state sets Medicaid rates. We do match 50-50 in your particular case, and I'm sorry about the condition for your husband, and I hope he does get the best care that he can get. So the question is can we do better with the Medicaid program? It is a fee-for-service program. Can we do better in the delivery process of Medicaid so that the care, the outcomes are better, and that in the long run we do save money? But I would certainly be willing to talk to you offline as a constituent about that. But Medicaid is a state-managed program.
Okay. All right. The next question was 504. 504, and the next question after that will come from 571. You're on deck.
Go right ahead. Good evening, Congressman Kaufman.
Oh, yeah.
How are you?
Good.
In 1994, you sponsored legislation, HB 1210,
yes,
to reform the small group health insurance market in Colorado by prohibiting health insurance companies from denying coverage based on any pre-existing medical conditions, and provided for adjusted community rating and prohibited gender discrimination, so that insurance companies couldn't charge women more for their policies than they charge men. The legislation was passed by bipartisan support. The question is, would you comment on your work in 1994 and how it relates to the revised American Health Care Act?
Sure. Thank So what did the first version I had of the bill was more extensive. So the states don't regulate the larger group market, but the states regulate small groups and the individual market prior to the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act took over a lot of that regulation. But prior to that, states did. And so I introduced the first bill that, and essentially what it did was it prohibited insurance companies from well, it did what's called guaranteed issue, where people could not be denied insurance based on pre-existing conditions. It did adjusted community rating, in other words, limited the amount of underwriting that was allowed. No gender discrimination. Unfortunately, the insurance industry amended out the individual market from the bill, but the small group market was left intact. If we look at the Affordable Care Act, the consumer protections, many of them are the same, but the individual market is covered. And so, so the central issue is preserving those consumer protections that were once in Colorado law that are now in the Affordable Care Act and whatever we do going forward.
Okay. Pam Serbo, and my question is, it's a two-parter, Congressman. Why is it acceptable for procedure pricing to be considered proprietary information by hospitals so that patients have no idea on the front end how much it'll cost them? Patients are being deliberately kept in the dark, so how can patients make an informed decision? We don't even purchase our cell phones without knowing what the plan costs are up front.
Sure. Sure. That's a very good point. Very good point. I think a lot of it is covered by state regulation, but the fact is we need transparency. We need transparency in healthcare. I mean, people ought to, there's so much cost shifting, people really ought to know what they're paying for. And I think so. Your point's just well taken. I mean, and from one facility to the next, I mean, the disparities are absolutely incredible. And so, if you're going to ever have, consumers being able to, price shop and buy, you've got to have transparency, and it's got to be apples to apples. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure. This is right now covered in, the state law versus federal law. Let me tell you, I think that having been a state legislator, when something is currently done in state law, I don't want to take it to the federal level. I think the federal government does too much. And as a result of doing too much, they didn't do very many things very well. At the state level, a citizen, a private citizen, could go down to that legislature and testify on any bill. Try doing that in Washington, D.C. It is just too true. There are things that Washington, D.C. must do, but it's doing too many things.
Guys, help me out. My last number I drew was 571. Is that where we are? Okay, hold on. Wait for the microphone, please. And 644, you are on deck. 644.
My name is Xiomara Sanchez. First of all, I'm an immigrant and I'm a citizenship, originally from Colombia. And I will always be proud of that. So I have been providing care as a home care worker for 10 years. My clients have pre-existing conditions, just like myself. A number of them are your constituents, and you have promised to protect people with pre-existing conditions, but the new version of Trump Care will eliminate those protections. Now that the new version of the bill eliminates protections for people with pre-existing, are you going to side with Trump, or are you going to keep your promise and stand with your constituents? We just want to know why.
you've seen a version of the bill that I haven't. But I will protect pre-existing conditions. I think it's vitally important. I made that commitment early on. I will maintain that commitment. No, gracias.
Okay, next question. Hey, Congressman, more budget and more employees for the Internal Revenue Service means more revenue, meaning the federal government can do more of just about everything. Are you in favor of more for the IRS?
Yeah, am I in favor of more for the IRS? Well, I'm in favor of people in the IRS doing their job. And I got to tell you, when I look across the spectrum of the federal government, I mean, there are just, the bureaucracy is so enormous. And so the fact that we can't make cuts in terms of efficiency, I disagree with that. When I look at and let me tell you, I think every department, and I disagree with a lot of my colleagues on the Republican side that think that the only metric in terms of national security is how much we spend on defense. And let me tell you that I think the Department of Defense is so top-heavy. I mean, I got to tell you that as our military has shrunk in size, that this bureaucracy has grown. We have more admirals and ships in the United States Navy. I mean, it's amazing. And so I don't think we do. I mean, I think that at the end of there'll be a negotiation. His budget, the defense part, will go down. I think discretionary domestic spending will go up some. But we do have a deficit in capability in the military in terms of the threats we have. But we've got to, every dollar wasted by the Pentagon is a dollar spent not defending America. And one of the tough decisions we're going to have to do that I support, that came from the Obama administration, and I believe that out of the Trump administration that supports it, is the United States Army and the United States Air Force are about a third over in terms of their military bases in the United States. Third over. That's a lot of money to maintain facilities that you don't need. And I know it's very controversial. Everybody likes the jobs and everything, but it's wrong. And so I've done everything I can to BRAC-proof what we call the Base Realignment Closure Commission, the largest employer in this congressional district, which is the Air Force Base. 1,000 acres we're procuring with the Air Force and donations from Aurora and Arapahoe County in the state of Colorado that will be open space that will trails and stuff like that, which will prevent encroachment on the base, so we can hopefully keep the base around a lot longer. But so I think we've got a lot of challenges all over the federal government, to include the Department of Defense.
Okay. Next question. Did we get to 644? Did we get to 644? 644, go ahead.
I'm up here, thank you.
There you are.
I'm up here for 644. My name is Irma Sturgill, and I live in Centennial, and I feel like we should be on a first-name basis. I've written you so many letters, so I'm appreciative of being here today. And I apologize if my question was given, a similar question was given before, because we were from Overflow. It concerns transparency in government. As tax day approaches, most of us here will be filing our taxes. Some of us have a grave concern about transparency as it relates to Donald Trump's taxes. My question to you is, do you support the release of his taxes so that those of us in the room who have that concern can be assured that he is not profiting from our tax dollars?
So first of all, the President is required to file disclosure requirements, as every member of Congress and every appointee. Wait. That includes all their investments, all their liabilities. So the one thing that is not in law is tax liability, tax returns. So I would support that certainly going forward, but not just the President. The the president, the vice president, all political parties, and every member of Congress ought to put up their tax returns. So every year we have to file the disclosure for the prior year that the tax returns be required to that. You can't change the law. You can't do ex post facto. You cannot do ex post facto.
Okay, again, please adhere to the guidelines. Please adhere to the guidelines. If you'd like to be heard, I hope I draw your number. Okay, can we move on? In an effort to get as many questions as we can, I'm going to announce 4 numbers, please. So then if you call your number, you get to the microphone. And congratulations, 644 from the top. So far, the biggest applause. 524, 566, 633, 559. Once again, can we please, if you miss your number, it's not my fault. 524.
Mr. Kaufman, I want to...
Excuse me, 566, 633, 559, the next 4 questions. Thank you.
I think that last question about the president's taxes is so important, but I want to follow up and make sure that we all understand your last statement. Sure. You said we can't do it ex post facto. Sure. And so I'd like to know, are you saying that the Congress doesn't have that power, or it would be unconstitutional to pass such legislation? Look, or are you saying that you think it's unfair at this point to ask him to release his taxes?
Both. It's probably both. Look, the fact is, you had the rules going into the campaign. Those were the rules going into the campaign. There was no legal requirement for him to do that. And let me ask this question. How many of you have read his disclosure? His financial, you really have? Then what is in the taxes that's not in the financial disclosure? Okay, next question.
We'll go to the next question.
Representative Kaufman, you are endorsed by the NRA. I could enumerate a list of votes that you've made to support the gun industry. Thank you. I had my bag checked 3 times to enter this venue. I assume that was to protect you. What are you doing to protect me? That gun ownership is a law-abiding activity.
Sure.
That is not my issue. My issue is that I need protection too, choosing not to have guns, choosing not to have concealed weapons. So what are you doing to protect me, such as universal background checks, gun registration of gun clubs, gun sales, assault weapons bans? I have rights too.
Sure. We clearly don't want people we don't want criminals, felons with firearms. We don't want people that are mentally not there or not with firearms. What I have supported in the Congress of the United States is the funding to support the federal system that allows states to access to do their background checks. And so I think, though, that each state the Wyoming is not New York, and each state is going to have different standards as to the restriction of firearms and their interpretation of the Second Amendment which is in the Constitution of the United States, which I support. Okay.
We got to move on to our next question. We're going to move on to our... Guys, if you could tell me, please, what number we are on so I can keep track. Thank you. What number?
559.
559. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry. My name is Cindy Finnegan. I live in Greenwood Village. According to votesmart.org, you are on record with respect to the federal budget to slightly increasing education, the environment, and international aid, and maintaining the current status for FEMA, Homeland Security, Defense, federal and state law enforcement, medical research, national parks, public health services, scientific research, space exploration programs, transportation, and highway infrastructure. That is what you support maintaining current funding for. Trump's quote-unquote skinny budget is advocating cuts to education, the environment, international aid, justice, medical and scientific research, health and human services, NASA, national parks, transportation, and highway infrastructure. It proposes a huge boost to defense spending. Yes or no, will you stand your ground on your budget, or will you cave and fall in line with Trump's budget proposal?
So, I mean, the president's budget is an aspirational budget by the executive branch. What I have said before is that I believe that what he does is he pluses up defense and he lowers discretionary domestic. I believe defense is important, but I don't believe it ought to go to that level. And so these programs are going to come up from the president's budget. Are they going to at what level we're going to negotiate? I don't know. But let me tell you what I'm not for. I'm not for drawing lines in the sand or hard lines where you shut down the government. I'm not for that.
We'll get to our next question.
Right. 559 as well from upstairs.
One more time on the number, please.
559 from upstairs.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Hello, my name is Sherry, and I just have a question for you on a single-payer health system. Why are you opposed?
Sure.
And I just would like to understand that, seeing how every other country in the world seems to be able to manage that, but us.
Well, good. Let me tell you why I'm opposed. I'm opposed to a single-payer health system because government always overpromises, and we are a nation that is $20 trillion in debt. And I believe that I think that level of debt is a threat to the security of this country, and I'm not going to support a brand new entitlement program that will drive the debt.
Okay, we're going to get... Please follow the guidelines. Thank you. 524, I still have on deck, as well as 633. Is that correct? And I'm two more for you. 524. Okay, we'll get to you just a sec. 551 is in the queue. And 563, also in the queue. And I'm sorry, sir, what was your number? 524, thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Kaufman, for coming to the town meeting. I'm a registered Republican in your House district. I'm sorry to say I was shocked that you declared your intention to vote for the American Health Care Reform Act, the so-called Trump Care bill, and to replace the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare. That's not the way we do things here in Colorado. The Affordable Care Act is the law of the land. Now, please tell me specifically what you're going to do going forward, what you intend to do to revise, strengthen, and bolster Obamacare so that it will support the health care needs of your constituents here in House District 6 and elsewhere in Colorado, what will you do to revise, strengthen, and bolster Obamacare?
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for your question. When it passed, I was in the congressional health care plan available to all federal employees. And I dropped out of that plan to go through, go into the Affordable Care Act. No, I didn't. I did it without the subsidy. I went through Connect for Colorado. And so it was about the same, at that time, $600 for the bronze plan that I bought through Connect for Health. Only my deductibles went from $300 to $4,500, and between $4,500 and $6,200, I was responsible for 40%. And, well, let me tell you, I think every member of Congress should have done exactly what I did. They should be subject to all the rules, regulations, and laws they impose upon the American people. So I think those three things that I mentioned before, I really fundamentally believe that this Medicaid expansion is driving the deficit, and so we've got to bring it back down to that 50-50 split with the states. I think we've got to fix. I think we can fix. I think there is a fix, and I'm working. And if I have to introduce it separately, I'll introduce it separately for the health insurance exchange. And so I mean, I think that there are things that can be done to stabilize that. Right now, about a third of counties across America are down to one carrier. And as they lose their one carrier, then, in fact, those individuals in that area will not have access to the subsidies that are available under the Affordable Care Act, or would be available, well, it would be tax policy under, I think along the lines of some kind of, in Colorado at one time, we had Colorado Care, not Colorado Care, but it was we taxed all insurance products to go into a high-risk insurance pool. I don't think you need to necessarily, you can have it invisible by having a reinsurance pool. So in other words, there are revenue mechanisms that we have to look at where you take those in the individual market and above a certain at a certain cost, you take that, absorb that cost at a reinsurance market. And by doing that, you can lower the rates for those people. So I'm working on that as a solution.
We're going to get to our next question. Please follow the guidelines. We'll get to as many questions as we can. Ma'am, if you could give me your number so I know.
633.
633, thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. This is about communication. My question is, when the majority of your constituents' input to you strongly disagrees with the Republican Party position in notable issues, what will it take for you to vote with your constituents and not be a part of it?
I don't know if, I'm not going to ask how you voted, but I think I've won a few elections around here, and so I think the people in the majority of the people in this district believe that I'm representing them.
Okay. Please follow the guidelines. Thank you. Please follow the guidelines. Other people would like to ask a question. I have on deck 563. Is that you, sir?
563.
What's your number, please?
551.
551. I've got 563, and I'll draw two more so you can get lined up. The next one is 680, 680, and 649 will be our next in queue.
Okay. Yes, I'm Bruce Fred, I'm a resident of Arapahoe County. The emoluments clause that the Constitution provides that no person holding any office of profit or trust under the Constitution shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present or emolument of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Now, President Trump has not divested himself of the right to receive income from his property, either now or, if he has now, he will receive it once he leaves the presidency. There's a Trump hotel in D.C. that has specifically marketed itself to foreign embassies. The Trump organization has loans from Deutsche Bank, an agency of the German government, and the Bank of China, obviously an agency of a foreign nation. He has sold or leased property to Russian oligarchs, and he likely has financial ties to Russian-owned banks, but we can't determine that for sure. The Trump organization has received valuable patents and trademarks from the Chinese government since he's been elected. I believe that as U.S. citizens, we have a right to know if President Trump is violating the Emoluments Clause, and if so, what is the extent of those violations? President, Mr. Kaufman, would you support a congressional investigation into the possible violations of the Emoluments Clause?
Well, I think if he is not honest about his disclosure, in terms of that's required every year, then that's a criminal issue.
Next question, please. Go ahead, sir.
Representative Kaufman.
Please follow the guidelines. Thank you.
So the 6th Congressional District is a very diverse district.
I want to start again, sir.
So Representative Kaufman, the 6th Congressional District is a very diverse district made up of roughly equal parts of Democrats, Republicans, and independent, non-affiliated voters. I've written to you several letters and I've gotten your responses, and I've also observed your deeds in Congress as well as specifically recently your support of the AHCA. And I'm under the impression that you believe that you should represent the people who voted for you only. So I'm wondering, what do you do on a day-to-day basis to make sure you're representing all of the people in this district, including the ones who didn't vote for you?
Sure. So lots of correspondence back and forth, and I appreciate that. A lot of people send me emails and respond to all of them, as long as you don't use really bad language. A lot of people go on the website, put on stuff. Before every vote, I look at the call log, and a lot of folks call in and give their opinions, and I think that's helpful too.
Okay. Sir, what was your number? What was the number, please?
563's next.
Please give me your number. Thank you.
563.
563. Thank you.
There's a lot of talk now about tax reform, and tax reform will affect about 1% of the population. 99% of us won't see any benefit at all, and that 1% cares a lot about it. What I want to know is, how are we going to know that this isn't the Donald Trump Tax Reform Act, and it's really a tax reform act for all of us?
Sure. The question about tax reform. So I think that the big issue for me is the competitiveness of American business, of American manufacturing globally. And so one of the things that I'm looking at is the repatriation of overseas. We've got tons of money offshore that is not coming back to America. And so, but we're unique in the world in that if you're a German firm working in America and you repatriate those earnings, you pay taxes in the host country in the United States, but when you repatriate the earnings back, you don't pay taxes again. We're unique in the world where you pay taxes again and the money's just not coming back. And so one of the ideas, in fact, that a Democrat, I think from Maryland, has come up with, that the president supports, might not like that, some of you, is to say, let's, instead of 35% rate for the money coming, repatriated earnings, let's lower it to 10% under the theory that it will come back, and let's put that money into infrastructure. And so let's put it into the roads, bridges, airports, ports. I mean, let's put it in infrastructure.
Okay. Next.
680, and then the next three, please.
680.
Hello, my name is Amy Ross, and I am a constituent of yours. I live in Highlands Ranch. About a few weeks ago, I went to your office to ask some questions, actually, and also to voice concerns. And I had a gentleman basically slam the door in my face. And I've been trying to get information as to how you set up your office in a way that is only for I don't exactly know what you guys do in your office here, but
Constituent work.
Constituent work, but you don't allow constituents to come in. So that's one thing that I would like for you to speak to. But my question is, sir, that and it's a little bit lengthy, so if you could just listen, please. Can you please explain what the Freedom Caucus is, and can you confirm whether or not you are a part of that group? Can you also please explain what the Tuesday group is and whether or not you participate with their work? Could you also please tell us, in your opinion, if you think that it's appropriate and responsible for any member of Congress to join or become a member of these secret societies?
Secret society, woo. So none of them are secret societies. I'm not a member of the Freedom Caucus. I am a member of the Tuesday group. And I am a member of a group called No Labels. And No Labels is a group of Republicans and Democrats that have come together to try and find common ground to get things done in Washington, D.C. It's not a big group, but it's a growing group, and it's an important group.
Okay. By my count, I have 649, 615, and next in the queue will be 576. So 649, 615, 576.
563 from upstairs.
Yeah, I'm 33 years old, and over the last 16 years, under bipartisan leadership, our debt has increased from $5 trillion to $20 trillion. With our national debt at almost $20 trillion and our unfunded liabilities over $84 trillion, what is your position on raising the debt ceiling?
Sure. So the question is about raising the debt ceiling. So I think there's a lot of confusion about the debt ceiling, that the debt ceiling doesn't stop our obligations, the debt ceiling doesn't stop spending. And so, why we do it is questionable. But I know when I first got to Congress, I thought, well, if you don't vote for the debt, it just all stops. No, what happens is that the government still makes its debt service payments. And then I guess I'm trying to, well, anyway, it's bad. But the fact is that it doesn't stop all the obligations. What we have to do, what we fundamentally have to do, is mandatory. Right now, in 1965, this country was the Congress was 1/3 mandatory spending, which is I don't want to call it entitlement spending because there are people that pay into it, like Medicare and Social Security. But 1/3 mandatory spending. 2/3 discretionary spending. Discretionary spending is that which we appropriate every year on an annual basis. Mandatory spending just drives itself. That if the money's not there in the Treasury, they just borrow for it. They have the authority to borrow for it without the consent of Congress, once it gets into the mandatory spending category. Today we are 2/3 mandatory spending, 1/3 in discretionary spending. If interest rates go up 1 point, the interest payments on because of that will be an additional $160 billion. We are literally, I mean, we've got to get this problem fixed. So when you talk about let's go to single payer, the answer is no. We just can't do it. given the $20 trillion debt.
Follow the guidelines, please. We'll try to get as many questions as we can. Congressman, are you okay with going just a little bit over? Okay.
Sure.
By my clock, it's 6:58, and so we'll continue this. I just gave you the time, folks. That's all I gave you was the time. 563 was
576.
576. Thank you.
Congressman, since the swearing in of this new administration, roughly every other day we have got a new piece of information regarding his team's connections with Russia, and we have a significant FBI investigation undergoing right now. However, the House and Senate committees both seem to be unable to get much done, the House committee especially. Would you support the establishment of an independent commission or a special prosecutor to get to the bottom of the trial with Russia?
So that probably, unfortunately, I have more faith on the Senate side than the House side. I think the most dangerous place to be in Washington, D.C. right now is between Devin Nunes or Adam Schiff and a TV camera. And that's not the way the system's supposed to work. I mean, the people on the Intelligence Committee, are you know, on classified information, really are not supposed to be in front of the camera every 5 minutes.
Folks, please follow the guidelines.
I'm going to look at the FBI and see how they are going. I've got questions about their ability too. But I'm not there yet for an independent counsel, but I'm headed in that direction.
Okay, next question.
576.
576, thank you.
Hi.
I'm going to draw, excuse me, pardon me for interrupting. One more in the queue for us is 679. 679 in the queue.
Hi, my name's Julie Weinheimer. I'm one of your constituents, and I'm also running for Aurora City Council. As a spouse of a disabled veteran, I've always appreciated what you've done for our vets. However, I think any service member would argue that our soft power in the world is just as important as having boots on the ground. What are you going to do to protect our international affairs budget and the State Department so we can continue to use our influence in the world and not soldiers?
I mean, I think one of the reasons why I think General Mattis is such an extraordinary Secretary of Defense is because I think he really does understand that intersection between soft power and our conventional military. So again, it goes back to the military is not going to get what it wants in the Trump budget, and we're going to raise the State Department and other parts of the budget. But where it's going to settle down in the negotiation, I can't tell you. But there certainly is a value to it, and in my time in the Marine Corps, I can certainly ascertain that as well.
Okay, next question from, give me your number, please, and we'll move forward.
645.
645. I do not have a 645.
Oh, I thought they had it. I'm sorry.
I have a 649, 615, and 679 in the queue.
679.
Congressman, my name's Rob Dukes, and we've talked about Medicaid a lot already, so some of this has already been covered, but my wife relies on Medicaid. She has fibromyalgia, seizure disorders, and lots of other pre-existing conditions. I know when we lived in South Carolina, it was almost impossible to get coverage. We'd frequently have to decide between going to a doctor and eating or whatever else, or going deeper into debt. And our medication costs close to $3,000 a month without Medicaid. I guess you've already sort of given your position, but I just want you to know that she says she will die without it. So I hope you consider that before.
Oh, I'm not saying do away with Medicaid at all. I'm saying that it's a split between the financial split between the federal government and the state government.
So can you promise you won't vote for a plan if it will cut care to those who are on Medicaid? Will we be worse off if I've seen like the AHCA that would have been a disaster. It would have turned into block grants. Block grants
So
always end up
the
getting
version
cut over
of the
time.
ACHA, what it had in it was what it had two choices for states, and one was the block grant, and the other one was capitated per enrollee. So those were the two choices, and was capitated per enrollee or the block grant issue.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get to our next question number, please.
649.
649. 649.
Hi there, my name is John Ross. I live in Highlands Ranch. I'm a constituent of yours. We moved to Colorado to be in the great outdoors because of the environment. And with this new administration, I think there's a broad consensus that we must do more to combat climate change. But instead of increasing funding for programs necessary to address climate change, Trump's budget would completely decimate those. His budget would end funding for programs that help control power plant pollution, help states transition to clean energy, and conduct research for energy innovation. Can you commit, yes or no, please, your constituents and to us, that you won't agree to make any budget cuts to the EPA or other programs that protect our environment? Yes or no, please? Yes or no?
Well, it's first of all, it's ridiculous to say you won't agree to anything. I mean, there's always efficiencies in there. Do I agree with the Trump numbers? No. But do I agree that in some cuts? Possibly, sure. What I've done is a letter. One thing that I think is very important is the work that NREL does here, the National Renewable Energy Lab. And I've done a letter in support of that to the Appropriations Committee. I think that when we think about the environment and you think about carbon emissions and greenhouse gases, the research, I think the federal government needs to focus more on research for the next generation in terms of energy. So I think, you know, whether it's hydrogen fuel cells for surface transportation, or it's, I believe in nuclear power, whether it's fission, where you don't, fusion versus fission, where you don't have the kind of waste where you do in standard reactors. But I think if we can, I think there's extraordinary things we can do. I mean, I think some of it's very wasteful. Biofuels, I'm sorry. Corn, to make a fuel out of corn, I think is a complete waste. But I do think the next generation fuels are extremely important, and we ought to invest on that. I think NREL does an extraordinary job there.
Okay. Next question, we'll also get another in queue. 631. So I have in my queue here 631, 615, and 679. And ma'am, if you just relay your number, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
631.
Thank you.
So we've talked a lot about Medicaid, and I brought some paperwork. I'm concerned you don't understand how Medicaid works. For the consumer, it's so hard to get on these Medicaid waiver programs.
You mean just the enrollment process, or I'm sorry?
Oh no, we're already on it, but
right.
She turns 6 in November,
right.
So we need to get IQ testing, and I've had to put up state gatekeepers to get her IQ tested, get approval for that through the insurance company, and here's all the paperwork right here.
Well, I'm sure insurance company.
Insurance company.
But if you're on Medicaid, there's no.
She's on both. She's on a private insurance and then Medicaid.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. So I brought some paperwork for you to look at if you're interested.
Sure.
But this is a problem for so many special needs families.
Sure.
We fight to, we eat, breathe, and sleep Medicaid.
Sure.
It's hard to get on these. There's a wait list for them.
Okay.
And now we're running into issues where Medicaid's refusing to cover things. I do not believe that these families use and abuse Medicaid because
Sure.
it is such a pain in the ass to stay on it.
Sure.
It is. I just went through 4 months of gatekeeping for my daughter to get an IQ test so that she's given a different assessment, adaptive testing, to be put on a wait list for Medicaid after her 6th birthday.
Okay.
This is, nobody uses and abuses Medicaid, nobody.
Well, I'd love to meet with your family. I wonder if we can set that up, if we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have 615 and 679 in the queue. Okay, we'll move on. One last call, 615, 679. We'll do two more here. 524, 524.
It's already been done.
524? It was rigged. There is another 524 here. 606 and 629. 629 and 606. What number there?
615.
615, thank you.
Go ahead. First of all, sir, I'd like to thank you for your service to this country. Thank you. I would like to know what your biggest goals are for the rest of the session and what you plan to do for the constituents.
Okay. Well, the goal was legislatively, what are my goals for this session or for the remainder of the year? Well, I'm on the Armed Services Committee and I'm on the Veterans Committee. So something that's mental health for our veterans is really. So from a couple of perspectives, first of all, I think the VA is taken a drug-centric approach to mental health, and I think it's killing our veterans. I think it's contributing to the suicide rate. And so we just had a Marine down in Colorado Springs who was a student, got out of the Marine Corps, was a combat veteran, was a student, went to the VA clinic there, didn't even see a physician, saw a physician's assistant, not to disparage that, but they gave him a very powerful drug. He complained about post-traumatic stress disorder, and they gave him a very powerful drug. And in the descriptions of how the drugs to be administered, it said requires monitoring. Well, he wasn't monitoring, he took his life, killed himself. And I find that there's a pattern where they give drugs to people to calm their nerves, but then they have to give them another drug to go to sleep at night, a drug to get up in the morning, and pretty soon they're under this cocktail of very powerful drugs. And so we've got to figure out a different path on that. But there are what the military did when they were drawing down, reducing the size, particularly the United States Army, was they were looking at minor infractions to discharge people with what was called other than honorable conditions. And a lot of combat veterans were coming back, having a difficult time adjusting, having some minor disciplinary issues, and being thrown out of the service without any access to care from the VA. No access to mental health care. Now I want to fix the VA mental health care system, but no access. And so I have legislation to fix that. And then working on taking a look at those discharges to see if we can reevaluate some of those discharges. So that's probably one of the. And then I think just looking at, I know this sounds in the weeds, but we have a pilot shortage in the military. Last year, the United States Air Force was short 1,555 pilots, short 3,400 maintainers for their aircraft. So we've got to figure that out right now. My solution is a little bit different than General Mattis's, so we're gonna kind of clashing where I think we can. I don't think we need a military as large as it is on active duty. It's very expensive to maintain. And so if we can shift part of that capability to the Guard and Reserve, we can save a lot of money. And I believe we can maintain that capability. And so that's that's part pilot solution, but part solution in general in the military is to, in terms of cost savings. So we always have to be challenging ourselves. and in every facet of the federal government to how we can do things more efficiently.
Okay. Next question. And your number, please.
606.
606. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Congressman Kaufman. I would like to say thank you for taking the time to come out today. Really appreciate it. I would also like to say that I am one of your constituents, and I did come down to your office, and I had the door slammed in front of my face.
Sure.
And so this whole idea that it provides constituent services, I find really confusing. But once again, really thank you for taking the time to come out. So in the past, you have at times supported measures that advance equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Coloradans and their families. For example, in 2015, you supported legislation that would prevent workplace discrimination against the LGBTQ community. I'm a member of that community, I'm openly gay, and I really appreciate this, but moving forward, will you sign on as a co-sponsor to the Equality Act and Student Non-Discrimination Acts when they are introduced in Congress this year, and continue your support of LGBTQ Coloradans?
I haven't read the bill yet. I'll certainly take a look at it. I haven't read the bill yet. Obviously concerned about equality issues, and we'll continue moving legislatively in that direction. But I haven't read the bill yet, so I can't say.
Okay, next, if you could just give him your number.
629.
629, thank you.
Hello, I'm Christina Lilly. I'm a constituent in your district. I have concerns about health care with regards to my family. We're veterans. A large majority of us in my family are veterans, including myself. But I'm more concerned that my father recently retired. As a result, she lost her health care because she's not old enough for Medicare. He is. And with the Obamacare Act, and even with what was proposed for Trump Care, it's too costly. And so I have concerns for my grandparents, my parents, and getting into the age where they need health care. What are the plans, and how can my parents or other constituents afford this?
Sure. Well, certainly those who are veterans and meet the income eligibility requirement can get care through the VA.
Are not retired from military service. They did their time and they got out.
No, and I'd be happy to get back with you on that.
Okay.
Because it doesn't require being retired. It just requires being honorably discharged. And so I'd be happy to talk to you about that and have my staff work with you on that. Otherwise,
their dependents?
What's that?
And their dependents?
Not dependents.
Okay.
Not dependents. If they're not retired, they're not dependents. Certainly, have you looked at the Medicaid expansion?
No, I have not. It's not my father so much that I'm concerned about as my mother. She has no health care coverage right now.
And she's under 65.
And she's under 65.
Okay, okay. Why don't you and I touch base with that? Let's make it a constituent issue and see where you're eligible. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congressman, we're at 7:15. Are we good to
Yeah, let's do
continue?
some more.
Okay.
What do you say?
I've got 679. 679. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I didn't hear you, but that sounded fun.
The Russians must have been involved in this somehow. I don't know. Yeah.
I've got 679, 599, and 564. 679, 599, 564.
$599?
I'm sorry, the number?
$599.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman, for being here tonight.
Sure.
My question is about education.
Sure.
Trump's proposals are to cut the education department. I'm not quite sure the amount. 20. Yeah, it's huge. We are a very modest means. My daughter just graduated, and we have a ton of student debt. And Ms. DeVos from the education department has proposed doing away with the student debt protections that Obama had put in place. What is your position on that?
Well, I'm not. So, what I've supported about 4 different bills that certainly give flexibility in terms of repayment. One bill, I think, last year that allowed the refinancing of student debt. So I do think that, but I'm very worried about student debt. I mean, I think it's a when we talk about the next financial crisis in America, probably student debt. And I tell you what, certainly for those that have debt right now, we can do everything we can to help them. But I'm worried about young people in the future. And I think that, there is not enough focus. I mean, my father never went to college for a day. He went to trade school. He learned heating and air conditioning repair. And he had a successful small business at the end of it. When I visit schools oftentimes, and they say, well, what's your metric of success, and it's how many people go to a 4-year college. And I think we've got to broaden that view. We really have to broaden that view. This country needs more people in the trades. I'm trying to restructure the GI Bill for veterans right now because a lot of them, they come out with skills, but they don't necessarily match civilian skills. And so utilize the GI Bill to pay their salaries for on-the-job training, to pay their salaries for apprenticeship training, so they can learn a skill and have that path into the middle class. Yeah.
Okay, next question.
564.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Alicia Gorosky, and I am a constituent of yours. I know we've had a lot of discussions about healthcare. My question is about healthcare, but I want to talk about, I believe I heard you mention earlier when you were answering one of the questions that, one of the challenges is that Medicare and much of Medicaid right now are on a fee-for-service basis. So I want to actually ask if you and your fellow Republicans in Congress are also taking a look and trying to learn from the other side of the Affordable Care Act. We all agree the coverage, the exchange, that needs fixed. But there is so much more to the Affordable Care Act. Value-based payment. We need to be paying our physicians, our hospitals, our healthcare providers for value, not for doing more tests on patients and that type of thing. So I work in this field. I'm part of so much amazing work, the bundled payment, accountable care organizations, community-based care transitions program, where we are seeing communities working together, hospitals, home health agencies, skilled nursing facilities, working to provide better care at lower costs, and patients are happier. So why can't we learn from those, expand those, and fix what we have? So can you explain it and tell me whether you guys are looking at that as opposed to just the repeal and replace?
So on Medicare is not a part of this. Medicare is not a part wasn't part of the ACA, is not a part of the reform. Medicaid is. And so it's giving states more flexibility on Medicaid in terms of they're choosing their own delivery model on it. And so I think that's what's important. Okay. More flexibility for states on Medicaid.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that I'm actually talking about the parts of the Affordable Care Act that do affect. There are Medicare ACOs, and this is all being tested in Medicare. We're seeing huge cost savings in some of these programs. So I'm saying, look at what's happening in Medicare, and let's see if we can apply it to the private industry and Medicaid. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of all of this great stuff.
Sure. I think the new director of CMS, I believe, let me tell you again, coming back from a state background before the federal government, I trust states. And so I believe that let them have the flexibility to have models that fit them.
Okay, we'll take, I believe, ma'am, are you 679? What's your number? 564, gotcha. And then 613. 613.
The Trump administration has embarked on a broad rollback of environmental protections and proposes deep cuts to EPA's budget. At one time, you were quoted as saying you planned on standing up to Trump and that you would stand between your constituents.
When I disagree with him. When I disagree with him.
What I would like to know is, will you stand up to Trump's anti-environment agenda and the deep cuts to essential environmental and public health safeguards that he's proposing?
You know, I don't support all the cuts, but I've got to look at it, and I think that some are warranted to the EPA's budget. I think our government is just too big. I think our government is just too big.
Okay, next question.
Congressman, my name is David Leach. I'm a constituent. I'm a Democrat. I voted for one Republican this last time. It was you. I believe you position yourself as somebody who will vote your conscience, will work in a bipartisan manner within the Congress. I believe you say you want to do that. You mentioned a group that you're in earlier that's working on bipartisan issues, moderate issues. I'm not seeing much action. I voted for you because I thought you could be a leader in the House in that regard. I'm not seeing anything, not seeing very much. What are you planning to do in this session to lead in that regard?
Sure. Well, I think I mentioned to you working with the group No Labels, and we'll be working on a number of issues that we find in common. I think probably something on infrastructure will be one of them. I think veterans issues, I think those are pretty bipartisan. We'll move those forward. I probably rank with the Republicans on some of the LGBT issues. Immigration reform. Immigration reform will be very big. I sound like Trump, didn't I? You said very big. Huge. So I'm really hoping that, and I did a bill before the president was sworn in, with Luis Gutierrez in the House, and then there was a companion bill with Senator Durbin and Lindsey Graham in the Senate that took the DACA program and put it in law, and extended it out to 3 years till we can find, and so I really, I've got certainly a vision that in terms, we got to have secure borders. I think we have to have enforceable laws, but we have to be realistic. But we have to be realistic. And in being realistic, it's saying that, look, for the adults who certainly broke our immigration law, but haven't broken other laws, let them come out of the shadows, and have a legalized status. And for the young people who were taken here, wasn't their decision. I mean, I had a young woman who came to my office applying for the Naval Academy a couple of years ago at a Hinkley High School, graduated at the top of her class, had all the right requirements. Her parents took her here illegally from Mexico when she was a year old. She knows nothing of Mexico, that country. This is the only country she's ever known. And she ought to have that opportunity.
Okay, if I may, just a quick follow-up. Your constituents are looking for you not to support bills from the back row. We want you to lead. That's why we voted.
I think I just said I was the sponsor of those bills that I just mentioned to you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, we're almost 30 minutes over your agreed time, so we appreciate your extra time, Congressman.
15 more minutes, is that okay? 15 more minutes? Okay.
Good.
15 more minutes. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Are you okay? I'm sorry.
Somebody up here has to get up at 3 a.m.
Oh,
That's
no.
not you.
Okay.
Come on, rough crowd. Jeez, levity. 620 is in the queue. 620. The gentleman that just asked the question, was that 679? 599. So I have by my count in the queue 620, 613, 679.
$620.
Thank you.
You are talking about our debt, and we know that it's way up there.
Yeah.
But what about the money Trump is spending on vacations?
I don't know that I would compare the two. I hope he's not spending $20 trillion. No,
Please follow the guidelines. Thank you. We'll go. We have another question. Is that from above?
Yeah.
And can you please tell me the number?
You ought to stay at home. You ought to stay at home, right?
Please.
613.
Okay, let's get to our next question, please.
613.
613, thank you.
Okay, my question is on single payer. How do we know that it would work any better than the VA? Isn't the VA basically a single payer system?
Yeah. Well, and the VA is a disaster. I'm sorry to say that. We want to fix it. But part is personnel rules need to be reformed. It's very hard to get rid of somebody that's a bad performer there. We had a situation in the hospital here, the one downtown in the VA, where an employee got caught in the operating room, stole fentanyl, and was shooting up. You think that person was fired? No. Out of all of the appointment wait time scandal, were the employees that put veterans on secret waiting lists, where some of them died to not get care because they wanted to make the wait times look smaller, and because they got cash bonuses for it. You think any of them got prosecuted? How many of you think had to give back the bonuses? 0. We've got to fix the VA. And government run, it is an example of government run healthcare. It doesn't work.
We'll get 3 more in the queue here.
We're going to make it work.
573, 525, and 630. 573, 525, 630. And did we hear from 679? Can you be nice? Don't yell. I'm sorry I didn't get an answer. You and I should go have a cup of coffee after.
573.
573. Thank
My
you.
name is David Steffen. I live in Inglewood. I wanted to go back to a comment you made earlier about gun laws, and you had talked about how Wyoming is different than New York. So do you support the bill to have concealed carry reciprocity between states? Are you familiar with that bill, and do you support it or not?
I'm not familiar. I'm going to take a look at it. I've got some concerns about it, but I haven't made a decision on it.
I mean, I think it boils down to, right, that if you have a concealed carry permit in any state, you can then, or from any state, you can use it anywhere else. Right? I find that terrifying.
Yeah, I've not made a decision on it.
Okay, next question.
630.
Thank you.
Good evening, Congressman Kaufman. I have a multi-part question about education. First, do you support H.R. 610, which was introduced by Republican Steve King, about school vouchers in schools, as well as the rollback in the nutrition programs? It's in committee right now. It's H.R. 610. And also, do you in general support school vouchers? And if so, why?
Okay. Question about school vouchers. I think that's not a decision for Washington, D.C. to make. I think that's a decision for the states to make. I think K through 12 education is best made between locally elected school boards and state legislatures, and not in Washington, D.C. And so I did support that Success Act because it basically gave a lot more powers back to the states that the No Child Left Behind Act did. But I just think that, again, I think it's a state and local question. What I like to see, certainly as a resident of this district, is our charter schools, and that I think they do a great job integrated in with public schools. And I think the issue is, but then again, it's a local disease. I'm not going to put regulations on them from a federal perspective that are unnecessary, and I hope they don't at the state. My sister retired recently as a teacher from Littleton Public Schools. I have all the respect for public education. Thank you. And, okay.
525.
525, thank you.
Good afternoon, or good evening now, Representative Kaufman. I appreciate your comment about putting environmental issues into the trade issues, but that's really an international way of addressing many of the environmental concerns in terms of how that affects our manufacturing and industry.
Sure.
I am concerned about what you see as possibilities for protecting our water and our air in our own country. And in particular, I am wondering what you are hoping that will come out of the caucus that you just joined, as I understand it, which is the Bipartisan Climate Solution Caucus. And what you see coming out of that, especially as we see that the EPA, may be going through extreme problems in the next several years, including the HR bill that talks about getting rid of it. And so much of the state monies that come as grants from EPA will then also be reduced quite a bit, reducing their resources.
Well, I tell you, so it's a bipartisan caucus on climate change, and it seeks to, Republicans and Democrats seeks to strike the appropriate balance between the economy and between the environment. And so I look forward to working with them on finding solutions to it in terms of how do we reduce carbon emissions without killing jobs and strike that balance.
We're going to go 5 to 5. Go ahead, man.
Number, please. I'm sorry, I can't hear up here.
Okay.
525, second one.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming. I have a lot of concern about education, and I would really beg you to look back and double check about charter schools. The research is showing that they are not good. And my question is, because I have a lot of respect for the military, as you do, but there are a lot of the rest of us that are really worried about what's going to happen now, because all of our things are being cut. And we are not part of the military. So how do you help the rest of the country?
Sure. Well, again, that's I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a compromise where, again, I've said it before, defense spending will go down and will be above where it is right now. It's not going to be a 9% increase, and you're not going to see the kind of decrease that you are in discretionary programs.
Okay, I've got 647, 628, and 509. 509, 628, 647.
How are we doing time-wise now?
If you wanted 15 more minutes, it's about another 8 minutes.
Okay, we have 647 next.
Thank you.
Hi, as of March 28th, you have voted with Trump 24 out of the last 25 votes, or 96% of the time. You have supported laws that allow mining companies to pollute our streams, weaken reporting of work-related injuries, weaken rules that required federal contractors to report labor violations, allow Social Security recipients who can't manage their own finances to purchase guns, allow financial advisors to act in their own best interest rather than their clients', remove regulations that require energy companies to report payments to foreign entities, not to mention your support of repealing the ACA and taking away a woman's right to choose. So, not a single one of these actions make the United States a safer or better place in which to live. While I thank you for voting no on internet privacy, I expect more. I'd like to know when you're going to stop voting with the president who has a 35% approval rating and start fighting for Coloradians. Are you working for Trump or us? That's all I want to know.
Okay. Let me just explain the veteran vote in terms of the firearm. Well, sure. And so essentially what they were doing is they were feeding every veteran who needed some assistance with managing their finances or whatever to a database that denied them a purchase of a firearm. That, to me, they should be adjudicated at the state level to make that decision and not an automatic decision. But so that bill was raised, so I just wanted to explain it. Thank you.
All right.
Next question, please.
Next, we have 509. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, right, and that's just over.
Please follow the guidelines, please.
Yes, thank you. Sir, the Defense Department has recognized climate change as a significant threat to our national security on a variety of levels, and most concretely, rising sea levels have already compromised military readiness in some areas, such as Norfolk, Virginia, along coastal Alaska. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has voted several times to limit Defense Department spending on planning for or preparing for climate change. Do you think that climate change is a threat to our military, and if so, what should we do about it?
Okay, sure. I mean, I just don't see it. I mean, quite frankly, I think that's better handled in an agency like the EPA versus the Department of Defense. It's not appropriate for the Department of Defense.
Please follow the guidelines.
All right, we're going to go to the balcony for the next question.
Okay.
647.
I mean, how many votes have we had?
Folks, please.
Hello.
You know what I'm going to do? The people that, Republicans, when Obama was president, everything was, what are you doing to stand up to this president? What are you doing every time the president does something? Why aren't you speaking out against the president? Now I'm getting the same thing from the left. When I disagree with the president, I will speak out with the president. But I'm not going to do it every other day. It's when there's something significant.
We'll go to the balcony.
I spoke out against
647.
Please. I spoke out against the president over his first refugee plan. Look, I think those of you on the extreme left will never be satisfied until Trump is gone.
Our next.
Everyone.
Ma'am. People are waiting and people have had their numbers drawn. Ma'am, you're next up.
Mr.
And just hold off a sec.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Thanks to everyone watching already right now on Facebook Live. As you can see, we have a situation here of an officer-involved shooting in Avondale. Right now, we are learning that no officers were injured. There's one male victim with a gunshot wound to the chest. We don't know the details of what led up to this situation, but you are watching live right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We'll try to get the most up-to-date information here for you. Sky Fox up in the air, getting you these live aerials on this Wednesday evening here. Breaking news out of Avondale. For those of you just joining us here, you see Sky Fox in the air over an officer-involved shooting near Dysart and McDowell there in Avondale. No officers injured. We are learning that there is one male victim with a gunshot wound to the chest. Still, we are trying to figure out, okay, what exactly led up to this situation. Sky Fox continues to go a little bit in and out sometimes. We'll stay right with it. Hopefully, we'll get that feed back for you here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. As you can see here, though, lots of police activity with the yellow tape out as well, trying to preserve this scene as best as they can. Sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out. Stay right here with us, folks, on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. You're part of our streaming services. So you can see there, it looks like a car right up against that business there. You can see they had some chairs out there as well trying to sell. The business, unfortunately, won't be getting many customers this evening because of all this police activity. You can see a pickup truck there as well. Lots of activity that surrounded this strip mall area here at Dysart and McDowell in Avondale. If you're just joining us here, officer-involved shooting, no officers hurt. We have one suspect down, shot in the chest. We don't know the condition of that suspect, but as you can imagine, won't be good. Sometimes, folks, that shot will go a little bit in and out. Just stay here right with us as it ultimately does come back. Folks, sometimes that shot will go a little bit in and out with us, trying to reestablish that connection from Sky Fox up there in the air, getting us those breaking news images. We want to let you know that you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage, not just here in Arizona, but all across the country. And right now we are experiencing some little glitchy feedback from Sky Fox up there in Avondale. We did get it back. Let's go back to it now. These are live images. As you can see, folks, sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out. We are going to wait till it gets back here for us. You're continuing to watch the Fox 10 and News Now stream. For those of you wondering what state this is happening, in Arizona, Avondale, Arizona. Officer-involved shooting, no officers hurt. We do have one suspect down currently. Taking a live look right now. And folks, stay here right with us as we are trying to get that signal back all the way from Avondale there in the West Valley. All right, everybody watching now on fox10phoenix.com. It looks like that signal did ultimately drop out for us. We're going to take a look at a shot of the White House. Coming up next, you're going to have Mary Kate for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
All right, you guys, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm seeing some of our regulars in here tonight. I see Antonio Dawkins, I see Schultz, I see Temporary Channel. Great to see you guys. You know that I love having you here in the chat, always participating, commenting, asking questions throughout the show. I love that, you guys. Thanks for joining me tonight. All right, so we've got a lot to show you tonight. A lot happened today in the news. I think that's what happens, you know, sort of as we get halfway through the week, a lot of stuff starts happening. So we do have a lot of events that I want to take you to tonight. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show you too much of James Comey, but hopefully we'll get some of that footage back tomorrow, and we can show you guys that that full speech from James Comey after they aired that special documentary that will be coming out on the USA Network about the FBI, which to me, I love documentaries. I'm such a documentary person. I would love to watch them all day on Netflix. But yeah, so that should be interesting. Okay, moving on to the next top story, you guys. Let me pull this up for you here. Let's, oh, actually, so let me get set up here a little bit. Get ready for you guys here. Got a couple of things I had planned for the show that I want to show you guys tonight. Thanks for watching. Once everything loads up here. Antonio Dawkins says, I missed all of Comey's speech. Don't worry, I think tomorrow we'll be able to get that in full for you guys. Hey, James. Yeah, good to have you guys in here. Sewer Voice says, what kind of documentaries? I like, it depends. You know, obviously, I think people like, you know, the murder documentaries. There's a documentary on Emily Smart, that girl who was kidnapped for a while and then made it back. I like that documentary. There's a couple more. I liked that one documentary. Charlize Theron played her in a movie called Monster, and it's the documentary about the real woman who killed all these men. It's just interesting when they go into the jail and they interview these people about why they did what they did, and but not just murder documentaries. I like there's a McDonald's one about a guy who ate McDonald's like every day for a year. There's a bunch of different documentaries. I could go on about this forever, you guys. But you know what I mean. It's fun to watch those documentaries because we know, I mean, we're always watching this sort of fake television. So sometimes it's fun to kind of dive into, you know, the mind of someone else. And I also like the documentaries about, you know, notable figures as well. I like watching documentaries on the Kennedys. You know, of course, I love the Marilyn Monroe documentaries. I like. I think Lifetime's the one that does these documentaries on people. Like I liked the Brittany Murphy documentary. Or no, I think that's True TV. Anyway, I'm rambling. I like lots of documentaries. So hopefully we'll have that James Comey speech for you guys tomorrow in full about the FBI documentary. Jean says, will you be on Friday? Yes, I will be on Friday. Thank you for asking. Yeah, Charles Manson documentary. I don't think I've seen that one. Or I might have seen bits and pieces. All right, you guys, let me pull up what I have for you here. Got a couple events I want to take you guys to. So I'll pull up the first one, which is here locally. We have the Maricopa County Fair happening, which, you know, I just moved here in August, so I got excited when I saw we had a chopper over the county fair a little bit earlier today, and it looks like a lot of fun. You know, I mean, there's a lot of rides, a lot of good food. So I want to play this for you guys just to give you a little bit of an idea of what the Maricopa County Fair is like. So let me take you there, and you guys can let me know what you think. Here we go.
The county fair. That's one that I don't get out to very often.
It's pretty short.
Yeah.
Right? But there are still corn dogs there.
Oh, always. Fried food galore.
I love the fair. Hello, Corey.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, good morning. You know, it's so much more than corn dogs. I think this year we may have a deep fried Peeps or something. I don't know. I don't know all the offerings, but you know who does? Karen Searle is with us. And how many Maricopa County fairs have there been? I know I'm throwing you a curveball here on the number. Any idea?
believe it's 62.
Well, that is great. Yeah. And it is such a perfect time of the year. Your weather's going to be great, by the way.
I'm so excited, and thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, my pleasure. Well, let's talk food 1st of all.
do that.
This is Josh. You're with Top Notch.
Yes.
Give us a little tour here. What are we looking at?
Bacon wrapped hot dogs here with chopped red onions, tomato, and mayonnaise, and a Frito chili cheeseburger. Has Fritos, chili, grilled onions, and American cheese.
All on a bun.
All on a bun. Heart attack on a bun. Probably the best thing you'll eat.
That's why I love the fair. And you know what else I love about the fair? Marissa. Now, what are you showing off here? These are beautiful.
This is turkey, avocado, and bacon. It's delicious. And then this is a breakfast sandwich with some grilled onion and egg and ham.
Oh my gosh, I love what you're doing there. And oh look, come on through everybody. This is just another day at the fair. This is our the usual running of the goats. Not as dangerous as Pamplona, but thank you, ladies and gents, for getting up so early. You're just the cutest. Come on by. We want to watch all of this beautiful goat work come by. Wow, that is a huge goat. What's his name?
Viper Sadie.
What is it again?
Viper Sadie.
Beautiful. I called him a him, but I hope she's not insulted because I know that she's a her. Well, thanks. And your name is?
Logan.
Logan. All right. Go have fun in there, sweetheart. All right. Now, let's see what the rest of the fair offers, Karen. We got to get on the move because there's so much to see. Let's tick off some of the... No, we're going to go second. Some of the highlights of what people can enjoy once they get out here to the fair.
There is so much to do. You may actually have to plan on coming out twice. Don't forget, we are on Easter Sunday. We have lots of cool Easter things like free photos with the Easter Bunny and Easter egg hunts, including an adult Easter egg hunt that the grand prize is $3,000.
Oh my gosh!
Cash. Way
wow,
cool. But we've got carnival
and I know
rides.
you've got a church service as well. You're getting a real traditional kind of an Easter weekend going. That's fun.
We are. It's going to be great. Spend the whole time with your family. We're even doing free admission until noon on Sunday so everybody can come out. Church services at 11.
Karen, you are the nicest.
I try. But you know, other things. We've got the largest livestock show in Arizona right here in downtown Phoenix. You got to see it. We have over 400 pigs. Just pigs. It's great.
Boy, and that's one thing I do love about a county fair. That sort of tradition continues with livestock and preserves and pies and all the rest. So again, thanks for getting up early. Next time we get together, Troy and Andrea, we've got rides to show you. We're going to set a guy on fire and throw him off of a tower or something like that.
Only at the county fair?
That's right. Plus, we got a ventriloquist and a bear. I can hardly describe
And 400
it.
hogs, Corey. Don't downplay the hogs. 400.
400 just hogs. That doesn't include the sheep, the goats. What else are we raising here? You got wolverines?
Beef cattle.
Wolverines? There's a Wolverine display?
We'll check in with you in a little bit.
We got to go.
AZAM is back.
Love the fair.
Yes, I do too. And the county fair is one of the best.
Right. You got the animals. We spend a lot of time looking at the animals.
Yeah. The petting zoo and all of that.
No, like the huge, like the steer.
Oh, yeah.
And the goats. And then there's like a whole area with just like crazy roosters. You ever seen that with like the crazy roosters?
No.
With the tails that go everywhere?
Oh, no.
Well, no,
really?
they're nice.
Okay. But they're
Yeah.
just all in one, like,
The
area.
livestock is all together.
Well, look, that's where he is, in the livestock area.
That's what I'm saying, Cor, right there.
I know. It's my favorite place of all. And you know who my favorite people of all in the whole world are? These folks. The Blue Jackets. This is Cheyenne, right? Yeah. But turn around. Show us your back. Oh, that's right. Arizona Proud from Millennium High School. You know, you can always count. Come over here. This is your sister, right?
That's my mom.
Oh, okay. Nice to see you. And this is your dad?
No.
No, I'm kidding. This is your brother.
No, it's my boyfriend.
Oh, really? How's that going?
It's all right. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
You hesitated just a little bit. I mean, you should work on that. I always find that these kids with the Blue Jackets, aren't they the best kids in the world?
They are. They absolutely are. They're respectful.
Nice kids. They're right, respectful, hard workers.
Very.
Does
very
that
much.
translate to the home front for you, when the hard working part?
Absolutely.
Look at that, right in front of your,
You like that?
a compliment right in front of your face. That's very nice. And who are you showing, by the way?
This is Jesse.
Jesse's a doll. Or is Jesse a boy?
He's a boy.
Yeah, I grew up in town. That's my problem. Well, good luck, and thanks so much for joining us. This is Cheyenne, and this is Jesse, and this is Cheyenne's boyfriend. I'm gonna find. Yeah, there you go. All right, well, let's head out of the livestock barn. I could spend all day in here because that really says fair to me. You know, I grew up back there in Pennsylvania. We had the Dauphin County Fair, and fairs all summer long. But you know what I love to see? I love all the other options that you get at the fair. Now, look, it's Nancy over here. Nancy and Blueberry. Now, thanks for bringing your friend. Last time we got together, you had a crazy parrot, I believe.
I did. He sends his regards.
Oh, very good. Now, Blueberry, you're a regular here at the fair.
Yeah.
I find that you look pretty good. You got the blue pork pie hat. Yeah. You're rocking the sunglasses.
Yeah, dig my car, man. Look at that car.
Yeah, the car's cool. The kids must love you.
They do. I get a lot of chicks, and I need a lot of kids.
Oh. What? Okay.
Not chick kids. That's weird.
Sure, that's a felony.
Adult.
I get what you're saying.
Love
now, where are you cruising around during the whole fair? What's your story?
Yes. Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
He'll let me.
I had enough of him.
Thanks, honey. We will be cruising all over the fair and getting in people's way and you know, kind of interrupting young people on their dates.
Oh, that's what I love.
Yes, it's a lot of fun.
If you can interrupt an engagement, I would love to see that. Come see Nancy and Blueberry and the whole gang. Look, we like to have a big finish. Look, this is Clark Kasurik.
How's it going?
Handsomest guy at the fair. It's just science. You can look it up. Yeah. Look at his face. Come on over here, buddy. The All-American Dive Show. Hey, don't roll that music on me. I hear him back there. I think it's just dramatic music that we're going to be showing here. What's going to happen here, buddy?
Manny's about to light himself on fire.
Why?
He's doing it right now.
Because he loves doing it as part of the show. You'll see this
Oh
every
my
time.
God.
Manny, be careful up there, man.
Right now he's burning it over 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
That seems too hot.
The
Oh my
longer
gosh.
he stands there, the hotter he gets.
Why?
You can see the flames start to go about 15 feet off of his body.
Does he cover his face?
He's really burning down the house for you guys tonight.
Wow, this is super impressive. Now, what's he going to jump into?
He's got 10
mayonnaise
feet of water.
Oh!
Whoa.
He's got to make sure he scoops so he doesn't hit the bottom.
I love it. All I want to see is Manny's face pop up at the edge of that tank.
Too.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's all right.
I want to see what he
I'm sure he's
is
fine.
like. Yeah, there we go.
There he is. Big hand for Manny, everybody.
Yeah, I'll give him a hand for that.
And he still has hair.
You got shows running all weekend long?
Yep, noon, 4, and 8 o'clock.
All right, come see us. It's the 62nd or 3rd or 5th annual Maricopa County Fair, and there's always something fun going on. We've only seen 4% of the fair fun, but we'll see you guys again in a couple minutes.
Right?
Yeah, that's, you know,
I'm impressed.
you jumping into that tank of water is a little dangerous. And then did you see him light himself on fire?
Oh, I saw it.
Covering his face?
Wow.
All right.
All right, you guys, so that was a look at the Maricopa County Fair, everybody. I think it looks like fun. I got excited when I saw the feed a little bit earlier today because it's fun to ride rides and go and enjoy the fair. But for those of you that aren't here locally, it's just nice to, you see, a fair. Maybe it will encourage you to get outside, go to an amusement park or something. Okay, you guys, let's move on to the next top story here in the show, everybody, taking you to this event now. Let me pull this up for you guys. So our sister station in LA had Human Nature on the big jukebox party in Vegas. So let's take you to this event and see what they had to say. Here we go.
Human Nature, and we have Michael, Phil, Andrew, Toby. You go skills. I know. I studied pictures. I'm like, I gotta memorize these names, and I'm so glad I got it right. But you guys, okay, so you've been together for like 25 years. How did you meet?
Well, we got together in high school, actually. Andrew and I, we're brothers, and these three guys were in the same year at high school, and this was in Sydney, Australia, obviously. If you can't tell from the accent, is slightly different. But we got together in high school, and it was Andrew who, I think he was watching Back to the Future, the movie, and there's the old song Earth Angel in that movie. And he thought, well, that'd be a great song to, do with a doo-wop version of, and so we did that for a school concert, and then the rest is history, really.
And you weren't known as Human Nature back then, right? You were with the
four
tracks
with an X.
And the number 4. We thought that was cool.
That was your cool high school name you guys had?
And funnily enough, now that we changed our name to Human Nature, but now that we're doing doo-wop music and classic jukebox songs, the name, the 4 tracks kind of might still suit us,
I guess so. That sense. And you guys have been together for so long, and you see all these other bands that they start hating each other after like 20 years. What's your secret that you guys are able to actually still work together?
We hated each other after 20 minutes, and now we just deal with it for the rest of the time. No, we were friends for a few years before we even became a group. So, and when we first got together, we were just doing it for fun. So there was no pressure on us, and I think that is what kept the friendship going, and it's what still keeps going today.
And you guys have a tie to Smokey Robinson?
Yeah, we actually did, back in Australia a while back, we did a Motown record and ended up being able to duet with Smokey, and he just loved what we were doing with their music, and so he was sort of a big help in actually us first coming to Vegas and doing our show, and he's been a great supporter, and we've moved on from that Motown show now, doing our jukebox show, but he's still really involved, and he's just such a generous, lovely guy. We sort of pinch ourselves that he's a friend of ours.
And talking about jukebox, I mean, we can see behind us, you got the graphic up there.
Nice backdrop.
Why is this called the ultimate playlist? I mean, what makes it so ultimate?
Well, for us, I guess it's our ultimate playlist because we do songs that have inspired us across our career. But really, we kind of go from the Beatles to Bruno Mars, and with some Human Nature in there too. So it's they're the greatest jukebox songs of all time, whether you find them on a jukebox in the 50s or a jukebox today. So we literally have everyone up in the crowd dancing at the end of the show, and we go out in the crowd, and it's just a fun time.
So it's just like a giant party?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's in Vegas, so it makes sense. It's something fun to go to in that sense.
It's a controlled party, though. Yeah. People keep it contained, but it's fun.
And, a lot of musicians and, you guys are covering these songs, a lot of people won't touch songs that they think are so legendary. Like, you'll hear about guitarists like, oh, I won't play Stairway to Heaven. Is there a song that you guys are just like, all right, that's so legendary, I'm not going to touch it because...
I think, well, not so much the legendary, but we like to put our own stamp on songs. And one group that we've tried to cover a few times and have failed, we ended up doing it successfully once with Don't Worry Baby, but the Beach Boys are just their sound is so unique. And the moment you start to cover a Beach Boys song, you just sound like you're copying the Beach Boys. So, a few times we failed. We've had one success with Don't Worry Baby, but it's very difficult to cover the Beach Boys.
There was one moment as the 4 Tracks, though, when we were part of an awards night that they had us singing Bohemian Rhapsody, which we probably shouldn't have done.
It should never be done.
Should never have done. We thought, oh yeah, that's a cool idea, but it's like, no, we shouldn't have done that.
But it was back in the high school days, you guys were like, oh, Queen, for sure, but here, we could do that.
It was before Facebook, so you'll never find it doesn't exist anymore.
No, you won't hear it.
And talking about all these people, you guys have been with some, huge people like Michael Jackson, Celine Dion. What are just some memories you guys had when you were touring with these huge names?
It was amazing, we actually toured with Celine Dion and Michael Jackson the first year that we released our first record in Australia. And
so that must have been just like kind of a shock at the same time.
Huge. Amazing. I mean, we were suddenly performing in front of these massive crowds, and then the following year toured with both of them over in Europe as well, and playing to crowds like 100,000 people. But particularly Michael Jackson, to see him perform up close so many times, like we could be right in front of the stage or like side of stage, a matter of feet away from him performing on stage. He was such a master of the audience and his music, and we sort of were truly inspired by that, so it was very cool.
And it looks like we got a question coming in for you guys. So
Jim wants to know, what's your all-time favorite song to sing?
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Anything by the Beach Boys.
We probably all have favourites. One of my favourites we do in the show, we actually, my favourite groups of all time is the Bee Gees, and we do You Should Be Dancing. And it's kind of a fun song to do in the show.
I like our opening song. It's a bit of a ball terror. Give Me Some Lovin'. It's just, it's Spencer Davis Group song. It just kicks off the show, like wakes everyone up straight away. It's really exciting.
Define a ball terror.
It's an Australian term. It is an Australian term.
It's not a dog.
And your favourite song, Michael?
One of mine would be Under the Boardwalk. It's an old Drifter song. It's a classic. Such a great fun song.
And any other questions coming in?
No, Linda Jones just said, hello guys, good morning, and you guys have a fun show.
Hi Linda.
Hi.
Good morning, Linda. Thank you, Linda.
Make sure you go see their show. Speaking of which,
Venetian, yes.
We actually just celebrated 1,500 shows in Vegas. Yeah, since doing the Motown show and now Jukebox, we've totaled up
So
over 1,500.
Since you guys are such, I guess Vegas natives at this point, what do you do in Vegas when you're not performing and doing all these crazy shows?
It's actually,
Train tigers. And,
I think a lot of things people don't realise in Vegas, there's things outside of the Strip you can do. Like, there's some out at Lake Mead, there's some great water sports out there. There's Mount Charleston, Red Rock Canyon. There's some
There's a lot of desert too, isn't there?
There is a lot of desert.
That's true. So if you love desert, go to Vegas.
There's a lot of desert gardening. It's really fun. A lot of rocks.
It looks like we got one more question coming in.
So Dylan Fitzgerald wants to know, do you guys have any tour dates?
We don't officially right now, Dylan, but we're actually looking to tour either later in the year or next year. We've got some plans. But Vegas, we're there for up to 40 weeks of the year, and kind of people come to us, which is a nice thing to have. But we're definitely planning to go out into the States a little more.
We just did some shows in Florida and up at Niagara Falls, so we do get out and about. But you can always check our website, humannaturelive.com. We'll always have our tour dates up there.
And you're saying how you're touring all over the place. What's your favorite place to go to?
I guess because we are Australian, it's always great to go back home to. We were in Australia in February touring around the country, and it's just great to get back there. And because fans there of us have grown up with us, through our boy band days in the 90s, and so it's great to have those fans that have kind of really grown up with us. But yes,
and as we wait for maybe a few more questions coming in, I know, can you guys give us a little taste of something a cappella that you can kind of sing us out?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
We'll do.
Not to put you on the spot.
Your favourite song.
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, we'll do a bit of Under the Boardwalk for you. When the sun beats down and lets the tar up on the roof, and your shoes get so hot, you sure tight feet fireproof. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, on a blanket with my baby, where I'll be.
Wow, let's give a big hand. That was amazing. So if you want more of this, make sure it's thevenetian.com where they can get jukebox tickets.
Venetian, yeah.
Yes.
And we do have a full band, and we actually have a ballroom dancing couple that sort of helps bring some of the romance to some of the songs. So it's a
huge performance.
full production
It's a big
show.
show, yeah.
So, so make sure you go get your tickets, and you guys are playing what nights of the week?
We do Tuesday through Saturday. So
Tuesday
it's
through
7 p.m. at the Sands Showroom.
Yeah.
So again, big hand. Thank you for coming
Thank
in.
you.
Appreciate it. Go down and take that. All right, guys. Like our page for more interviews coming up. Thank you for coming in.
See ya.
Bye. See you guys.
Well, I think that was great. That was Human Nature on our sister station at Fox LA, and any of us single girls can probably go and enjoy the show, see those fine gentlemen in their suits there singing along. They had great singing voices. I think they did a great job there on our sister station in LA talking about their Vegas show, everybody. All right, moving on to the next top story for you guys here in the show. Let me, Trump saying MK's dream, Trump in the chat, MK's dream husbands. Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's pull up the next event for you guys here. Okay, so I wanted to show you this event here, this out of Florida, everybody. Let me get this up for you guys. Let me change that lower third as well so you guys know we're in fact streaming live today for you. Okay, so this is the event I wanted to take you to. Let me... this up for you guys here. So this is out of Tampa. A burn ban has been issued in Pasco County. Authorities are giving an update on the brush fire situation. So let's hear what they have to say. All right, here we go.
100% contained. They're continuing mop up and improving the lines on that fire. They put 9,300 gallons of water on it yesterday. So that fire is looking much better. The Silver Palm fire is 35 acres, still 25% contained, And I'm going to let Keith Musil explain the tactical operation that we're going to do today on that Silver Palms fire.
Good morning, Keith Musil, Center Manager with Coochie Forestry Center. What we're going to try to employ today is because of where it's at, between the Suncoast Parkway and the residents, we're having a hard time getting our heavy equipment between the back of the homes and the swampland in there. So what we're trying to let it do is ease its way through the swampland up to the back of the homes. But at some point in time, we will have to conduct a burnout operation of that. What we're doing today is bringing in a mulching machine that will help widen that line, that defensible space between the homes and where the fire is. Once we get that in place, we will try to counterfire, backburn, black line, whatever you want to call it, that fuel out of there and get it to burn out. Hopefully we'll do that without with a major wind, which is allowing, because of the dense swamp, the wind's not getting into it, it's not allowing it to pick up, and the vegetation is low vegetation, so it's burning real slowly through there. So it's doing what Mother Nature intended, but it's making for some uneasy nights for the residents. Hopefully today we'll have it better in check, but without able to get good control lines around it because of the homes and the proximity to the woods, it's a little bit tougher. Any questions?
How's the weather going to aid you in the next couple of days?
Right now, the weather is aiding us. It's actually hampering us a little bit. Humidity dropped today. Yesterday it was in the upper 40s. Today it's in the mid 30s. That's actually making it more active today than it was yesterday. And as we go through the heat of the day, it may even get more active. So the nice part is the wind's not cranking for it, and that's allowing it to stay in check because it's not getting from above the canopy down into where the fire is actually at. So it's keeping it in check, but activity is picking up.
How many yards is the fire from the back of those homes?
Anywhere from, say, 60 to a couple hundred. It's fingering out through the swamp, so one finger's closer than others, so edges are intermittent of where it's at.
When you do your backburn, will the people who live in the streets that are contiguous to that have to leave their homes?
They won't have to leave them. We'll have the engine crews, brush engines, sitting there able to respond. They won't have to leave.
So you guys will wait for the fire to come up to the tree line and then fight it with hoses in the backyard?
We're wanting it to get closer before we set fire. Because when you set fire, when the two lines of fire come together, it's going to stand up and get more intense. Right now, some places are only arm lengths away from their back screen porch to the wood line. We set it and they come together right there, their screen porch is going to be gone. We want to protect their facilities, their residents, and that's why we're trying to do the mulching machine in there to give us that extra protection.
What can the residents do to help you, if anything?
Just be mindful that we're there watching it. Some of them are trying to put out fires with shovels. Stumps are going to burn. It's going to burn for weeks on end, even once we get it burned up behind their yard. It's just that dry. We don't have enough water right now to flood that swamp and put it out. Mother Nature's going to have to do it. But in the meantime, we're here. Pasco Fire Rescue's here. We're watching it, making sure that they stay safe.
How long do you think it might be before you have to do that now? Do you have any kind of guess?
We're hoping that we can try to do it today sometime. But we got to get all the equipment in hand. And that machine, we had a machine working last night. It broke down. The other machine's coming in. It's about an hour out right now.
Is the total number of firefighters and staff working both fires?
Do we have that? We do have it, but I don't have it with us.
Do we have acreage and containment estimates?
On that fire?
Yeah.
So acreage on that fire is because it's slow moving, so that's why you're seeing an increase by 35, so it's up to 35 acres now. When we do the back burn, we'll add another 20 to that. So, and containment is still 25% because we can't get the lines. And the mulcher that's in there, we don't count that as a control line because it's not down to mineral soil. We're just mulching it, so it will burn, but it just won't burn at the same intensity. So what we're doing is moving the woods back away from the homes. We're just making that wider. I would like to say one of the things that the residents can do to help us is please limit traffic in there, because we have a lot of engines, a lot of brush trucks, a lot of people and staff in there, and we want them to get safe. And they have to be able to respond quickly if there's a spot. So if you don't have to go anywhere today, if you could just sit this out with us and not have a lot of traffic in and out, that would really, really help us a lot. Chief Fossa?
Good afternoon. First thing I want to lead off with is today that the Board of County Commissioners enacted a burn ban ordinance, which is restricting burning. And I would like to elaborate on that a little bit because it seems that some press releases went out and are a little bit inaccurate. The only type of containers you can burn in are ones that are UL approved and are usually for cooking, things like that. The only time you can burn otherwise is if you get a permit from the Division of Forestry or a federal permit. Any other types of open burning on the ground are prohibited. So we need to be cognizant of that. So trying to get everybody to stop burning. We can't stop Mother Nature, but we can try and control our own acts of nature. Next thing is, with the back burning going on today, we're going to have extra staff here, engines. We're going to have a couple of engines, some brush trucks, and they'll be positioned where they're doing the back burning at. So that way we can watch the spot fires. Another thing is, residents, I know you see that fire coming up to your house. Do not spray the woodlands. Don't do that, because all that's going to do is slow the fire down and make it extremely smoky. If you want to wet your yard down, that's absolutely fine. I've seen sprinklers on 24 hours a day since the fire started. But don't wet in the woodlands. Last thing, the smoke. There's going to be a lot of smoke. I've reiterated this numerous times. If you have some type of respiratory condition, please close your windows, turn your AC on, and just weather it. We don't want people getting sick because of the smoke. Any questions?
Do you have a length of time for the burn ban?
It's until we deem the weather has changed and the humidity has come up. So it'll be time of the is what will end up happening.
So you can use your barbecue grill, but not an open pit fire in your backyard.
Exactly. Any other questions?
You might want to tell people that in the microphone, that distinction, sir. Just very specifically.
Okay. You can use your barbecue grill at home to cook on, but you can't use open ground, open flame places to try and do a marshmallow roast or something like that. It's strictly closed containers that are UL approved. Any other questions?
No construction burning, no agricultural burning.
Nothing, unless they have a permit from either the state or the federal government.
Judy, may I ask you a question?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, because Pasco County just put into place this burning ban. Has there been any discussion about a statewide burning ban? Is there a mechanism for a statewide burning ban?
All right, Keith, come on up here.
There can be a statewide burning ban. In '98, a statewide burning ban went into effect. That is enacted by the Commissioner of Agriculture. But right now, the agency itself is letting the counties handle it. And when the statewide goes in, then agricultural, land clearing, and everything else will go by the wayside as well. And right now, we're limiting our permits on a day-to-day basis.
How close is that contact with the
Our director is day-to-day contact with the Commissioner's office and the Governor, as you saw by the executive order yesterday.
All right, Kevin Guthrie, Director of Emergency Services for Pasco County. I'm going to start off with adding one thing to the burn ban that I want to make sure we're clear about. And I'm going to ask Keith to come back up here in just a second and basically put the exclamation point on this. Trash pile burning is not allowed. The Florida Forest Service does not issue permits for trash pile burns. Do not call the Florida Forest Service to get a permit for a trash pile burn. One of our local media affiliates that is standing here today actually has that on their website. I would ask you to review what you have on your website, make the necessary changes, please. They do not, if you need a trash permit, you do not call the Florida Forest Service. I'll ask Keith to come up here and cover exactly what they do permit, and then I'll finish out the rest of my statement.
Okay, the permits issued by the Florida Forest Service are agricultural, silvicultural, residential, and non-residential land clearing. At this time, because of the fire activity in the Withlacoochee district, we have not issued permits probably for the last week. They have been no burning for that, no burning for broadcast burning. Again, we will revisit that on a day-by-day issue based on fire activity. So today, no burning for anything. Yard trash or anything that could be permitted is not allowed.
Thank you, Keith. So, in wrapping up, the Department of Emergency Services, we're here to support, obviously, the agencies that are here with anything they need. I will say on camera that we appreciate the Salvation Army again. They have been out here providing meals around the clock to all of our individuals that have been involved in this. People that have been donating food to them include local Chick-fil-A, Domino's Pizza, Publix, that we're actually standing in their parking lot on. Beef O'Brady's that is here. So again, we appreciate all those companies coming forward and helping our firefighters that are responding to this basically for an entire 24 hours. I will reiterate one other thing that Andy Fossa, Chief Andy Fossa brought up. For the overnight hours, as we get into this back burning, if Chief Fossa is in command out here right now, if he sees that we need additional engines in here as that back burning starts, he's going to call for those engines. Again, with the state declaration yesterday, finance right now is not an issue, so we can call in additional overtime crews as we need to, and we will do that. If there's resources that we need, we will obviously call those resources in as well. So that, as far as emergency services standpoint, that's where we stand right now, ready to support the agencies that are here. If we have any questions, we'll take those now, and then we will address our Spanish-speaking community after that.
Sorry if I missed
Leah?
it. Did you have the time frame for the backburn?
So again, I'll let either Judy or Keith handle that.
All right, so the time frame for the backburn is probably early afternoon. They would like to start it at 2, but we are weather dependent on this, so we are going to have to do that spot weather forecast and see what the weather's like and how much the gyro tractor was able to mulch. We also have our fixed wing up again, so he's coming, he's on his way. So he will be spotting that fire for us and looking for us. I also believe that we have our Florida Forest Service helicopters on standby, so if we need them to drop water again, they'll be here. And Pasco Fire obviously has other resources that they could send into there. I did check, and the answer to the question that was asked was how many staff do we have here at the moment? We have about 50 with more on standby. I would like to say, too, that Swift Flood has given us resources. So on the campground fire, they are assisting with that. So it truly is a unified command. FHP stopped in and talked to us this morning about the roads and the highways and the signage. So we have great cooperation with our community partners on this fire. I'm going to let Paula come up and talk to our Spanish residents about what's going on.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Paula Baracaldo, Condado de Pasco. Este es el informe más reciente que tenemos acerca de los incendios forestales. Desde esta mañana se ha prohibido la quema de basura, cualquier tipo de uso de fogatas o fuegos artificiales, a menos que el usuario tenga un permiso federal o estatal otorgado por el Departamento de Agricultura de la Florida. El primero de los incendios, que es el de Silver Springs, 35 hectáreas han sido afectadas, 25% del incendio ha sido controlado. El Servicio Forestal está combatiendo el fuego con un fuego controlado que va a tomar otras 20 hectáreas adicionales. Sin embargo, se le pide al público, por favor, que no se acerquen a esta área a menos que sean residentes de la comunidad, debido al uso de maquinaria pesada y debido al humo y poca visibilidad en el área. El segundo incendio es la Reserva Ecológica de Serenova, que está al este de la calle Moon Lake, donde 75 hectáreas fueron afectadas. Sin embargo, este incendio ha sido 100% controlado gracias a la actividad de entidades locales y estatales, donde 9.300 galones de agua fueron usados para apagar este incendio. Sin embargo, le continuamos la recomendación a nuestros ciudadanos y al público que por favor mantengan cuidado en las horas de la noche, por la mañana, debido a la poca visibilidad en las carreteras, que tengan precaución cuando estén en sus casas, si tienen problemas respiratorios, que por favor cierren sus puertas y sus ventanas. Y en caso de que tengan alguna pregunta, por favor se comuniquen al Centro de Emergencia del Condado de Pasco al 727-847-8102. Muchas gracias. ¿Alguna pregunta? Thank you.
So in summary, I just want to say that we are committed to putting these wildfires out and containing them. We will have another press briefing here at 4 p.m. because we should have started that burnout by then. So we'll be able to give you a little bit more information at 4 p.m. Okay? All right. Thank you, guys.
So if they want to, that's something they do is a full camera. When they start
Center manager with the center manager.
That's not going to happen. So we're going to restrict media in that area. So if we want to do a pool camera in there, and I'm not sure how close I can get you to this, okay?
Okay, everybody, that was an update out of Tampa on that brush fire where there's now a burn ban issued in Pasco County after that fire there. All right, everybody, moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. Let me pull this up for you guys here. And let me change that lower third as well so you guys know we are streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona tonight. Thanks for joining me. Okay, so this is the Markeith Lloyd trial, the alleged cop killer, back in court. So let's take you to this trial here. It's right at this moment. And let me give you just a little bit of background about this trial before I take you guys to it. Let me pull this up for you. Okay, so this is about the accused cop killer Markeith Lloyd, who returned to court this week for a status hearing. The state had plans to present evidence into discovery, but that was pushed back because Lloyd made an unexpected request. He now wants criminal defense attorney Terrence Lenemon from Miami to represent him. And then I want to scroll down to what actually happened here. So Lloyd is accused of killing his pregnant ex-girlfriend, Sade Dixon, in December. And Orlando Police Lieutenant Deborah Clayton in January. Okay, so again, let me just say that over. Lloyd is accused of killing his pregnant ex-girlfriend, Sade Dixon, in December, and Orlando Police Lieutenant Deborah Clayton in January. And then Governor Rick Scott removed state attorney from the case last month after she announced she wouldn't pursue the death penalty in Lloyd's case or any others. Interesting. Lloyd's pick for an attorney, Terrence Lenemon, is a lawyer who handles death penalty cases in Miami. Again, so he's being accused of killing his ex-girlfriend who was pregnant and this police lieutenant, Deborah Clayton. So let's see how he acts in court today. Let me pull this up for you guys. Here we go.
First of all, we are undergoing AV upgrades in courtroom 19A, which is why we're scheduled today for 7A, so I apologize for any confusion that might have been called about the courtrooms that we're in, and I hope everybody's here. If you need somebody present who's not here, just let me know. I haven't made this announcement before, but let me make it today, and we're going to talk about it in depth a little bit later. Unless you're a member of the media, and the media has badges that display that they are members of the media, then you cannot pull an electronic device out in this courtroom and use it, particularly if you're behind the bar or the railing that separates the well of the courtroom from the spectator area of the courtroom. So that's a rule that applies in all of the courtrooms here. And if someone displays their cell phone or other electronic device, you're going to be told to stop by the court deputies or remove from the courtroom. And that is a security precaution that we take in all courtrooms in all cases, and so I want to advise you of that and so that you're aware of that situation. We're going to talk later today or Monday about spectators who are wearing shirts pertaining to people involved in this case in one way or another, and that's a conversation we're going to have a little later. I haven't imposed any prohibition on that up to this point in time, but once we get to pretrial going forward, I am going to impose that restriction so everybody knows. We are on the record in 2016 CF 15738, CF 17826, with the attorneys announce their appearances on the records this morning. Thank you.
Brad King and Rick Ridgway from the state of Florida.
Roger Weed is standby counsel at this point, Mr. Lloyd.
Candace Hawthorne, standby counsel.
All right, thanks. And for the record, Mr. Lloyd's present. Well, Mr. Lloyd, at our last meeting, you filed a motion for the appointment of counsel, and we had some preliminary conversations about that, and honestly, I was happy to hear that you want to be represented by counsel. And I made some statements at that time about considering your matter and being maybe inclined to grant it, and I want to talk to you about that matter today. I want you to be represented by an attorney, Mr. Lloyd. This, as I've repeatedly said in this case, the issues in this case, they're important, they're complex. It's true in all criminal cases, but it's especially true in this case. And navigating the procedure and the case law and the rules of court and the complex practice of law, and that's difficult, Mr. Lloyd, for anyone and any pro-defendant. It's as true for you as it is for anyone in your position, maybe even more so for you. So it's tempting for me just to appoint counsel from outside this area to ensure that you have counsel. And I've carefully considered your request, but I'm unable to grant your request for Mr. Lenneman to be your lawyer for a few reasons, and I want to list those reasons. First, the case law is clear that an indigent defendant has the right to competent counsel but does not have the right to choose a particular court-appointed counsel. And I've read numerous cases, and I have them with me this morning, that hold that. So you don't legally possess the right to pick and choose a lawyer who will represent you if the state is paying for that lawyer. Second, neither I nor any judge that I'm aware of in this circuit has ever permitted an indigent defendant to insist on a particular attorney, even an attorney, let me just finish, even one who's local, much less someone from another county. So I would be making really a special and an unheard of exemption just for you, Mr. Lloyd. Attorneys locally have agreed to be on a court-appointed counsel list, sometimes referred to as the wheel, and it's unfair to them to just skip them and go to a distant county to provide counsel for you. Third, I've appointed competent local standby counsel for you. And even though you don't get to choose your attorney, if you want to be represented by counsel, it is likely that I would appoint Mr. Whedon and Ms. Hawthorne to represent you as co-chairs in this case. And fourth, Mr. Lloyd, there's a procedure known as a Nelson hearing whereby you can ask me to discharge counsel who is not providing competent representation to you. And this isn't to suggest in any way that Mr. Whedon or Ms. Hawthorne wouldn't provide you competent representation, but there is a procedure, a safeguard, where you can bring to the attention of the court that you feel that court-appointed counsel, whoever that might be, is not competent to represent you. And Mr. Lloyd, I strongly encourage you to have legal counsel, but unless you're paying for that attorney, you don't just get to choose who the lawyer is, and I'm not inclined, even though I know that his reputation is stellar, I'm not inclined to appoint a Dade County attorney to represent you in this Orange County case for the reasons that I have stated. And so I'm denying your motion to appoint Mr. Lenneman. But I will appoint an attorney to represent you from this wheel. And
I want to renew my objection. I don't know if you filed it. I haven't seen it. I haven't got a copy of it. Well, I filed on the objection for standby counsel. And when it comes to hearing, I filed my objection in my written form. When it comes to hearing, you said last time you got in court, you said on record, we had it on record, that you said you got it, but I don't know if you even filed
I checked Odyssey.
I got another motion that I got coming. I want you to speak to this off my thinking because you've been compromised. Oh, good. I'm done.
Have a seat, Mr. Lloyd. So, couple of things. I checked Odyssey this morning. I haven't seen any of those filings.
You see it in court, and I gave you, last time we was in court, not this time, and on the 27th, I didn't think you did it, and you put on record that you got it, and it was noted, but you didn't file it because now you keep doing stuff to try to compromise me.
All right, I'll check the record again to see if I'm in possession of it.
I sent it in, you said you got it in court.
I'll check, but I checked Odyssey this morning and I didn't see these.
I got a copy of it.
All right. I want to take this point by point, Mr. Lloyd. So the issue is this. Unless Mr. Lenneman wants to represent you pro bono, and I wouldn't ask an attorney to do that. I mean, it's a choice for him, but that is asking a lot. And then I'm not going to appoint Mr. Lenneman to be your attorney. Mr. Whedon?
Your Honor, I'd like to bring to your attention the Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.112, which I believe gives the lead counsel the authority to request the particular appointment of second chair in the case. And Mr. Lenneman indicated to me this morning that he'd be willing to take the case in that respect. This will be a very difficult case. It will require a lot of work. I would talk to Ms. Hawthorne about that. She has no objection to standing down and allow me to serve that rule in terms of allowing me as lead to choose second chair of the case. And since he's the JAC approved attorney that practices throughout the state, I think that would really help facilitate.
I'm really not familiar with that application of that rule. So do you have any case that supports what you're arguing? All right, and what rule did you cite again?
3.112.
What subsection of the rule?
Your Honor, I wasn't prepared to address those issues today, so I need a moment to pull it up. E.
All right, give me a sec. Well, there is a sentence in the rule that says lead counsel shall have the right to select co-counsel from attorneys on the lead counsel or co-counsel list. So doesn't that refer to the list that's kept in this county? Do you have the rule there?
I understand your position, Judge. And Ms. Hawthorne is willing to step aside, and I think that this would really help this case go forward much more smoothly, Your Honor. He does. Because we have this residency requirement, he can't be on this list apparently, but he's on the list in other counties around the state, so he's obviously well qualified and recognized in other jurisdictions to receive appointments, and he's has the JAC contract, and I can ask the court to allow me to choose him as a second chair based on that rule and based on Ms. Hawthorne's willingness to step aside.
I have no question Mr. Lenneman's on a list somewhere, maybe multiple county lists, maybe Dade and Broward County, I'm not sure, but he's not on our list. And what I'm asking is, does this language refer to the list that we keep here, which is a list that Ms. Hawthorne is on? And so that's why I'm asking, I mean, you are familiar with the rule. Is there any case that indicates that the list refers to a statewide list, or is it a local list that applies for appointment of counsel? I've always understood it to be the local list, but if I'm wrong, let me know.
I wasn't anticipating being in this position today, Judge.
Okay.
I thought based on the prior conversation that we might be going forward with Mr. Lenneman, so I'm not.
Okay. Do you need a little time to do that research? Because we're going to meet again Monday, at least at this point we are.
I have the Rosario trial set on Monday with Judge Marquez. It's the other case that Speedy Trial is running on.
Okay. Mr. Lloyd, Do you want to talk to Mr. Whedon or even Mr. Lenneman about my ruling to see where you're going from here and whether you need any more time? Because the next matter that we're going to move to is Monday's pretrial conference for the trial of this case. And I want to talk to you about whether you're ready to go to trial on May 1st. Do you want to talk to the two attorneys about your current situation or not? I'm going to take a brief recess. I'm going to let you discuss what I've ruled on with them. Then we're going to come out. We're going to talk about the status of the trial. That is the pretrial conference that's scheduled for Monday and the trial period that currently is set for May 1st. So I'll take a 10-minute recess and then we'll be back out. He can check it if he wants, but I'm okay.
Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me see if I can find when the court gets back in session here. Okay, so we got it back in session. Let's take you back.
All rise. Roll come to order.
All right, have a seat. All right, we still have a lot of work to do yet. But Mr. Lloyd, can you tell me where we are on this issue of counsel? And whether you want me to appoint Mr. Whedon to be your counsel? Yes.
We spoke, and having told him about the situation we're facing here. He has authorized me to request recess in this case until Monday, so I can research these issues about the rules. It seems to give the court-appointed attorney authority to choose second counsel, second chair. Mr. Lindemoon has applied previously in the past to be on the list here in this circuit.
Hold off over there. Go ahead.
There's a residency issue that was waived for Ms. Hawthorne, but apparently was not waived for him. And there are 6-minute issues also, constitutional issues in this rule, so I need a chance to research those matters.
Well, one thing that's obvious right now is you're not lead counsel because Mr. Lloyd doesn't have counsel. I mean, where we are right now is your standby counsel. And the rule, it seems to me, discusses actual appointed counsel. And so that's one observation. And then the other one is, if Mr. Lloyd were to accept you as lead counsel, then the rule permits you to file a motion with the court about the need for a co-chair or co-counsel. And that would give you time and the state time to take, I don't know if the state really cares about this, but you time to research the rule. I've expressed my concerns, so I would want you to address those concerns. In reading it over the break, it seems to me to refer to the local list, but as you said, you didn't have time to research it because you didn't think it was going to come up, so you would have time to research it. But there's a clock that's ticking away, and I want to know whether we're preparing for trial in May, and I've got a number of other issues to deal with.
We expected today to file a motion to continuance, Judge, and to waive speedy trial, believing that myself and Mr. Lindemoon would be appointed counsel to represent him, and we had discussions about that with Mr. Lloyd, and we were prepared to waive speedy trial and start preparing the case. If you want to recess until tomorrow morning, we could.
Well, hang on to that issue because there's another issue that I want to address. I have a number of issues today. We may or may not get through all of them. What I have received from Mr. Lloyd and what the clerk has is his motion for discovery, and that's filed in Odyssey with the clerk, a pleading in opposition to the psychological evaluation that I requested Dr. Danziger do, and his formal objection to the appointment of counsel, and that is filed with the clerk of the court. The motion to appoint Mr. Lindemoon as his counsel, and then a brief one-paragraph letter that's entitled, "Excuse me, sir, I would also like to have a copy of the motion that was filed in my case not to seek the death penalty and any and every other thing that was filed in my case, thank you," that was also filed with the clerk of the court. So I have those. What I don't have is a motion to disqualify the court. And do you have a copy of that? Did you draft that? All right, so you haven't filed that motion with the court. And do you want to file a motion to disqualify? Is that what you said earlier?
I got a fear. I fear that I won't receive a fair trial or fair hearing from the court.
Well, we're in a very particular procedural posture if you indicate to the court that you want the court disqualified, which requires you to file a written motion. And I want to know if you intend to file that or do you need time to file it or where we are. And Mr. Whedon, if you want to help out, if you've been authorized to.
I'm still standby counsel, and so I'd be available to talk to Mr. Lloyd about all those issues, and I'd be glad to speak with him about those. I don't know if Your Honor has time tomorrow to review matters, or...
I'm bringing Mr. King up. I would recess till this afternoon if there's going to be a motion to disqualify that I could review, and because there are a number of issues I'd still like to get to today. But my understanding of the case law is if a motion is filed, whether it's even procedurally correct or not, if a motion is filed, and I need to stop and rule on that motion before we go forward on other matters, and I'm happy to do that, but I don't have that motion. And if the motion is just being thought of, then there's other issues we can address today and keep working. If Mr. Lloyd tells me he wants to file that motion as the next step in this process, then I'm going to stop and give him some time to do so, and I'll review it and I'll rule on it. I think we're all pretty familiar with the case law in that area.
I don't think he would do that without further consultation with counsel.
So do you want me to keep working today, Mr. Lloyd, and then you're going to talk to someone about whether you want to move to disqualify me or not? Do you want to keep going? Well, I didn't know all this was going to happen either, because there are some issues that I'm hearing without written motions that I'm unaware of, but I have a list of things to work through. But if you're telling me that you want me to stop because you want me to disqualify myself, I'm going to stop, even if it's just for a matter of minutes or hours, so that you can file that motion and I can review it, because that's my understanding of what the case law requires. And so I need some clarification from you about whether you want me to disqualify myself now, or you're thinking about that and you want to keep working, or pardon me?
I'm thinking about it.
Do you want me to continue going through the matters that we have scheduled for today? I want to talk about Dr. Dansinger. I want to talk about pleadings that the state of Florida has filed with you, and I want to talk about next Monday.
Your Honor, I think
I want to address the attorney first.
Well, okay, I do too. So I'm happy to talk about the attorney issue. And I just want to be clear about this. If you want appointed counsel, I am likely to appoint Mr. Whedon. At that point in time, Mr. Whedon can file whatever motion he thinks is appropriate about co-counsel. I may or may not appoint Mr. Lenneman. I don't know yet. I have some concerns about whether I should appoint him. But Mr. Whedon cited to me a rule without any case law accompanying it. He said he needs a little time to research it, and I would review whether or not Mr. Lenneman would be appointed as co-chair. He may not. He may. I don't know. I haven't decided that yet. And it's not. If you accept Mr. Whedon as your attorney, it's not conditioned on, well, I get Mr. Lenneman at the same time, because I might grant that or I might deny that. I want to be absolutely clear about that. But if you want counsel, and I think you need counsel, and I've said every time I want you to have counsel, and you want Mr. Whedon, I'm going to appoint him, and then I'll go from there.
Your Honor indicated also a reference to Nelson here that at some point Mr. Lloyd had grounds to discharge me as attorney. We'd have a hearing on that, but at least that would allow me time to file the proper motions to address Mr. Lenneman. He's indicated to me, Judge, that this is a concern, that travel costs, accommodations, and all would not be billed.
Okay, and you know, that is something I would like for you to put forth in the motion so it's clear and I understand with some particularity what it is that you're proposing, and so that I can consider that in ruling on the motion. So I appreciate that, but sometimes we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. The issue is, Mr. Lloyd, do you want me to appoint counsel for you? That would be Mr. Whedon, and he can file whatever he wants. Sure. All right, Mr. Whedon.
Your Honor, Mr. Lloyd has agreed, he confirmed that he'll allow me to be appointed as his counsel. Not standby, but as his counsel, he's agreed to waive speedy trial. I've prepared 2 motions here. Assume the state does have an objection to continuance. Right?
Your Honor, if the defendant's waiving speedy trial, and I think maybe being over technical, but it'd be nice to have the defendant on the record saying that, and if that's the case, then we would have no objection.
Okay. Mr. Lloyd, is it your desire that I appoint Mr. Whedon to be your court-appointed counsel in this case, in both cases?
Okay, you guys, I know we're just getting to the end of that trial. I promise I'll take you back to that exact moment. We do have another press conference here locally that's about to start in just a few moments. This is coming from the police here. An officer-involved shooting that occurred in the area of McDowell Road. One person has been wounded and no injuries to the officers. Looks like this press conference is set to start in just a few moments, so let me pull this up for you guys here and take you to this event.
Oh, there's like a lot of like crawling things. What are those? Crawling things. Closed-toed shoes.
Okay, when I walked out, there was a snake.
It's gone.
Oh. Yeah, not here.
Oh, it's right there.
Oh. That's a cricket. Those are good.
Yeah. The roach is gone.
They eat bugs. Hold on, let me see.
Are you sure the roach is gone? Yeah.
Alright. In case if I tell you it's on your shoe.
Yeah. Okay, don't do that. I'll freak out.
Yeah, she's serious.
I have a serious phobia.
She seriously will freak out.
You're good.
I'm going to drop the mic until they're ready to go, everybody, just out of respect for the officer and the reporters on the scene.
There's a motor office, a Phoenix motor officer this afternoon. He was doing traffic enforcement in the area of Bethany Home and I-17 when he observed a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed. The vehicle did not stop. Our police helicopter was overhead and advised the motor officer that he would monitor the vehicle's movement. At which point, when the helicopter was overhead, the motor officer stopped following the vehicle, and our special assignments unit actually responded in their undercover vehicles and monitored the vehicle's movement out of the way and out of sight. The vehicle was finally found here parked at Dysart and McDowell, and it was parked inside of a parking stall in front of a business. The officers boxed the vehicle in with their undercover vehicles and to prevent his movement. At which point the officers attempted to remove the driver from the vehicle. He refused the commands and refused to come out of his vehicle, and he began to ram the officers' vehicles. He was able to free his vehicle from the position of the other police vehicles and was able to get onto the sidewalk in front of these open businesses. The officer then was behind the vehicle, and he heard the vehicle begin to accelerate and move towards him. At that point, he fired his duty weapon, striking the suspect. There were other pedestrians and customers in front of these businesses as well. The suspect was transported to the hospital. He has been pronounced deceased. There was a passenger in the vehicle as well. She is not injured. The identity of the suspect will not be released until tomorrow, but that's where we are now.
How old is the passenger, the woman? Do you know?
I don't know.
And
She's an adult female.
He tried to run the officer over, and that's why the officer fired his weapon?
Absolutely. He used his vehicle as a weapon at that point. You know, there's customers, there's children. As you can see, there's strollers on that sidewalk. And so we had to make sure that the suspect was not going to hurt those people as well.
Now, you said the undercover officers, they followed him here to this plaza, or they found him here?
So our helicopter was actually the one that followed the vehicle, and you know, typically they would advise our officers on the ground of the location.
So they actually stopped the chase on the ground. They were following by the helicopter.
Absolutely.
And the undercover cars came here,
were directed.
boxed him in, gave him commands, and we tried to run one over.
Absolutely, and that's when obviously the officer felt the threat for his obvious safety and the public safety, and so that's when he fired his weapon.
One officer fired?
One officer fired his weapon.
What police? What different cities were involved in this?
So it's
Goodyear, things like that.
So it's only Phoenix Police Department, Avondale. This is Avondale, but it was only Phoenix involved.
Goodyear was not involved at all. Did they assist?
No, typically, I mean, we help each other, and we're a joint. We obviously look to help each other out every time we enter another jurisdiction, and so we have a good relationship with all the other police entities.
So the officer had pulled over a different car, not this car.
No, he attempted to stop this vehicle for speeding.
Attempted to stop it for speeding, and
it did not stop. Correct.
Now I know this is a children's store. Were there children around when this happened, or?
Yes, there were pedestrians, there were customers, and there were children present.
Okay. Is that normal for you guys to kind of follow in a sense? I mean, does the helicopter randomly overhead at that particular time and was able to assist in this, or is this normal when someone doesn't stop for police?
You know, typically it's very rare that we get the resources, and so tonight is one of those nights where we had the resources available and we had our special assignments unit also available. So it just also depends on what resources we have.
Did you have any idea who was in this car? We kind of noticed that it was a rental car, is what we're kind of seeing. Did you have any idea who you were dealing with?
You know what? They don't. Typically, we'll try to do some research as we're obviously working through the process, and we have an idea, but obviously we have to still make sure that we make our notifications and make sure we have the right person.
Is the car stolen?
So interestingly enough, that vehicle had not been returned for a couple months, so we're still working through and making contact with the rental company.
Oh, okay. How cooperative is the passenger being at all?
She's obviously it's a traumatic event. We're working through it. Investigators will continue to speak to her, and hopefully we'll obviously help her out through the process as well. It is traumatic, and so we want to ensure that we make sure that we speak to her as well and provide any help for her as well.
How many shots were fired, and did he have a weapon?
There was no weapon other than the vehicle that he used. I don't know how many shots were fired, unfortunately.
Anything of interest in the car?
Not yet.
But it was just the one police officer that fired.
It was just one officer that fired his duty weapon.
So witness said that he got out of the car and pointed a gun at the officers. That's not true?
That is not, no. It was just his vehicle that he was using as a weapon.
But he did get out of the car at some point, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Was he inside the car when he was shot?
Yes, he was driving his vehicle.
Okay. All right. And this is a fairly busy area. Actually, it's extremely busy.
Absolutely.
A lot of people were put in harm's way when this happened. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely, and that's what we have to think about as well. We are reactionary, but we also have to think about what's around us. And one of the most important parts of it is, as you can see, it's a very busy shopping center. Like you said, there's strollers in front of the shopping center. There's children that were present, and so we have to be mindful about their safety as well.
Do you guys have any reason to believe that were they able to look? I know it's a 30-year-old male. Were they able to look into his record at all? Was he have any warrants or?
I'm not aware of any warrants, but I can tell you that investigators will obviously look into that, and those answers will more than likely be something that we will obtain later on.
Anything else?
Awesome.
No?
Hey, good. Thanks, Mr. Can you?
I don't think. Did we get your name and your rank and all?
No, you did not.
We give that.
I'll do it. You ready?
Yep.
Hold on. Let me turn my camera back on. Sorry.
Thank you.
I was like,
You're
I
welcome.
thought you just got right into it.
I
so.
did. You know what? Because I
That's
was.
all right.
You ready? Okay.
Yep.
Sergeant Mercedes Fortune.
Super.
Do you want me to spell it?
Is it just common spelling?
MERCEDSFORTUNE. I almost forgot my own name.
And can we say age range?
I would say 30s. Yeah, I would say 30s. That's the same one. Yeah.
All right, you guys, that wraps up that press conference there. Here locally, an officer-involved shooting. We'll bring you guys all the latest details as we get them into the newsroom. Let me pull this up here for you guys. Moving on to a news segment now. I want to get this up real quickly here. Okay, so got that up. All right, we're going to be talking a little bit of tech news here. Let me get this up as well, and then...
The GMA is up in the corner. There is. Yeah, normally I'd say put it.
All right. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for joining me tonight. We are updating you guys on tech and video game news this evening. There's always new stuff coming out every day, so I always want to keep you guys updated. Let me pull this footage up for you guys here. So, news is that playing video games can actually boost men's health. Gone are the days when playing video games was a mere leisure activity, you guys. A recent study listed 5 things that video games can help improve, starting with your mind. Research shows that playing video games can enhance the mind's abilities right from perception to reasoning and judgment into taking critical life's decisions. Next is stress. Playing video games can reduce your stress as your mind releases hormones that will improve your state of mind. Games can also improve your coordination, pain management, and relaxation. Who knew? Now, next in gaming news here, a new list was just released of 5 video games that teach you how to be better at video games. If you want to be a better all-around gamer, practicing all of these acclaimed titles will give you an edge. The list includes Blizzard's online shooter game called Overwatch, also a game called Project Cars, Capcom's Street Fighter game, which is a popular one, and a car sporting game called Rocket League. And last on the list is Super Mario 64, which will teach you valuable lessons about navigating different environments. Pretty cool stuff. And last top story in gaming news here, March is officially over, you guys, and what an amazing month it was for video games. But April is shaping up to be yet another powerhouse. Some incredible titles, including the long-awaited Persona 5, is finally out. Forbes released a list of all the games coming out this month. A few on the list are Wonder Boy, The Dragon's Trap, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Warhammer 40,000, Dawn of War 3, and Expedition Viking. There's about 20 more on the list, so that's good news for anyone looking for something new to play. All right, you guys. Well, that's the latest in tech and video game news, just keeping you updated live here on Fox News Now. I want to read some of your comments, too, in the chat here. Old Fishy Fool saying I played... Oh, I see what you're saying in the chat there, yeah. Temporary Channel saying... Run for the Hills. Gotta love Temporary. He's one of our top viewers here on the show. All 4 Cylinders saying, oh, you broke your old Resident Evil habit. And it's funny, I had the Resident Evil book. They actually made a book about the game. Or was it a book before the game? I'm not sure. But, yeah, pretty interesting stuff here. Temporary Channel saying Persona 5 came out in Japan months ago. Oh, of course he knows before any of us. There was a big hoopla about the company threatening people who had the content past a certain point in game. Oh, I see. Interesting. That's interesting that I feel like Japan is a lot more with it when it comes with video games. They obviously know a little bit more than the U.S. does when it comes to that stuff. Slapberg says, I play Midtown Madness 2 racing game. Racing games are fun, it's nice to take a break from your typical RPG and kind of just have fun playing a racing game every once in a while.
31-year-old Mexican man arrested for the murder. Yeah, because they have 2 other guys in custody, 1 other guy's
Yeah, Chris Lee says Japan gets everything first. Yeah, you're right. Codename saying little MK trying to convince herself that playing games is good for you. And, it's funny because there's all these different studies that come out. Some say it makes you more violent. Others say it helps you relax. It's just strange. It seems like it does a lot. I think that, it can help you relax. I think it's an activity, but it can frustrate you like any activity. Some people say, being really good at sports can help you help reduce your stress. But then also, if you're really good at sports, you can get stressed out if you don't do well. So that all makes sense. Love you guys participating in the chat tonight. All right, let's pull up the next top story for you here in the show. I told you guys I'd take you back to the end of that Markeith Lloyd trial, so let me pull that for you guys. Give me 1 second here. Just got to the very end of the trial where they're about to make a decision as Markeith wants a new counselor to represent him. So let me change back that lower third, you guys. Where is it? It is... I think I have it set up here. There it is. Thanks for your patience while I'm just staring into these lower thirds here that I made. Yeah, just pulled that up. So good. We've got that. Temporary channel. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's take you back to this trial now. Here we go.
Being over technical, but it'd be nice to have the defendant on the record saying that, and if that's the case, then we would have no objection.
Okay. Mr. Lloyd, is it your desire that I appoint Mr. Whedon to be your court-appointed counsel in this case, in both cases? I may or may not appoint Mr. Lenneman as co-chair. I haven't decided that yet. So it's not conditioned on that. In other words, it's not, I'll only take him if you do that. I'll rule on that when it's presented to me. So do you want me to appoint Mr. Whedon to represent you? All right. So I'll make that appointment at this time. Mr. Whedon has asked the court to continue the case, which is considering that the state has filed a notice of intention to seek death in both of these cases, is on a very short track right now. Mr. Whedon, on your behalf, is moving to continue the case, I'm sure, so that discovery can be done and research can be done, which would result in a waiver of speedy trial, which means the state is not then required to bring you to trial within 175 days of your arrest. Now, this is a right that Mr. Whedon will explain to you. You can demand back later in time if you ever want to do that. But if I grant your motion to continue, it would waive speedy trial. Do you understand that? Is that what you want me to do? All right, then I will grant your motion to continue and I'll waive speedy trial. There are some things I just want to announce, Mr. Lloyds, while you're here so that I'm certain that you know about these things. One, as you know, Dr. Danziger came out to see you. You had earlier expressed to me that you did not want him to examine you. When he came to see you, you would not speak to him. He filed a 2-page report with the court. I'm going to order that it be filed under seal since it deals with, in not much depth, but it does deal with mental health issues. I have a copy. If the state doesn't have it, I have a copy for the state. I have a copy for you, Mr. Whedon, and I'm going to give you a copy for Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, the other thing I want to advise you of, and Mr. Whedon will talk to you in detail about this. The state of Florida has filed a notice of its intention to seek death in both cases. In CF 2016-15738, the state has listed in its notice of intention to seek death 5 aggravating factors that it intends to prove at trial. It has also filed a notice of its intention to admit similar fact evidence. We're going to give you that in 1 second. We'll give you that in 1 second, sir, because I want you to focus on this for just a minute, and then we'll give you that report. The state has filed what's called a Williams Rule notice. Now Mr. Whedon can explain that to you. If you didn't have counsel, I was going to tell you that they filed this notice of intention to use similar fact evidence against you. In 2017-826, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death as a penalty and has listed 8 aggravating factors that it intends to prove in seeking that, and has also filed this Williams Rule notice. They have also filed a motion for DNA samples. I'm prepared to rule on that today, but since you've just been appointed, if you need a little time, I'll give you a little time. Mr. Whedon, I don't know if you have a position on that yet or not. Okay. Those are pretty pro forma, but I'll give you the opportunity to talk to him about that. Mr. Whedon, the other matter you may or may not be aware of, and Mr. Lloyd, you may or may not be aware of, is the state previously filed a motion to restrict disclosure of certain discovery matters, and in particular, a video that purportedly shows the alleged murder of a police officer. I want you to be aware of that. That's on file. I'll give you some time now to review that. The motion to continue has obviated my concerns about my next statement, which is it appeared to me that no witnesses have been deposed up to this point in time, and that was of a concern to the court, but your appointment, I think, alleviates that concern. One thing we should talk about is, I don't know if it's necessary that we have a pre-trial conference on Monday, but since we have the time scheduled, we could call up the certain motions. We could call up the motion for DNA, we can call up the motion to restrict the disclosure of certain discovery material, and I can entertain any motions that you intend to file between now and Monday, so we can make Monday motions hearing and not necessarily pre-trial for a May 1st trial. Oh, you have that trial?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. And is that trial pretty certain?
Very certain, Judge. Marquez has reserved the 23rd floor, and she's got a large pool of jurors coming in. So.
Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor. That, just so that the court's aware, I filed a motion to continue that trial because we have not gotten any witness list or expert list for penalty phase.
Is this a guilt phase, penalty phase trial, or a resentencing?
It's a guilt and penalty phase.
Okay. And you're handling that case, Mr. King?
I'm part of it.
Part of it, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, one thing we could do is this. What, is that motion scheduled for hearing?
At 11 o'clock.
Why don't we do this? Why don't I keep the time just on my calendar for Monday? If that matter gets continued, we can meet and discuss this case. If it doesn't and you're in trial, then we'll just continue the Monday hearing. In other words, we keep it on the book until you know your schedule. That way we can at least start to address some of these motions that have been.
I would tell you, though, I do have another trial with Judge Craner, State versus Kelty set on Monday as well. So if Rosario gets continued, then most likely I'll be in trial in Mr. Kelty's case.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to cancel it yet on my calendar, but I will accommodate your trial conflicts. And what I propose is this: if your calendar opens up, since everybody right now is scheduled to be here Monday in this courthouse, what courtroom is unclear, if your time opens up, then we'll just meet here. And if it does not, in light of the continuance, the pressure is off, and then we can schedule these motions, but I want to kind of get to work on those matters.
When you say here, Your Honor, do you mean in 7A again? Or we can find that
Well,
out later?
I have 19A next week, right? It's just this week. Yeah, it would really be 19A.
19A.
19A, I'd like to get back to that. 19D, I apologize, 19D. Should know my own courtroom. All right, anything else for today that's...
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If we have the hearings on Monday, would the court intend to take up the Williams Rule notice motion then, or would you want that set?
I think I'd give the defense a little time on that. That one, you would want more time, I presume. Yeah. These would be the motions for DNA, the motion to restrict discovery, and then if you file a motion about co-chair, I would like to address that at that time. All right? Okay. Yes, Mr. King.
The other thing I have, Your Honor, is I have the discovery in the 2017, I think it's 816 case, in electronic format. It does include the video and the autopsy photographs that I was going to supply to counsel. I can either do that with the court's instruction that they not divulge those two items to anyone else, or I can wait until Monday, whichever counsel prefers.
Well, I can certainly inform the court that I will not do anything with those until it reads.
All right, I appreciate that. So Mr. King will give you the matters, but you won't divulge those two issues addressed in his motions till I rule. Thank you.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm tendering a thumb drive that Ms. Hawthorne had given me and a written list of witnesses to Mr. Williams.
Ms. Hawthorne wanted to inquire also, Judge. So at this point, is she standby second chair?
No. Really, in light of your directing me to the rule, I don't know that I'm have co-chair for you yet. And although I have not handled a death penalty case where I have an appointed co-chair, so I think you're going to have co-chair. And the issue is whether it will be Ms. Hawthorne or Mr. Lenneman. Some of the issues you started to touch upon, costs associated with someone at such a distance, I presume you're going to talk to me about that. Maybe both of us will I might check with JAC just about whether they have any positions. Do you have any objection to that? And you might probably will be doing the same thing.
I don't anticipate an objection because he does handle cases in Marion County or county.
I just want to, there sometimes the Justice Administration Commission has rules that I'm unaware of because I don't know all of their rules. So I might call them just to say, review with me, are there any restrictions or regulations that you have about a situation like this? And I thought you probably would too, just so that I can address them. And so then we'll go from there. Folks, beginning next week, I would ask that you not appear in court wearing a T-shirt that either represents Mr. Lloyd's picture or the pictures of either of the victims. And I've been patient with that up to now, but that raises some concerns about security and ultimately, as we move towards trial, about tainting participants in the trial. And so I'm going to ask that practice end now. And I realize there are emotions attached to both sides of this case about the people involved in the case, but I'm going to ask you to not wear T-shirts that depict images or statements of people from this point forward. All right. Thank you, everybody, for today's participation. We'll be in recess. Mr. Lloyd gets that, and yes. Yeah. Okay. Pardon me? No.
It's duplicated, everything that's on the flash drive, but it's just built. I still like paper myself.
Okay, you guys, that wraps up the end of that trial there. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Let me get this up for you guys.
The department, yes. He's head of the department prosecutor.
I didn't get you my sandwich.
I thought this was sort of interesting. This comes from our sister station in Detroit, where the anchor talks about finding the roots of your problem and how to speak to your doctor. So let's hear what she had to say, everybody. Here we go.
Good morning, everybody, from the Fox 2 newsroom. It's a Wednesday. It is a doctor's in kind of day. So we have a really interesting topic to discuss with you. It's called functional medicine, which really looks at if you got a bellyache, is it something in your stomach or is it something maybe from head to toe? It looks at your whole body and looks at nutrition and supplements. So I want to show you one thing that is kind of interesting when you look at the Institute of Functional Medicine. So this is just from the top there. So this is a whole tree that, oh, let me get a better camera shot. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay, so this is the top of the tree.